Live from Las Vegas, right outside the Lion's Den, with your hosts, Steve Mathis and David Vuillemin. And now strap in and get ready. It's showtime.
I just don't like the guy. The guy's just a douchebag.
Yeah. Welcome, everybody, to the PulpMX Show, presented by Motorsport.com, Decal Works, and Fly Racing. Coming at you. It's Monday, July 17th, 5 p.m. Pacific. Thank you for watching on YouTube. Thank you for listening on a podcast player or listening live. We appreciate it. We got quite a banger show lined up tonight. Looking forward to having some great talk about motocross, SMX, and more. Maybe some MXGP talk here. Millville this past weekend, come and gone. We got 4 rounds left to go in the series. So it's winding down, and we saw a great race from Chase Sexton in Millville, and he will join us tonight. Chase Sexton will be on the show to talk about his Millville, Washougal, and more. Also on the show, James Stewart, multi-time Supercross and Motocross champion. Now he's an analyst in the booth with Wygant. James Stewart will be calling in as well. We have Jeremy Mcgrath on the line later on. 72 Supercross wins. Thanks to MC for joining us. He'll give us his take on the outdoors, what he's doing now, and more. We got Wil Hahn calling in later, TLD trainer, Colt Nichols trainer, and Alex Martin, Troll Train, giving us a shout-out. He helped his dad, obviously, promote and run this past weekend's Millville National. So, real good show lined up. James Stewart, Chase Sexton, Jeremy Mcgrath, Wil Hahn, Alex Martin. We got the Race Tech Rant. We got the Motorsport.com Tweet at Tits segment. We have the X-Brand Goggle Tear-Offs on board with us. Motorsport.com, Fly Racing, Decal Works, X-Brand Goggles, Michelin Motorcycle Tires, Renthal, Race Tech at Cherubies, Firepower Batteries and Chains, and Maxima USA, Renegade Racing Fuels, Pro Filter, FMF, Guts Racing, ORW, OGO Power Sports, Atlas Neck Brace, MotorcycleIndustryJobs.com, Works Connection, Get Data, WUSA, guys. If you're looking for wheels, project bikes, racing bikes, flat trackers, anything, WUSA, tell them you listen to Pulp. They'll give you a code to save. Ride Engineering, Intense Cycles, EVS, Wiseco Piston, Manscaped, all on board with us, as well as you people. So go to PulpMXShow.com. Check the logos on the site, and underneath there you can see codes to save. Whether it's Wiseco, whether it's EVS, whether it's Atlas, Guts Racing, codes to save with those companies and many more on the website. So looking forward to having a great show tonight. Also, 10 years since Lasergate, PulpMX show number 139, and we will celebrate that tonight as well, or at least talk about it anyways. We had so many
What the hell happened?
drops from that show. But the man who was in 10 years ago for that show, Lasergate, is back in tonight. You guys demanded him. You pestered me. You demanded to get him back in studio. He makes an appearance every now and then whenever he wants to hit the tables here in Vegas. Supercross, motocross, GP winner, David Vuillemin. What's up, DV?
Good. How you doing?
Thanks for coming in.
Yeah, no worries.
Yeah.
When I'm invited, I come.
That's not totally true. You're a hard guy to track down. You're very busy.
All right. No, every time you say, oh, you should come for a show, you give me a couple days,
Okay.
and I'm here.
So, tonight's guests, good one, right?
Yeah.
Stu,
So everybody has to thank me then
Mcgrath,
for the lineup.
Sexton. We've had some problems. Not problems. We've had you've been upset at some of the guests we've had when you've been on before. You told Ronnie Stewart he should retire. You told Rutledge Wood nobody cares about him and nobody wants to see him on TV. You told Lucas Myrtle, what does he do for the industry? What do you bring to the industry? All entertaining, but I didn't want to, have another one of those. So
fuck you, you're fired.
So I hope tonight goes better. And you're right. Everybody listening can thank you, because in my head, I'm like, fuck, I got to get good guests for DV.
I told you too. I'm like, hey, don't.
No idiots.
Yeah, no idiots.
So I had to make it good, and I think I've done that. I think I've done a good job.
Yes.
Maybe you can yell at Will. Can you yell at Will?
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, he's just a nice guy. Never had a problem with him.
Okay,
So
all right.
I don't know. So you're welcome. Yes.
Yeah. So everybody, DV is the reason we have 72 Supercross wins.
And 50, another 50.
Another 50. And Sexton's on his way also, the Supercross champion this past year. So, and then Wilbur and Troll Train. So looking forward to it. We got a Race Tech Rant coming up. You got one on PulpMX Fantasy. We'll get into that later on.
No, not really.
Okay.
Not really. But it's addicting and very frustrating.
Okay.
It's not the game.
It's not the game.
It's not. Don't hate the game.
Okay.
hate the players. The players that can do two motos, or they are out of shape, and they,
Okay.
they can double point.
Okay.
Like our boy Ryder D this weekend.
Uh-huh.
Fourth in the beginning. I'm like, dude, I'm gonna max point.
Yeah.
Or like, and then he ends up 15th
He struggled.
without
Yeah.
a crash or
Yeah.
without nothing. I'm like, what are you doing?
Okay.
So that frustrated me.
Right.
But the game itself is great.
Okay.
It's just the players, they don't perform good enough.
Speaking of PulpMX Fantasy, the brains behind it over there working the cameras, the man responsible for it, the man that all of you should absolutely rain down all of your hatred on. The Travis Marks. What's up, Marks?
What hatred?
Oh, yeah.
DV just said the game is great, which
did.
I will be making a drop out of,
Okay.
by the way. But
All right.
yeah, we're all good.
Okay. What's up, Marks? How are you?
I'm good. How are
Everything
you?
good?
Yeah.
How's the app coming?
How are you?
Good. I'm good,
Okay,
man.
good.
Thanks. 702-586-7857 if you want to call in and chat with DV or myself. Working the phones over there. The Tits Legendary. Tits, what's up?
Hello, Steven.
How was your ride with DV?
Great.
You were the Uber for DV?
I was.
Yeah.
Yep, my pleasure.
My pleasure, he says. Did it interrupt your golf game at all? Or no? We're good.
No.
Okay.
Not today.
Tits, were you in for Lasergate?
No.
Gabba Gibbs?
Yeah,
It was
no.
probably Gibbs, yeah.
No.
Okay.
Maybe he was.
I don't
Maybe
know.
he
I don't
was.
remember exactly when the switch happened, but
I miss Gabba Gibbs.
It won't be hard to find out. but
we
I don't
are
think
going to
so.
talk about Lasergate later on in the show. What a show that was. Show 139.
I don't want to remember it.
Well, too bad, man, because we pulled some clips.
Davy Coombs is beating up your kid.
So we'll talk about that and more coming up here. But DV for now, Jet Lawrence. He's undefeated. He got a real challenge this weekend from Chase. Chase was great, but he is still undefeated. Is he? And we're gonna have Stu on in a little bit. Is Jet racing the game like James did when James came in? Is this the next level? Is this something we are gonna have to get used to for a long time?
In terms of consistency points at the end of the year, maybe championships, and he might be better than James. Might be. The way he rides, in control.
Mm-hmm.
James, even to this day, is a better rider, more technical, like doing crazy jumps that nobody did. What we saw with James, that's why I'm wearing the hat. I'm a huge fan.
I know.
I'm a huge fan. The guy, put the supercross, motocross game to the next level. As far as what you could do with a dirt bike, I don't think we'll ever see somebody like
so
that.
Jet's not there in your mind. Yeah.
Jet will not jump the wall in Daytona. It might not do a quad in Anaheim in 2011 for 20 laps when everybody else wasn't doing it. Wouldn't do like the jump over the table in Vegas in 03 or something. Like all the stuff we remember about Stu that he did that was crazy and nobody thought was possible. I don't think we might see that again in our lifetime.
Yeah.
I don't see it. But now the way Jet does it, technically is close to James. He might be able to do some stuff like James was doing. His technique is great. Supercross, motocross. Obviously, he works hard. He's fit. Everything else. He wants to win. So he has some Ricky into him. The good part of Ricky. He's a better rider in terms of a 450 user. He uses a 450 better than Ricky.
Yep.
And he has the consistency of a Dungey, you know.
Right. It's a good way of putting it. Yeah.
So
He's a machine like that way. Yeah.
yes, and he never rides over his head. Maybe in the beginning, you know, you remember like when he ended in Anaheim 20, when he was battling with that was the race with Dylan and Christian Craig.
Yeah. I mean, that was when he was a kid. Like he's still a kid, but
he was a kid. And then I said something about him that his dad did not like on this show. That he was too out of control, like he will need to settle down, and his dad came to me a few months after at Glen Helen, and he's like, "Oh, you're talking shit about my kid?" I didn't even know his dad. He was next to me, looked at me like, but I didn't know who he was, and he started talking to me, and he did not really get what I was saying. The kid's great, but he needs to settle down.
Okay.
You know.
But I think he has now.
Now is great, and the way he does it. So, what James was doing was he wanted to win by a minute every time. He wanted to every time he was on the bike to push the envelope of the sport, the limit of physics and everything. He was on the edge all the time. That's why we loved him, you know. But, you know, Jet is 19. He realized that it's okay to win by 2 seconds. Same points, same money, same titles. And you can see it. You saw it in Inktown when Plessinger was kind of catching out at one point in the middle of one of the motos. And then Jet saw it. For 2 laps, he dropped his lap time 2 seconds.
Redbud too, and Dylan was catching
Redbud,
him. You were like, oh, yeah.
He did the same thing a few times. And this weekend, it wasn't as easy for him because Chase was like on it. But it felt like he was playing the Mayweather game, kind of. Let him Chase like get tired and catch up hard all the way when he got to him. And then you could see Jet picked it up a little bit just to like break him because there was a lapper in between and everybody said, oh, the lapper's this, the lappers are here for everybody. Yeah. You know, lapper is like a mud race. It's like the track is shit. The track is shit for everybody. The lappers are there for everybody. So you have to deal with them. So I don't really buy into the lapper excuse. You have to deal with them better than Chase did. But his maturity, his consistency, his technique, the way he plays with the bumps, he's on the braking, he makes doubles, triples. Like it's the creativity. It's really insane. The guy is 19.
To me, I didn't see what I'm seeing now on a 250. The 450 has brought out his skills even more so. You know, 250s, you're railing the outsides, you're pinned, right? That's how you ride it.
Yeah.
He looked really good. Obviously, he won 2 national championships. He looked really good. But to me, on the 450 with the extra power, you're really seeing his creativity come out and his shining and how smooth he is. And he did make a couple mistakes at Millville, so he's human. He put his front wheel in a couple spots.
Yeah,
but
he made a mistake in Pala first race when he caught his foot right here, like almost knocked, and you're gonna make mistakes. You cannot be like 100% perfect. You know, it's not MotoGP or Formula One, or you can. It's the track changes all the time. You get surprised, and Pala also like he almost towards the end of the moto when he jumped a braking bump and he almost overshot that big rut, and then he stood up, saved it. It was fine. But what's good about it is everybody says, "Oh, his bike works great," but he makes the bike work great because a rider like this is very neutral. So he's not hard on the brake, not hard on the gas. So if you're not hard on the brake, you don't have this movement of mass that goes forward and back. So the bike is not rocking. It's always staying in the good part of the stroke in the suspension. The bike is very neutral. It's very neutral. And he's not aggressive. So he doesn't brake very hard. When you brake hard, the front end goes down. You hit bumps. You hit bumps on the hard part of the stroke, and then
Hurt your arms, hurt your hands. Yep.
there we go. And then that when you do this, you might overshot a rut, and you could see the bike doesn't work very good. But it's very like gentle with his bike, and he let it. You can see down the hill and doing the braking and stuff. He doesn't really brake very hard. It's just like let it go. He slows down rather than braking. And this is great for suspension. It's like I've said it before on the show. Go down a big downhill that's like super rough. Go down in second gear and let off. A lot of engine brake and braking bumps. The bike's gonna be like unrideable. It's gonna go left, right, up, down. But him is like he's always a gear higher, and the bike, he lets the bike work itself, and then it's very great. I really enjoy watching him. And for a kid that's 19 riding like this with that much maturity,
Right. He's gonna get stronger. He's gonna get more mature.
it's insane.
Right,
Yes,
right.
insane.
Are we in for? I'm not saying undefeated, but are we in for a Supercross championship a lot like this? Again, Chase will be back. and,
Supercross maybe a little different. But yeah, you can count him out.
No, I'm definitely not saying that. Yeah,
you can't. And like he's gonna be like obviously the favorite.
Yeah.
And I don't see anybody else. Even a Tomac is Tomac is great when everything goes great, and then and I think also his bike setup is horrible. I've said it on this show as maybe. I don't think it's gonna be enough for a jet. That's like if it stays like this, Plus, put another 6 months of maturity of more experience on the bike. We're in for a jet era. Yes, and we've said it here. Yeah. I've said it many times. I've said it when I trained Dylan in a 250. I'm like, and I told him, I'm like, we got to get ready for Jet in a 450 because he's going to win. There's no other way around. And that was 3 years ago.
Right.
Because the way he rides, you put him on the 450, that's exactly what you see now. And I've been saying that forever, that a lot of guys don't use a 450 the right way. Now you have it. A 450 should be ridden exactly like Jet is doing.
Okay.
Mellow, gentle,
right.
Like that.
Does he go undefeated?
Is that a big deal?
Yeah, it's only been done twice before.
Yeah, but it's only 22 motos anyway. So we're going to say, Aussie and James going to be like, it was 24 moto then.
No one should say that. It is what it is.
For me, it doesn't... he's 19.
Okay.
Where was Ricky and James at 19? They were still in the lower class.
I think James was up by 19. Maybe
no.
Not.
He was 20 already.
20? Okay.
It's December 21, 1985, and he moved up to the main class in 2005.
2005.
So he wasn't 19.
Yeah.
But he didn't win. He broke his arm in Phoenix.
Yep.
And in 06 he didn't win either.
Right.
So it took him he's precocious.
Okay.
It's like it's crazy.
All right. At Fly Racing USA on social media, the 2024 Fly Racing line is dropping this Friday, DV 2024. And to speak about that and more, it's Jason Thomas. What's up, JT?
Not too much. Just listening to the Everwise DV.
Do you guys want to talk about San Fran or no? We're moving on.
I knew that was coming.
I'm kidding. I'm joking. We have covered that enough.
Yes.
2024 JT Fly Racing dropping this Friday, so that'll be exciting. Check your social feeds, everybody.
Very exciting. We have a new product that will be coinciding with that release too. So lots happening for us. It's been pretty quiet, honestly, on our side for a little while, but not for long.
Why aren't you coming in studio Monday? I didn't even think about that. You should have. Damn it. We didn't plan that very well.
Yeah, I have a meeting in Boise on Monday that I can't miss.
Oh, okay.
And yeah, just you said like come for a show, and I was like, I don't think I can this
Okay.
Monday.
All right.
So we'll
So
schedule it soon though. How about that?
DV waffled on undefeated. What do you say, JT? I said no. I'm on record as saying no.
I think it's a big deal. Before this weekend, I thought he was going to do it. Southwick was pretty reassuring on that front, but then Chase really showed me something this past weekend. And then when you really start looking at the data, this is a track that Jet's never won a moto on going into Washougal, and Sexton has only raced it twice on a 450, and he's won both times. So I think Jet is the best rider in the class, but if Sexton is going to get it done, this is the best setup we have had.
Yeah.
He has momentum. He showed us he can go the pace. This is the track that Jet could be vulnerable on, and it's a track that Sexton has been exceptional on. So I do think he loses one along the way. If it's not this weekend, maybe it's at Unadilla. Roxon will be there. It's just such a daunting task to be perfect, and I think it's going to trip him up somewhere.
But if he does go perfect, I don't want to hear the 22 versus 24. He's perfect. That's
well,
it.
you're going to hear it.
Yeah, you're going to hear it.
You don't want to, but you're going to hear it.
Right.
But I can tell you, just having been in so many conversations on and off the record with James and Ricky, because I spend so much time with them on calls for TV and then on the weekends, and it's just more time than I've ever spent with both of them. And they both have so much respect for Jet and his ability to ride and the way he's going about things. And also what DV touched on, the age factor. They were both 22, 23 when they had their perfect seasons, and they both marvel at the fact that Jet is this guy and this good this early. Mm-hmm. And they're both in the camp of, if somebody doesn't beat him now, Godspeed to you when he's 22 or 23.
Yeah.
So it's a really scary setup for everybody else moving forward for him to be this level of maturity in his racecraft this young.
How come Jet never won Washougal?
He won the overall last year. He went 2-2 for the
I would
overall.
think like that's the way you ride. That's a good track for him.
You would
right?
think so.
Yeah.
RV only won one Washougal all those years, right? Track he grew up on, like.
Yeah, but RV is more like an outside guy,
you know. Rear wheel steering.
Yeah, so that's not really a track for him. But and then his setup was low in the back, high on the front. Yeah. Not really his bike setup very good for that type of track either.
Yep.
Yeah.
Even this last year, Justin Cooper was faster than Jet in the second moto. I mean, until he crashed with 2 laps to go, Justin Cooper was pulling away from him. Like, there is no other way to look at it than exactly that. So I don't know. I don't have the answer of why, but the data says it's not his best track. So I'm sure he knows that, and I'm sure Sexton knows that. So we'll see how that plays out.
Yeah, maybe he knows that, and he's gonna put an extra on it, too.
Generally speaking, for phenoms, Ricky and James and Jeremy, even second year in your 450 class is when you put a stamp on it. Your first year, you do. Jeremy won right away, but Chad, Ricky, James. Second year, right? Is when you start winning.
Yeah.
Not right away.
But as far as age, I think he's closer to Bradshaw than other guys. Bradshaw was like, 18 when he won, or 17, 18 when he won a Supercross race.
Yep.
And then he retired at 23.
Yeah.
The first time, or 22, 23.
Right. Yep.
So, no, that's crazy. And he's 4 days older than my daughter. And then you tell me my daughter is like would be like
the best in the world.
The best in the world as something. I would like. You kind of realize like how much work it takes, like dedication, and then to be that good.
Yeah.
Right. It should be like.
What's crazy to me.
Yeah. Good.
I was gonna say what's crazy to me, and I've said this multiple times, but it's worth saying again, is the range of who he is off the bike and who he is on the bike is like nothing I've ever seen before. I don't think I've ever seen such a contrast of someone who is every bit of his age and is just a kid at heart, which is great, to who he is as a racer is this wily veteran that doesn't make mistakes and can out-duel anybody mentally and physically. Like, it's just crazy to me how different those two people are him with his helmet off and him with his helmet on.
It was weird to see him make mistakes at Millville. Weird. See a couple of sketchy moments. You're like, whoa.
I mean, but not really. Like, whatever, like little ones. But
no, I know, but just he's been so good.
Motos.
He's been so good.
Yeah.
You're just like, oh, my God. All right, speaking of good, let's do the X-Brand Goggle Tear-Off segment, shall we? X-Brand Goggle Tear-Off segment, shall we?
It's the X-Brand Tear-Off segment. 15-second rapid-fire Q&A.
X-Brand Goggles, choice of champions everywhere, privateer proven. Thank you to the folks at X-Brand Goggles. Pulp Show 23 is the code to save. The Lucid Goggle, fantastic. Speaking of Lawrence, Hunter Lawrence wearing an Alpine Star goggle that looks a lot like the X-Brand Lucid goggle, as well as the Factory Ride goggle from the FXR guys. Please check out xbrandgoggles.com, eksbrand.com, I should say, and use the code to save. These are, also, Taylor Vernon, a privateer downhill World Cup mountain bike guy. He's an X-Brand rider. Of course, and he's a privateer, so it works out perfectly. All right, here we go. These questions are submitted by Corey Moser.
Do you own stock in the company?
No, they give me money to talk about them on the show.
Okay.
All right, let's do this.
Steve.
Yep.
After Millville, do you feel more or less confident that Jet goes undefeated?
Less.
JT, which fly kit is currently your favorite?
23 or 24?
23. I mean, let's just go with the ones you can see.
Well, Evo is my favorite on fit, but we made some pretty serious changes to the light line for 24, so we may be swinging back towards light.
All right. DV, Fly Racing Rider, 2003.
3, 4,
3, 4.
5.
DV, who is a current pro that should cut their losses and retire right now? A-Ray already retired.
Why do I get those kind of questions? The guy is like, first question is like a softball, same for the second, and the third one, I got to go, swing to the fences,
this
right?
This is what you bring to the show.
Retire now?
Yeah. A-Ray already quit, the comment said, so.
I don't. I should have prepared for this. I don't know. No idea.
Okay.
Steve.
Yep.
Which color digger or will they have a big enough tractor for PulpMX Ride Day? Do you get to decide how deep it's tilled?
I don't want the national prep. They told me they don't do the national prep, and I don't want the national prep. That's too deep. So we'll be halfway between hard pack and national prep.
JT, where do you rate DV on best French riders ever?
Ooh, that's a really tough question. I've actually never thought of that in my entire life. I think JMB has to be 1. I mean, he's certainly top 5.
Top 5. Oh.
I'll say, man, Tortelli's World Championships are up there, but his Supercross results were awful. I'll go 2 because I'll say this. I'll go 2 because there are very few people on this planet that were straight up better than Jeremy Mcgrath on nights where he was actually riding well. And DB, I watched it in the flesh, so I'll go 2.
He's tied for 3 in my eyes.
I'm tied.
You're tied for 3.
With who?
Second is Marvin.
Yeah, 100%.
Okay, second is Marvin, and you're tied with Tortelli in my eyes because the
Wow.
2 world titles. The 2 world titles. I mean, beat Everett's.
Yeah.
I mean,
I'd go DB over Marvin.
You go DV over Marv? No.
Yeah, he has more wins than me, though.
Yeah.
I understand, but
no titles.
You tell me times where Marvin was unequivocally the best premier 450 rider in America.
He beat Tomac and Dunge straight up.
No. You tell me times where you're like, yep, Marvin's the best 450 guy in America, and because I can tell you times where DV was the best 250 guy.
It's tied for 3. J&B number 1 though. You agree?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
I'll put myself third.
Okay.
J&B, Marvin. Even if I deep inside me, I think
Sean
maybe the level. But you have to understand that the GPs. Yes, Sebastian was like precocious, also like a jet in motocross, like winning 125 at 18, and then a couple years later beating Everts in 98 for motocross. But then, he never won. He won one Supercross race,
yeah,
right? and then he won 3 outdoors. He should have won 4th because he ran out of gas in Redbud. I won 3 outdoors too.
Okay.
So I think I should be maybe above him.
Okay.
At one point, he was better than me.
Tied for third.
100%.
Tied for third.
And we raced against each other in 1988. That's crazy.
Really?
With Sebastian. Yeah. It's like all our careers. We
And
were
Pichon 4? 2 125 Supercross titles?
Yeah,
But no premier stuff, really?
And I would say Pichon should have been better than me.
Right.
Maybe better rider than Marvin, me, and Tortelli. He should have been, winning 450 or 250 Supercrosses and stuff. But some shit happened. But
okay.
Yeah, I thought he was a better rider than me, Tortelli, and Marvin.
All right, next question.
DV, what is the best part and the worst part about the broadcast?
I need more than 15.
30 seconds. You got 30.
The broadcast is great. I think Peacock's great.
Mm-hmm.
I watch I like the Race Day Live, whatever it's called. I like everything. Some announcers, I don't know. I think Ricky could be so much better than he is, but he's trying to be like a Wigan rather than being a Ricky. But JT is doing a great job. I really like JT. I really like Weege, and Stu is a surprise. He's pretty funny. He's pretty good.
All right, next question.
Steve.
Yep.
Best and worst hotel that you've stayed at?
Oh, I can't even start. Yeah, I don't know. God, it's been so long. Travels. I like Hyatts. I'm big on Hyatts right now, so I like Hyatts.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I know. I like Hyatts. I don't know the worst.
Hampton Inn for me.
I've stayed in some shit Hampton Inns. Yeah.
No.
Man, I stayed at a Hyatt house this weekend in Rochester.
Yeah,
it was
nice.
amazing.
Yeah, Hyatts are really
It was
good.
amazing.
All right.
But my two go at the races was Hampton Inn. I really liked Hampton Inn.
Okay.
Yeah.
They've fallen downhill since.
Yeah?
Since
I just don't like that they don't have a restaurant in them.
Yeah.
I don't like that.
High bar.
Next question.
JT, will Chase be better on a KTM? He's pretty damn good on a Honda.
That's a really tough question. If you asked me this 2 years ago, I would say he would be as good or better. But I don't know about that current KTM platform. I have not seen anybody get onto it and say, yep, this thing's amazing, and their results improve. Doesn't mean it's terrible. I just think that the prior generation KTM to this one was a better setup for success. So what Chase does with that is up to him. I know he's not very happy with the Honda. He's expressed that. He's been frustrated. It's really hard for me to take that much to heart when I watch Jet Ride, but he's clearly not happy, and that's all that matters. So maybe that's enough. But I think it's more of a sideways move than anything.
All right.
All right, last one, DV. Which rider that you've coached do you think you helped the most?
The last one.
Dylan Ferrandis?
Yeah, why not?
Okay. All right, JT, we got our next guest on the line. We can't keep this man waiting. He's fastest man on the planet. So thanks for
Jim Stewart?
Yeah.
Oh, Stu.
Thanks for
Stu and I's relationship has really blossomed, and I'm very happy about it.
Oh,
we had
that's good.
0 relationship back in the day.
You hear that, Stu? You and JT's relationship has blossomed.
He ain't lying. It's just, we actually speak now.
Well,
oh, hey, nice to meet you. You're actually cool. I'm cool, but it's actually been a pleasure working with a lot of different people. So
he was team Chad Reed, and that was it. That's all we needed to know. There was right. So
now we've already went through that conversation. I mean, back then, you didn't have no choice. You had to be one side or the other.
Nope.
So no hard feelings.
There's no middle.
So all good. We on the same side now. That's what matters.
We are.
Awesome. Thanks, JT.
All right, boys. You have a great show.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you.
All right. See you this weekend. Yeah.
James Stewart, welcome to the show. Thank you. Thanks for the time tonight. Appreciate it. There was only I had to get you on when DV comes in. He's got his JS7 hat on right now, James. So there was only one man for to call in when he was coming in. So
yep. And DV, I ain't gonna lie, when Steve hit me up, I was thinking about blowing him off, and then he's like, DV's gonna be there. I'm like,
yep.
All right. I'm just kidding, but no, I had to come on here. And all good. What's going on, man?
Not much, man. Hey, good work on the TV show, DV. You've been impressed?
Yeah, it's very good. Yes.
Yep.
Yes, we need more like technical. Like the sport is cool. We went through it. You know, like everybody that watches rides or has been following for years, they know that the Yamaha is blue and the Suzuki is yellow. So, and James brings a little more, technical stuff. That's obviously what I like. I want to learn something when I watch.
Right.
And he's been doing great. Yes.
You've been enjoying it, James?
No, actually, I have, and I appreciate that, DV. I didn't really. I think just working with Chase kind of started that, and then being able to work with the Honda guys and kind of like damn, like all the stuff and what I went through, and then even just trying to help Chase and help other riders. Like it's been cool because one, like you said, like we've been through it, and sitting at home like watching it, you're like, dude, like why? I mean, why aren't they saying that? Or like I just thought it'd be cool, very opportunity, like to be able to speak from a rider's point of view, but also have fun and not be in a position where I'm like, I can't say that bike isn't good. Or sometimes, like as a rider, like you can't say, damn, this thing sucks, but I will. Like I'll say it for you. And then, but it's just also like kind of, being honest too. Like, when I see the guys, the struggling. Sorry, I don't know if you heard that, but when I see the guys like struggling, I think to be able to say kind of what's going on my mind and not, upset the riders, because I say it from a point of view of like, look, I've been there. Like I never harp on people, or riders, but I say the truth, and I think they respect me for that because one, I'm not bashing them, just kind of having the chance to like tell them like, look, dude, I mean, you need to get off the ass. It ain't the motorcycle, or it is the motorcycle, and vice versa. So it's been fun, and then doing the TVs is night and day different than the podcast, which is another challenge, and I enjoy doing that as well. But like I always try to maintain the same like attitude. Like you guys are looking for something, a suit and tie. I'm not your guy. Like I'm gonna be myself and enjoy it, and it just seems like people are enjoying it, and I enjoy it, and I enjoy the challenge of getting better. So I appreciate the words, DV, and coming from you, even like watching watching you and hearing stuff from whether it's this show or other things, like for you to say that, I appreciate that, and same things what you see. So thank you.
Yeah, it's funny, like people, and you've spoken about this in other interviews, James. People think like, look, you had shit tons of talent on a motorcycle. We all know that. We all saw that. But you told some stories of being a kid or being younger and falling asleep watching races and watching video and old stuff, right? And we know about Chicken Matasevich and how much of a fan you were. Like people probably think like, Stu's just so talented, he just scrubbed. But you were and are a student of the sport, so this is a good role for you.
Yeah, no, and 100%, like, just as much talent as I had that much work ethic as well. And excuse me, I feel like some people work training, and ride bicycles. Like I was just a big fan. I mean, I did that as well, but I was a big fan of studying other guys. I felt like that was what made me somewhat different. Not only did I feel like, even if I couldn't beat them, I knew what was going to happen. Like I knew their weaknesses and tendencies and also their strengths. And sometimes like their strength was a lot tougher than I could deal with, but like I knew that. So, there's just different forms, but being, like I said, being able to work with Chase and then being able to kind of express that and having all this knowledge and kind of passing it along, like just from having kids and just having an opportunity, kind of you try to give back to the world, like, and then have that satisfaction of watching these guys and either being right. It's been a pleasure. So yeah, as you can. Okay, buddy. All right. Sorry. Sorry. You guys got to go. I will do the game. Sorry. Okay. He throws the speakers. I'll get with you afterwards. So sorry about that.
No, you're fine. You warned me. You warned me this could happen. You warned me, so we're fine. Yeah.
No, I told you, like, life is a lot different now. Life is different. Like, if I ain't at the races, I'm doing this. And but I found my time when I knocked him out. I found my time to be able to sit here and then study and watch the races and stuff. So it's been good.
Hey, James. Steve talked about talent. I'm a guy that don't believe in talent at all. I don't think you have a gene to play golf, or tennis, or ride dirt bikes. And I was wondering if it bothers you when people say, "Oh, but he's so talented," like meaning like you have a gift, like it was a free gift at birth, and you were meant to ride dirt bike. Does that bother you because it kind of like undermine all the work you've been putting in to be one of the best in the world, you know? For me, you're the best to ever ride a motorcycle, and I was wondering that if it bothers you.
You know, honestly, DV, like I'd never even thought of it like that. So to answer your question, like no, it didn't bother me. And I guess because I knew, you know, I knew no matter how much talent you had, like there was a lot of work, and the reason I do have talent is because of all the studying, like I have. That being said, like obviously I was given something, and I don't know where it came from. I mean, my dad was good, but I've been given somewhat of a talent, but I've also been able to study and watch and learn and do the things that other guys, you know, pick up from watching those guys and be able to somehow translate that from studying videos and then translate that on the track. So, yeah, you could say I was given talent, but I would say I was given an opportunity, given something to be able to use my brain and use my eyes and to be able to like dissect that and be able to translate that on the racetrack, which gave me talent to where other people could say that. But it was, you know, I definitely wasn't born with the gene of like Jerry Mcgrath's son. You know, I wasn't born like that. And so, yeah, it never really bothered me. But, you know, I guess at the end of the day, I kind of look at that as like, well, yeah, I was that too. If you want to say I was that talented, either way, I know how much hard work I put. And I think doing the TV and being able to the podcast, I think people do start to see like how much I did put in the sport. Like, as you said, Steve, you kind of get to see this other side, and that's cool.
But that was your talent. Your talent was your intelligence to understand how everything worked and put it on the motorcycle. You studied, you rode a lot, and then you understood better than anybody else how to ride, or you try stuff. So, and it bothers me, not for me because people don't talk about me about a talented guy, but every time I hear, you know, any sport, you know, I watch a lot of basketball, soccer, and everything. You know, they say, "Oh, Messi is talented," or say, "Oh, Kobe was talented." But when you hear and you know how much work Kobe put to be where he got, doing 2-3 sessions a day, waking up at 4 a.m. and his teammates telling those same stories. It's kind of like when you say he was talented, it's kind of like disrespecting the work that all the athletes with that level put on, and it bothers me for them. You know, that's why I asked you the question. Yeah.
Yeah. No, and I understand that, and you know, but I actually think like you said, like the talent is being able to put the work in. Like my talent was me wanting to learn. Like, I mean, I feel like that's a talent. Some people can sing, some people can, you know, do math really good. You can say it's a talent, but my talent was able to watch and study and somehow translate that into like what I saw, being able to translate that and putting on a motorcycle. Like I do feel like even with golf, and not to toot my own horn, but I feel like if I put my head to golf, I could actually be just as good, somewhat, because I have a knack of being able to see things, and I really didn't notice that until I started doing TV, and then even when I do play golf or do something else, helping other people with swinging, like I can see stuff and be able to translate that and like try to fix it. But I think for me, it's more like my talent was being able to have a set of eyes and have a brain to be able to translate what I see and be able to somehow go do it.
Sure.
But when it comes to like golf or any other thing, racing was what I chose to do. So that's what I put the most work in. But I honestly believe, besides dunking a basketball, because no matter how much talent I got, I'm just not that damn tall. Like, I can't jump that high. Anything when it comes to like, well, if you can learn that sport, like, I feel like I can do a pretty good job at that. And I feel like on some levels, all the riders can do that. Like, all the riders, because even the people who are finishing 40th, like, they have an enormous amount of talent. It's just maybe the opportunities or whatever they see, maybe it's not at a different level, but it takes talent just to even ride a motorcycle. As you see, if you just go and scroll through TikTok for a little while, you can see that we got talent. We can do things, but yeah, the talent's been able to work hard and be able to translate that and play that on the racetrack.
James Stewart on the PulpMX Show, brought to you by DecalWorks. PulpMX 23 is the code to save with DecalWorks. Check them out, and they'll process and let you design some graphics from anything you want. PulpMX 23 is the code to save with DecalWorks. James, I asked DV this question to start the show because we were talking about you coming on, and I'm in agreement with DV. I think neither one of us sees Jet doing anything that you didn't, or like I'm a believer, like, the sport evolves, right? Like Rick Johnson, Bob Hanna, Jeremy, you, everybody gets better, bikes get better, everything, technology gets better, and everything evolves. That's just my opinion. But I don't know if I see Jet doing anything. He's amazing, don't get me wrong, but I asked DV if he saw Jet doing anything to bring the sport to a new level like what you did. We don't think so, but what do you see when you watch Jet? Is there something that catches your eye as to why he's so damn good?
Yeah, it's that's a fine line, because I think to answer your question directly, no, I don't. Mm-hmm. I don't see something that I'm like, damn, I ain't never seen that before. I think what I see is a rider who's taken what Mcgrath was able to do, having the knowledge and stuff that Ricky Carmichael has, having been able to have the footage and watch me ride a motorcycle, all these different things, and I'm seeing a rider be able to almost and use that and be able to go and kind of use that and go riding, and go racing. I see that part, but I don't see anything that he does that I'm like, damn, like I couldn't do that, or I haven't seen that before. I think Jet's phenomenal on a motorcycle, and I think like the reason he's good is because I do think he's I don't know if he plays it off or people don't see it, but that dude is a student of the sport. Like, maybe not at my level. Like, I don't know how much film he watches and how much he pays attention to like other riders. But if you listen to Jet talk, like he is very aware of like the weaknesses of other guys. And I think that's one of his talents, to be able to, exploit the things that other guys maybe aren't as good and try to put them in that situation, and being able to, put them in a situation and outride them. But to answer your question, like, no, I don't. I think the kid's really good, but besides trying to get super off topic, like, no, I don't see when you watch Jeremy Mcgrath ride. Yeah, I don't see that type of ride. I don't see like, all right, when I came in, like, people were scrubbing and all that stuff. But that being said, like, you can't take anything, and it is by no means shade at me over Jet.
Of course not. Yeah, no, absolutely. It's interesting to see what he's doing. It's so good. DV mentioned that maybe a strength of his compared to yours was he doesn't want to beat everybody by a minute like you did. Maybe.
No, I don't even think that. Like, we always go back and forth. Me and Ricky, we kind of like debate on the broadcast, and like, I actually think if he could, he would. I mean,
okay.
The thing is, for me, and I've said this, like, there was like the only time I ever went to that, and I was like, dude, I got to beat somebody by a minute. Like, it was never like I'm showing up doing that. I always had to do stuff to keep my mind like focused in on the race, like on the racing, because if you go there like knowing that, like, dude, I'm going to win, and the only reason I don't win is because I'm not focused. There was a likelihood of something happening, and so maybe if Jet gets to that situation, then he might start trying to focus and be like, all right, I want to beat him by a minute. And I know that because even with Johnny, like working with Johnny, we would do stuff like he would be like, "Hey, how do you feel?" I'm like, "Dude, I feel pretty good." Okay, let's set a fast lap time, pull off track. Like there was things that like we would do, and just to kind of keep me like not motivated, but keep me sharp.
Sure.
Because I knew if I did something like that, then I had to go out and like win the damn race. Like I couldn't like pull off the track and then struggle in the main event, because that's what you guys back at the time be like, look at him, he ain't put enough time on the track. So, so maybe his strength is maybe he really doesn't want to win by a minute, but I've seen enough from Jet like to watch him go out and do practice. I've seen this stuff, and to know that this kid he wants to win just as bad as like I did too.
Sure.
Yeah, I think it's not like you wanted to win by a minute. I think you had to be stimulated by being the best you could be on the motorcycle. Like you seem like you were happy when you were like on your A game. When you were on the B game still winning, it was like, okay, but always seems like you wanted to push the envelope of the technique, of the jumps. And you know in Anaheim 2011, you did that quad every lap. That was a sketchy thing, like the triple quad, and then you jumped the on-off after at the end, so there was a quad basically. And Villopolo tried a couple times, cased the shit out of it, and you didn't have to do it 20 laps. You could have done 3 laps, but you push yourself. It's like a stimulation. You wanted to push the envelope and then be the best you could be on the bike, and you did it for 20 laps. But the thing is, sometimes it didn't work. Sometimes it did not go 20 laps, and that's why you made some mistake, because it was okay to do triple and still win win the race. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, it's funny you say that, because now like we have a chance, and I didn't like actually going triple because the way my suspension was set up. Like, so I was actually doing quad because it was safer for me. not lying. And I know it's kind of like when, people do certain things and you're like, man, I can't understand how they do that. Like, well, my brain doesn't work like that. So it's hard for me to put myself in their situation to know. But like, I know doing that triple quad there was a reason why I was doing it. And it wasn't to like push to boundaries. It was to stay up on the motorcycle. Because if you remember that same year, I had some troubles staying up on that bike. But I feel like there was more on the 125, and then maybe a couple times on the outdoors. Like I would be like, dude, I want to see how fast I can go around a motorcycle. And then the same thing on maybe like 2003 or 4 on the 125. But there was rarely times that I would actually put myself in a spot where, like, by jumping something that I felt like wasn't easier for me to do, that I was taking a chance where I could actually lose this race because I'm jumping this thing. Like, I honestly, I can't remember a single time where I ever crashed doing something like that. There was always a reason for me to do it. And I think when on the outside, if you don't know that reason, and to me, again, jumping that quad was easier than going triple. But it's hard to understand. They'd be like, well, you're going to extra jump. Well, it was safer for me. So I almost felt like on that, I was doing something that actually helped me ride the lap to win the race, because otherwise I had a better chance of crashing by doing what everybody else did. So just different mindsets. But I mean, at the same time, like I appreciate you saying that, because I mean, I was a person that wanted to push the envelope and do stuff, but that was really never really at races that I would ever take that chance to like, I want to show who I am rather than actually win the race.
Yeah, and one thing, everybody remember the same year, like when you jumped the wall at Daytona, and then later on you crashed, and then I realized that day, I knew you were like insane because you won so many races and stuff, like super good. But when you jumped that wall again after the crash, when your rear fender was up, and then you still jumped the wall, the wall was the nastiest thing I ever seen in my life. I was there. I was in the mechanics area. I was managing Motor Concept. I was sitting on a golf cart and I was watching it. And I was scared every time, every time my hand were wet, every lap, I'm like, dude, he's going to do it. I watch it. And when you did after your crash, I'm like, this kid is officially insane because there's no way I would have done it after endoing like couple lives before. That was the craziest thing I've seen in my life.
Yeah, no, and I think a lot of that was, if you remember, like I crashed on the one part of the section that was probably one of the easiest parts.
Yeah.
And the wall, to me, like the way that my bike was set up, really springy, like it wasn't that difficult for me to like do it. Once I jumped it, like I was like, oh, this is pretty simple. It was actually easier than trying to actually slow down into it. But I was on autopilot for a few laps after that. So when I came around and hopped to the first lap, I probably didn't realize I crashed for a while. I was just rolling. But yeah. But now it's funny when I watch that stuff, I'm like, damn, dude, like that was pretty gnarly. But yeah, it was more intimidating being down on the track where you guys were. Like when I walked that, I'm like, dude, there's no way. But then as I went in the last lap of that heat race, I just said, forget it. You're either gonna make it or you're gonna die trying. And I came through it.
That's what I'm saying. Like, that was what I'm saying, James.
But you know what it did by jumping that wall, I thought what was going to end up happening. It was happening for a few laps, but I'm like, all right, jumping that wall. I feel so sketchy everywhere else, but I'm gaining so much time on this wall. It's going to allow me to slow down and then ride this track because you ain't going to make that time up. That was my plan, but obviously it didn't work out.
James, we got a question from the phone. Somebody wants to know: are you ever going to ride again? Like, do we see you back on a bike? I don't even know racing, but doing some videos or doing anything.
Yeah, you will.
Okay,
you will.
All right, can't wait. Can't wait for that.
I just keep saying, yeah, you'll see me.
Is that the number one question you get from fans at the races? That's another thing I have here to ask you. Like, when people see you back and you got this podcast, you're doing a great job in the booth. What do people want to talk to you about? The wall, riding again? Like, I can't even imagine. Like, yeah. What do people want to talk to you about? Letting Chad by? I don't even know. I mean, there's 8 million things to talk to you about.
Well, I appreciate that. No, honestly, like a lot of people, they actually talk about the podcast. I mean, Of course, they'll say, well, we watched the show or we watched you on the booth, great job. Mm-hmm. And then, like, we want to see you on the bike. But the cool part is I'm, which is an honor, like I'm starting to be kind of known of, like, from the podcast and just my knowledge, which as a racer and a DB, I'm sure you feel this as well. Like you get this, I get just as much satisfaction. Well, maybe not just as much satisfaction, but I do get a lot of satisfaction from being able to like teach people and then all the knowledge. And it's almost like it's sort of like winning to me when I'm like, all right, to be able to say something and then it comes true, or be like, telling people and trying to teach them about they can watch the sport better in a different way, point out things that they wouldn't have seen. So when I go to the races and stuff, people usually the first thing they talk about is the podcast and the booth, and then they'll be like, man, we want to see you riding. Now, of course, a lot of people talk like, man, we want to see you riding, blah, blah, blah. But even if they do say that, they bring up the podcast and being able to see that. So that's pretty cool. So I get that satisfaction, and I feel like I wouldn't, on the riding side, like I didn't miss it until like there was a reason to go back out there and want to ride. Well, I feel like I got one of those now. So that's nice. Like that. Yeah, you'll see me on the bike.
Loretta Lynn's plus 30.
I don't know if I'm ready for that one yet. But I'll be like plus 40, man. I'm be in the plus 40 class. Can't believe that.
Yeah, unbelievable.
That's funny because there's some kids, then not born or like young now. They'll know James only being a podcaster, and not being a rider.
Yep, absolutely.
And that's the scary thing.
It is. It's very scary. I agree.
Yeah. Well, this day and age, it's not that bad being known as a podcaster. I mean, that's the crazy part. Kids grow up like, dude, I want to be a YouTuber. Like, you're like, huh? Like, what happened to astronaut or doctor? Like, shit. Like, I want to be a YouTuber.
I want to be an influencer.
I had one of my buddies tell me about, he was talking about his kid, and he said his kid didn't even know what dollars were. Like, he was like, what is that? Like, Apple Pay. He's like, he didn't even know what a buck was. And I'm like, where this world's come to? Everything's on the phone. But, I think that goes back to even like what you said about like Jet and some of these guys about the attitude of like winning and not wanting to win by 30 seconds, because and why sometimes I kind of disagree a little bit. Like, I just think their mindset, because they do ride together, and they, you see Jet last weekend trying to help Aaron Plessinger go faster on the racetrack. It's just a different era where I think it's not that they don't want to win like that, but I don't think they hate each other as much as, like, I wouldn't say me and Ricky did, but that grudge of, like, dude, I want to be dominant, because half of the battle was won on what RC thought about me. I mean, just the look. I remember seeing, like, his opening ceremony song. Like, it was it was like, damn, dude, I think he's serious. Tonight. Watch this opening ceremony song. So it was a lot of like mentality where I think these guys, they know each other, and they even if you get beat on the weekend, they go back and ride with each other during the week. So it's not it's not as much about like trying. I don't want to be dominant.
Yeah.
Because if you do listen to Jet Lawrence, he does talk, and he likes being perfect. When he doesn't get a start, he'll win the race, and then first thing he'll talk about is like, man, this guy's passed me off the start. I got to get a better start. Well, dude, you came out second. You passed in the second corner, and he's talking about that.
Yeah.
So that to me says somebody who wants to win and wants to be even dominant in doing that just goes a lot differently.
Awesome, James. Thanks for the time tonight. I appreciate the time. I'm glad DV could bring you out and get you on the show tonight. Good stuff. Congrats on all this stuff, man. You've been grinding, working away. Really great stuff on TV, great stuff on the podcast. And, yeah, man, thank you for the time.
No problem. Thanks, Steve. DV, take care. Thank you.
Yeah, you too, man.
All right.
All right.
Later. That's James Stewart, everybody. Brought to you by Decal Works. PulpMX 23 is code to save.
Great. I wanted to ask him a bunch of stuff.
I know. He told me 30 minutes tops.
Yeah, I know.
So we had to go.
Yeah, it's great to have him.
Yeah.
I was going to tell him. I used him in 2004, and I told Dylan when he was riding 250, I'm like, every night I want you to go Supercross 2004. You go down the list, and you watch Bubba ride a 125. And when you be able to ride a 250 like 2004 Bubba,
yep,
you'll be fine.
You'll be fine. That'll be it.
And I wanted to ask him about what do you think? You take RC and James, 2006, 2007. Let's say 2007.
Yeah. Ricky was part-time that year.
Yeah. He won.
He won everyone. Everyone did, yeah.
And even the year like they collided in Washougal, remember? That was 6.
06. Unadilla to 06, I think.
But let's say you take those two guys from that era, you put them on 23 bikes. You think they beat Jet, both of them?
That's a great question. I don't know.
I think they do.
Okay. We can dive into that more later. We got our next guest on the line. Brought to you by the folks at Renthal, whether it's Red Bull KTM, Monster Energy Kawasaki, or Factory Honda. A fraction of a second, a few grams, a couple of millimeters, it all counts. Welcome to the winning world of Renthal. More championships than all the other brands combined. We got the man on the line, Factory Honda HRC rider, 2-2 this weekend. Gave us some great racing. Chase Sexton, what's up, man? How are you?
I'm good. How are you guys?
We're good. Thank you for the time tonight. Appreciate it. Good race this weekend, man. Would you say, are you 100% back? You ran into the mono, obviously. You missed some time. We saw in Paula, you were all over Jet in the second moto. Are you all the way back yet, or you still got some ways to go?
Yeah, I would say I'm very close to 100%. Last weekend was the first time I felt like I rode, I would say somewhat like I rode last year, and maybe even a little bit better. I don't know. It's hard to tell if the pace is higher this year or it's or I'm just not riding as good. It's hard to tell, but yeah, no, I would say I'm pretty close to 100%. I felt very good this weekend as far as like recovered and all that. So I would say I'm as close as I can get to that.
Okay, good to hear. Frustrating day for you though in a ways, right? Like I don't know if you leave Millville. Like to me, you leave Millville, you're like, look, I crashed, I caught him, I was all over him, crashed early, second moto, I made mistakes, it's not great. But I still leave Millville feeling pretty good. But then again, I'm not in your shoes, and I didn't go 2-2, and you're a Supercross champion. So maybe you're pissed. But what is the overall mood?
Yeah, I mean, I was a lot closer this weekend. I think the reason I was pretty mad after the race, I feel like I felt like I was the better rider this weekend, and I feel like I had the chance to win. And pretty much blew it. So that was really why I was upset. But yeah, I mean, as far as my riding, it was a lot better this weekend. But yeah, I was bummed. I felt like I had a good opportunity to win and didn't execute. So that was why I was pretty bummed out. But yeah, it was definitely a better race for me. Just trying to get back to, like I said, where I was last year. But yeah, I still have a few things I need to clean up as far as my riding. But physically, like I said, I'm back to normal.
Sand section was killing you a little bit.
Yeah, sand section in the uphill, I was getting destroyed for some reason. I don't know. The sand rollers, I didn't really like them that much. I wasn't diving with those things.
I think the rollers was only the first two, right? To jump two
to get them
in the turn, right? That's where you
yeah. I was like jumping 2.5 or 1.5, and I was kind of like manualing them, but it was taking a lot of energy, and two, it wasn't faster. So it was a lose-lose for me.
Did we go paddle?
Yeah, what's funny is I went regular tire for practice and paddle both motos.
Okay, because Jet changed between motos, I think JT said, to regular tire from the paddle. I don't know, but that's what JT was saying.
Is it a big difference? Everybody makes a big deal out of it.
Well, that's Chase.
I know. I didn't never like the paddle. Never rode it. I don't like it. Even on the 250, it takes too much power from the bike and stuff like that. But they make a big deal on TV. And then, he's putting the paddle on it. So I want to ask Chase, do you feel like a huge difference?
I feel a big difference in the chassis, like how the bike reacts to bumps and stuff like that. That's where I noticed the biggest difference. Obviously drive as well too, but I think for me, like, it does change your bike, like ride height and also how it reacts off of bumps a lot. More than even like the side bite, like everyone complains about. I would say the biggest thing for me is just how it reacts to braking bumps. It's a little bit, I think, a stiffer feel, and it also sits a little bit taller compared to the regular tire. So that's the biggest thing I noticed. But is it a make or break? Like I say, you run it and you like slide out. Do I say that's the reason of it? Probably not. It's not that big of a deal as far as like side bite, I don't think.
We always, when I was a mechanic, it was like, hey, pick the tire for the start. Let's get a start. I mean, Red Dog sucked at starts, so maybe that's why we did that. And that's where I would, at Millville, be like, hey, we got to put a paddle on. We got to get a start. But Jet got a good start anyways without the paddle. So, what do I know? Yeah.
It wasn't that deep on the start, so it wasn't like it was the biggest advantage, I would say. I used it more for the sand section because I felt like I was struggling in the sand rollers all day.
Sure.
So I thought it was going to help me in the rollers, which I don't think it really helped me that much.
Look, Millville's the best track on the circuit. That's what I think, and that's that opinion.
That's wrong?
Nope, that's right.
Yeah, I would.
That's an opinion.
Chase just agreed with me.
Okay, but that's a matter of
What's
opinion.
the best track?
It's not the best.
What's your best track?
Millville is not your best track. It's the track you like the most.
What about you?
I'm not a rider. I watch on TV. So I like good racing. I don't care about the track.
So here's my point about Millville, though. It is where you were better on him the second half of the track, Chase. That's tough to pass. So did you have a plan? Did you have an idea of like, here's where I can get him? He made the mistake coming on the start straight one time, but I don't know what you could have done because it is tough to pass on that section.
Yeah, I feel like I was quite a bit faster on the downhill the first moto, and the problem was I was losing so much time in the uphill that I wasn't ever close enough to make a pass in the downhill, which was frustrating. I was fast in those tabletops in the back, but again, there's only really one line.
Yeah.
In those sections, that's the hard part for me about Millville is that I feel like it funnels into one line quite a bit compared to a lot of other tracks. But it's a good track. Like it's a super fun, flowy track. It's just I don't think it's the best for passing.
Right. Yeah, I would kind of agree with you on that.
And the change they made, those two switchback after the rollers and then after the big downhill, that was stupid. Yeah, I like it before when it was slower.
Yeah, I felt like it was kind of one line there too, like Chase is saying. You know,
that's where Chase crashed. On that thing. Yeah, that new section, I don't like it.
Okay. Chase Sexton here on the PulpMX Show, 702-586-PULP. You got a question for Chase Sexton, brought to you by folks at Renthal. Washougal this weekend, Chase, very good track for you, so you got to be looking forward to it.
Yeah, I like the rest of these tracks. Unadilla is a good track for me. Ironman, Budds Creek, all those ones I think suits my style, one, and my bike set up a little bit more too. I think my bike's a little bit on the softer side, I would say, and I think these next couple of tracks are really good for that kind of setup. So I'm looking forward to it. Washougal, if you think Millville's one line, Washougal, you really need a good start. So
yeah,
that's kind of the goal this week as the practice starts, and my starts have been pretty solid. So yeah, I'm excited for this weekend, and I like the hard pack stuff, the ruts, and I mean Washougal does get slippery, but it also has pretty good ruts. So it's something that I enjoy, and I think that's why I've been successful there.
Yeah, your starts have been good. Jets have been unbelievable. I mean, he's been amazing off the grate. So whatever electronics he's got going on, ask for those, Chase. Let me just give you.
I don't know if he has any. I don't like the start map and stuff like that. I don't.
Oh, you don't? Oh, really? Okay.
I don't like it. I like to be able to feel.
Interesting. So we've had a bunch of riders on lately, Dylan and Justin Cooper and more so other guys, and no one has liked the greats outdoors. I don't think we've had you on since outdoors have started. Where are you at with these greats?
Oh, I like them.
Okay.
I like them a lot. I think, I don't know, I mean, we raced Supercross for so long, and then we go to outdoors and it's dirt. So it's a little bit, I don't know, it's just hard. It's not hard to adapt, but I like that it's even all the way across now. We start on greats every race. And I don't know, I think this year they've been leaving the ruts after the gate really deep because they want it to have some separation, which usually with dirt, they normally fix them after the gate quite a bit. But this year they've been super deep, so qualifying has actually played a little bit more of precedence compared to the last few years. So I don't know, I kind of like it. I think it's good. It's good for me. I tend to do better on great starts anyway, so I don't know, I'm a fan of it. I like him.
So now it's condition over position for gate selection, right? You're looking at that rut, and that's what you're looking at, right? Mostly.
But you do that on the dust start anyway, too.
Yeah, I mean, I guess.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, you did. They've been leaving them since even
high
practice
point
starts in qualifying.
Yeah.
They leave them after they don't touch them all day. So before they were prepping them, I think after even the LCQs. So it was kind of like they were pretty fresh, but now they're super deep. So it's kind of even more ideal to have good qualifying.
Right. Rental.com bringing you Chase Sexton here on the PulpMX Show. We've got a couple calls for you, Chase. Let's go to Tyler on 2. Tyler, what's up, man? What's your question for Chase Sexton?
Am I on?
Yeah, you're on. What's up?
Okay, sweet. It wasn't so much a question. It was more of like a compliment on Chase. I'd like to start off, I'm a big Eli fan, first off. But this last year, Chase has really grown on me with just watching him and his never give up attitude. Like this weekend. I mean, he was I'm just major respect to Chase, man. It's his attitude on the track, just never giving up and always going. It's inspirational almost.
There you go.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Thank you. That's something I tried for.
Yeah, thanks, Tyson. I appreciate it. I'll tell you what, Tyler, I've seen, and I've told you this, Chase, in person, and I've said this publicly, you lost some races this year in heartbreaking fashion, and many racers would not do interviews or do the bare minimum press conference and take off and be super pissed at the world, and I get it. DV, you were there too as a racer. And you have been professional, well-spoken, chin up. I think that says something about your character and the person that you are. And you do the show and you do interviews, and a lot of racers would not do that. So I always give you props for that, man, no matter how mad you are.
Yeah, I appreciate it. It's not going to make it any better if I I do throw fits after races, but I try and do it. And, this weekend I kind of was a little bit – I kind of threw a fit at the podium. I was just mad.
I heard you were, yeah.
I try not to, but I'm pretty passionate. But, once that's all kind of calmed down, there's no, real benefit for me if I just kind of shut myself off. So – something that I've tried to work on.
DV, how were you after some shitty races or crashes, or were you one of those guys that just grab your gear bag and take off?
Sometimes.
Yeah.
Sometimes, yes. But not when it was my fault or something happening, it was my performance because I wasn't ready or I didn't perform the way. I was supposed to. I was mad at myself, but I didn't leave. But if something happened, bike or like out of my control, then yes, I'm out.
Yeah.
I'm pissed. I need to cool off somewhere else.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, it's interesting how different guys handle it. Chris is on 3. Chris, thanks for calling the show. What's your question for Chase Sexton about the post-race press conference?
Mr. Sexton, it's Chris the lawyer. You probably remember, or maybe not, we had lunch at Greenfields with John Wessling, Christian. And Henry.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Back when you were just a little kid. Now you're, wow. Then I saw you in Vegas again, but I was hanging out with Kelly and Kier. Anyway, congratulations. I've been following you. Obviously Geico Honda folded, so I'm not their lawyer anymore, but still following you. Is it just me, or was that post-race press conference a little awkward when you were answering questions? It seemed like Jet was like tapping his arms and dancing to music. Did you notice that?
No, I mean, sometimes like he'll talk or they'll talk when I'm speaking. I kind of I just block it out. It doesn't really bother me. It's something, I don't know. I don't really have a comment on it. It doesn't really bother me. It's
kids.
Yeah,
Hashtag
it's
kids.
So I didn't even notice it this week. I noticed it when he talks like to somebody else. But I don't notice it when I'm talking.
All right. There you go, Chris.
Right.
Thanks for the call, man.
Cool,
I appreciate it.
We'll see you, Dylan.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it.
Yeah, yes, sir.
Chase, here's something I don't recall you answering, or I'm going to ask you about Motocross the Nations because we have to on the show, and you can give the same answer you did at the press conference. But single digit next year? What are we thinking?
Oh, I actually forgot about that. I haven't even thought about it.
Okay, all right. Yeah, single digit.
You
You can run it, Supercross champion. So,
I don't even know what they have for numbers.
They got 8. They got 4. Is that it?
4 Baguette, right?
Yeah,
it's done.
Yeah, and 8.
8 Langston. The last time around.
Langston's out. I think 4 and 8. That's it. So.
Yeah. It's not. I don't know. I haven't even thought about it. I like my number, so I'll probably stay with 23.
Yeah, I mean, you obviously be 1 in Supercross, so there's that. That's an easy one to run.
Yeah.
I hate it when like Chad didn't run the 1 and Ricky didn't run the 1. I hated that.
Yeah, because they talk about like merchandising.
I know.
They sold 3 stupid shirts from the semis. I'm like, dude, run the number 1.
Dude,
we were born like since we started riding motorcycle we wanted to be number 1.
Yeah.
And then when you finally work your ass off, you win the title, you don't run number 1? Dude, come on.
Yeah.
Doesn't make sense.
Yeah, you got to run it. 23 is a good look, and the Jordan thing and the Alpine Stars. I mean, that's a nice looking deal.
So what bike next year, Chase?
Oh boy.
What bike are we doing?
Boy.
I can't comment on that. the amount of questions I get at the races about that is honestly, it's about everybody in like the autograph line or wherever. It's always that.
It's so funny, this sport, and I say often, it's like in NBA or NFL, we know how much they make, where they're going, the trade before the trade happens. In moto, if you want to know what's a Honda bonus for a championship, you'll never know. Then you can ask maybe MC later is going to tell you how much he made in 93.
Right.
But we'll know in 30 years. That's crazy, this sport.
But it is the same in NASCAR and MotoGP as far as salaries. That's all pretty kept under wraps.
Yeah, MotoGP we know.
Did we know salaries in MotoGP?
Yeah, it's not official, but we know.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
But it is weird in our sport. Like the NASCAR guys and the MotoGP guys, they can do interviews and be like, hey, man, my tires weren't good on this track today. Like they bubbled up or they weren't good. Or my car doesn't have the horsepower that this other car has, and I couldn't keep up. Like this, and no one bats an eye. If Chase were to go on and say, my tire wasn't good today, the fucking world would lose it. Dunlop would lose it. Honda would lose it. But everyone would lose it. It's the weirdest thing.
In F1, you see Hamilton says, "Oh, the Red Bulls are faster," and then it's crazy.
It's weird, Chase, in our sport that way, right? Like you guys are trapped in this bubble where it's like, yeah, I just don't feel that good today or something. Like, you can't actually tell us what you think because people will lose their shit, you know?
Yeah. I feel like I'm about as open as I possibly can be with that because I have gotten in trouble for things that I've said, like
right.
not even really thinking about it, or thinking that's a negative, but I have gotten in trouble for like saying certain things. And I feel like I'm pretty open, but also like you lose in two ways. Like, one, the fans think that you're a crybaby if you're saying stuff about your bike, or you have all these like
that's true
not
too.
negative things that you say, and then you also get reamed from like whether it's manufacturers or whoever it may be. So you kind of lose, and there's no really win for the rider. So I try and kind of just stay quiet about it. I do explain stuff about my bike more, I feel like, than a lot of.
You do.
Because a lot of guys keep it secret, but like I really don't see the correlation between like if Eli's on a Yamaha, like I'm not going to take something that he has off of his suspension and put it on a Honda. So that stuff I don't really understand. But like as far as like complaining about the bike or like saying that there's certain areas I'm not happy with, like it's kind of a lose-lose for us at this point.
Yeah, you were last time Kiefer was on. You were in, and you were telling us about how you changed your rake and clamps and moved it out. And Kiefer was talking about his experience in a Honda. It was great. It was a great conversation. You know what I mean? And you were being really open, way more than a lot of other racers, that's for sure. So I don't know if you got trouble for that or not, but it was
no,
great.
I don't. Yeah. I mean, a little. They say like they'll maybe like say a comment about it, but like again, what are they gonna like?
Yeah,
Dylan's not gonna take what I said on the Honda and like relate it to a Yamaha. They're two different bikes. The only one that can really relate it is my teammate.
Yeah, and he knows anyways. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and we're so far separated on bike stuff. It's like it's just not gonna really make a difference.
Motocross the Nations, you'd like to go if Honda wants to support you. You would look into going. Like you'd be all right with it because, you know, sometimes when riders change things, they don't always go.
Yeah, I mean it's definitely a little bit different. I don't know. I would definitely love to go.
Okay.
I want to race as many years of that as I possibly can. Like I don't want to skip out on it.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just I can't. I mean,
right.
Like I said before, it's hard to like really say anything, but it's a little bit.
You would like
a little
to
bit
go.
different this year.
Okay, yeah.
I would like to go. Yes. The simple answer is yes. I would like to go. It's just a little bit.
I don't know if you're aware, but Team USA, they're going to need you. So let's hope you can make it work. It's going to be a little rough for sure for Team USA this year. Like
it might be crazier than Red Bull.
What do you mean? The
I
fans?
heard the
crowds
and
and
everything. The
everything.
crowd there is crazy.
No,
Yeah, France RNA is insane.
the last time I went there was Webb and the Martin brothers, or was it
15?
Webb, Jeb Mart?
Mm-hmm.
Who was it? Webb, J Mart, and Barsha?
J-Mart.
Barsha.
Oh, it's Barsha. Yeah, 16 was the two.
That was 15, I think.
Okay. Anyways,
16 was J-Mart and A-Mart on the same team, I think, right?
No.
Or no?
No, A-Mart. No, A-Mart was. J-Mart wasn't on the team with A-Mart. Anyways, that crowd was nuts. I was on the side of the hill, on the opposite side of the crowd, and yeah, Chase, it was absolutely bananas. And the French and the USA, they went like 8 points and 9 points, or like USA barely won, but it was a great.
Yeah.
Those two teams were so much better. So it'll be interesting to watch that. Chase,
Yeah, I want to experience it in a different country.
Yeah,
for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I think you'll get the chance to.
You only race it once?
I've only raced it last year. That's it.
Wow. I didn't even realize that.
Yeah. Hey, so I don't know if you're aware of this either, but Sunday after Washougal, I'm going to be riding your bike.
Oh, like
yeah.
my actual bike.
Your actual race bike, yeah. So
I hope they have different springs.
Should be all right, I think. I mean, you know, we're not that far off.
Hey, maybe we'll do maybe we'll get a team race going.
No,
Maybe
just put
you
two.
and I
Just put two
versus
shocks.
somebody else.
I can't wait. I get to ride Jet's bike. I get to ride your bike. I'm gonna definitely break down the suspension components and the differences and the high speed and the low speed.
For who?
For me, yeah.
But you're gonna write about it? Oh,
honestly, Kiefer's riding too. So Kiefer's really gonna be the test guy. I'm gonna be lucky to survive 15 minutes on Chase's bike. So.
No, you'll be fine. They're pretty smooth.
Yeah,
you'll be fine.
Yeah,
especially at Washougal, it'll be smooth. Unless they don't tuck the track. But I'm assuming they're going to groom the track because we have that Alpine Stars. I mean, I'm assuming that's why you guys are going to for the Alpine Stars launch.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. So we'll all be be riding. It should be fun. I'm kind of excited. I haven't really ridden Washougal other than the National. I've always enjoyed the track, so it's going to be different to ride without.
Let's hope they groom it, please. God, please help.
Maybe they should no, they need to leave it for the suspension. How are you going to test suspension on a smooth track?
I don't want anything to do with rough tracks.
Washougal the next day, dry ruts.
Oh, I can't even imagine.
No way. There's no way.
That's what I mean. They got to groom it. Otherwise,
just water it.
Just water. That's it. Jesus. That'll be it. Anything else for Chase Sexton, DV?
No. The only thing is, I don't know if it's a sore subject, but you obviously like a potential winner inside, outside. But still, those little crashes here and there, or losing the front, not having the front end at the right spot. That's my view on it. Is sometimes you don't put your front tire the right way. Was it in Seattle?
Seattle, yeah.
Yeah, you were like 6 inches outside of the line. You know.
Yeah.
How do we fix this? How do we do it?
Seattle, I was hitting that. I was outside where everyone was the whole time, which maybe that wasn't the smartest move, but I was around all the bumps, and I was opening up that turn because the rut was super tight on that double into that section. So I was sweeping it, and I don't know, I had maybe a little bit too much lean angle, I don't know, but I was outside there at least pretty much every lap. And then that one still, I don't like. That one was most frustrating on all of them. But after that, I really didn't have any more of those crashes. I feel like I kind of fixed it, and then I really hadn't had any of those crashes in outdoors until this weekend.
Mm-hmm.
So, this weekend, I do agree. Sometimes maybe the front end, I'm not in the same spots at all times, but this weekend was more. The 1 second moto, I was behind Jet, and I did misplace the front tire, but I couldn't see anything because I was getting roosted. So
yeah, you were too much on the inside. You caught the inside edge, right?
Yeah. I caught, but he was obviously. I was just getting pelted with roost, and I couldn't see anything. So I didn't even see the rut. I was just wide open basically at that point. So that one was definitely misplaced with the front tire.
Yeah. So is that like?
But I'm trying to fit. That's the one thing that I've been working on the whole year is fixing that problem, and until this weekend I hadn't really had that since Seattle.
It seems like it's a focus thing, right? Concentration, or like not really, paying attention where the front tire is, or.
I mean, I think I rely a lot on the front of the bike, and if I'm a little bit like this weekend, even second moto, I changed the bike and I don't have that balance in the front, and I feel like it's a little bit front heavy. I tend to struggle, so I do rely on the front end a lot. So yes, if it's not in the right place, it's not going to be good. But like I said, I haven't really had any problems.
So you're saying like you trust it? You trust?
I trust it a lot. Yeah.
Yeah. All right, that makes sense.
Maybe we can go to a 20-inch front. Remember the 20-inch front?
LaRocco was on the 20.
You got a lot more plant that way.
He loved it.
He did. I know.
I tried it 2 laps. I'm like, I just take that off. Done.
Yeah. All right, Chase. Hey, man, thank you for the time tonight. Thanks for talking to us about Millville and everything else and Washougal this weekend. Thank you, man. Appreciate it.
Yeah, I appreciate it, guys.
All right. Thank you. All right. That's Chase Sexton. Thanks for the time. Chase Sexton brought to you by Renthal.
Good.
What's good?
I think if you remember last year, Millville, that was kind of like a turning point for Chase last year. He beat Tomac.
Yep.
And then he crashed or whatever. But he beat him straight up.
Mm-hmm.
And then it happened this year too with Jet, where it's potentially like he has it in him, or he realized he has it in him to beat him, right? And then it happened with Tomac last year, exactly at the same spot. And then he crashed at the same spot in that downhill.
Yep.
And
that's a good point. Yeah.
It's like, have you seen that movie Memento?
Yes.
Yeah. It's kind of like
right.
the same thing.
It's funny because I thought the second moto at Paula, those two went at it, and I'm like, oh, this is going to be so good all year long. And then of course Chase exited with an injury and mono, and I was bummed because I thought that was going to be, that's what we were going to see.
Yeah, but the thing is, when you listen, I listened to Dylan interview somewhere. He said, after Redbud, he says, Jet is beatable. You know, like Chess does it too here. Like says, you know,
Yeah.
Jet is beatable. But I don't think we've seen Jet 100%.
Yeah, I mean, James seems to think like he would push it more. you
Yeah,
know?
but when you see like one of the races I think it was 11 or 12 lap or something, 13 lap, and he drops 2 seconds twice in a row, just like because he saw Dylan or somebody, he just opened it up.
You saw he was 4 seconds better in practice in the first practice this weekend?
That's ridiculous.
4 seconds.
Yeah, that's like that's crazy. But I would love to see like top shape, 100% Chase against.
What about 100% Eli?
Also, all those three, obviously, they're right there, and then you can put like what's his face, Dylan 21 in there.
Yeah, what's his face?
Yeah, Dylan 21 when he was like charging like crazy until
I want to talk to you later on the show about Dylan and your thoughts on him. You're no longer working with him, and I've got some questions for you as well. Firepowerparts.com. Please check them out. Dean Wilson, Max Anstey, World Supercross Team, Firepower Honda, doing great things. Firepowerparts.com. Batteries, featherweight lithium batteries, and chains made in Japan. Thank you to Firepower for coming on board. Check out their website. Very, very a good website. Lots of parts from the Firepower guys. And we're giving away stands and tie-downs also from PulpMX Fantasy prizes. DV won himself a $100 motorsport.com gift card for Pulp Fantasy.
And I was going to do something.
What?
I don't need the gift card.
Okay.
So let's put it back into it.
Okay.
With marks right there.
Okay.
And I had an idea. Whoever got what's your goal?
Yeah.
934th.
Okay. Gets the card?
Gets my card.
Okay. In Washougal or in Millville?
No, Washougal. Next
one.
one.
This coming up. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
So I put it back in for,
all right.
and then whoever gets 934th.
Let's tweet that out.
I like it.
Yeah, I like it.
And then we'll, you can send that code to that
don't
guy.
use the code.
I'm not going to use the code. Come on.
I mean, you're building project bikes. I figured you would want the money.
Obviously, I spend a ton of money on that. I get a little discount there.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's 20 or 25%,
You're welcome.
whatever.
I'll set you up for that.
Yeah. Thank you. And it's too hot to work on bikes in the
I want to
garage.
show you my project bike before you leave.
Yeah. Did you see my 1990?
Yeah. Looks good. I don't like your seat cover, but everything else is good.
Man.
I don't know why you cheaped out on the seat cover.
I'm not cheap that.
Yeah.
I brought it to. I wanted a leather.
I know what you want.
Original leather, like it came on, like 1990.
I know.
I went to seat seat guy. They do a Husqvarna seat. Who's that? Pro Seat?
Seat Concepts?
No.
Guts? I don't.
No, it's not Guts.
Okay.
They're next to the old KTM in Marietta.
Okay.
Next door. They do seats for like some of the teams.
Okay.
And I went to the guy says, I want the leather looking one, plain, just like 1990.
Okay.
There was like full red. And then a lot of guys say, oh, your seat's cover. I'm like, yeah, you want me to put like ribs on it? It doesn't look 1990.
Mm-hmm.
If I put a Stinger on my PC pipe, I'm not going to put ribs and then a grip seat. You know what I mean?
Okay. All right. Let's get to our next guest, shall we? Thanks to Chase Sexton and James Stewart for calling in. Our next guest retired this past year after a long, successful career in the sport. TrollTraining.com. Whether you're preparing for a 3-hour race, a pro motocross, supercross, Alex Martin, John Wessling at Troll Training will prepare you for your best season. All aboard the Troll Train. Grant Harlan using the Troll Training program as well to crush it. Let's get Alex Martin on here. What's up, Troll Train? How are you, man?
Fellas, how we doing tonight?
We're good, man. Thanks for calling in. Appreciate it. Listen, you were not racing Millville this year for the first time in God knows what. What was your first Millville?
2008.
So 2008. You were not there, not racing. What was it like working? What was the working man like?
That was crazy. Yeah, it was definitely a different experience all around. Honestly, I'm blown away with the amount of work and effort that the Spring Creek staff and crew put in for like a week and a half, 2 weeks leading up to Millville.
Yep.
Because we have, there's full-time staff that are working throughout the year, but I mean, I call it the weekend crew. They come in, they take time off their jobs, they come down, they paint things around the facility, we weed whack, we mow. My parents have hired Shane Schaefer and their crew to come in and like work the track, and they're putting in 12-hour days. They fly in the week before, and it's honestly, as a racer, you have no idea the amount of time and effort that goes into these tracks. And like I grew up at a pro national track, right, and I don't even realize it.
Yeah, really, right? And I look at the banners and the scaffolding and all the MX Sports crew, all that stuff, right? They're doing that. And then the weed whacking and the grass crew that you got, and I'm like, shit, yeah, that's a lot of work.
Yeah, no, I mean, it was an eye-opening experience, Steve. Like, MX Sports, John Harrison Jr. and his crew, they come in and they set up the arches. And, I mean, they're out there with, like, these loaders and these equipment, like, hauling these monster arches up on, like, Mount Martin. And, I mean, 2 years in a row, like, they almost rolled an equipment and some guy, like, almost got hurt. Like, it's pretty risky, like, what they're doing. And, like, I'm looking at it. I was actually Snapchat filming the one guy, and I'm like, this guy's, like, he's going to crash. he was trying to set up the arch on the catapult, and I'm like, it's not good. It had just rained, and I'm like, this is not going to go well. But, no, it was definitely a different experience because I saw somewhere, like, in an email they were saying some stats of Spring Creek, and it was, like, the first time in 16 years that a Martin hasn't raced the National.
Yeah.
I mean, I raced every single year of my career, which is pretty cool. I think Jeremy's run, like, 7 Nationals, so... Yeah, it was definitely pretty cool, but I was listening to I texted this morning. I was like, we got to get on the show, Steve, because I was listening to some of the track reviews. And I'm like, man, we got to set the record straight.
Yeah, we really do. Well, Phil's mad at you. Phil blames you for the track not being ripped deep enough. So Phil's going to take his
the track prep was great.
Dylan Ferrandis didn't think so.
It doesn't matter. There's only one guy.
Okay.
You're not going to make it. Finally, we have guys that can go right and left. They're not stuck down the hill.
I'm with you.
They're not stuck in a rut for like half a lap.
Yep.
Stop over watering, over disking. Tracks like this, you can. The only thing it wasn't good is the 2 changes they made on the track. It was horrible.
After the Mount Martin.
After the rollers, that the more the switchback was changed. And then after the big downhill.
Did you like the rollers when they went all the way to the back? Like all kept going? And they made.
I've raced one year like that. That was like stupid.
Okay, that was
stupid. Like, so, it was good, but for us, it was like.
Right, too much.
At the end of the second set, your legs were shot. So you had to like rest your legs. Like after the 20-minute mark, you rest your leg the rest of the track, and you're like, oh fuck, I gotta go through those.
So who makes those changes, Alex? Is that Shane? Is that Shane, or is that MX Sports and Shane, or is that your dad, or like who makes those?
I was gonna say DV needs some TrollTrain.com maybe back in the day.
Yeah, there we go.
No. So yeah, Shane and my dad, they kind of get together.
Okay.
They decided to make some of those changes. A little bit different than what I was doing. Like, I guess for the local races this year, I'd actually slow down, like coming into the whoops and then coming out of the whoops. And Shane and I, we talked about it, and it's like a catch-22 because he was trying to create more passing opportunities. But the problem is, like, the more sweeper you make it and less 90 it is, the faster it becomes. And he's like, what do you want, more passing opportunities or slow the track down? And I'm on the department of, like, slowing the track down. Like I saw Ferrandis was kind of talking about the track being too fast, and honestly, I agree. Like, I think it's really fast at a local race, and then when you throw in Mount Martin, and actually, so I was sitting, first time in a long time, like I actually watched the race and in person, and watching people go up Mount Martin, I'm like, dude, this hill's ridiculous.
Yeah.
It's so big. It is, and like, I can see why it just makes the whole track fast.
Star Yamaha guys loved it. They were very happy.
Oh, that's crazy.
Oh, I'm sure they were. I mean, I love that hill when I was on the Star Yamaha.
Yeah.
But the tough part with Mount Martin is, like, that is genuinely, it never sees any sort of track prep or even water, really, other than if it rains the entire year. It's so, and the other thing is you can't rip it. Like, you can't get a tractor up there because it's just so steep.
Right.
So you get that blue grooved, hard pack, and slick section of the track, and the problem is my dad's made it such a spectacle that, like, people expect it to be in there every year. But it's kind of one of those things where you kind of wish it wasn't there.
I think you could go halfway up, though, and make a left. It'd be fine.
We used to go halfway, right?
Yeah, I used to go halfway. Yeah. And here's the thing about the changes, too, Alex, is like okay, so I'm with DV. They didn't work that well. But that's how you live and learn, and that's how you know. You never quite know. Mistakes happen. And nobody does it on purpose, like you said. You guys are thinking about it. You're trying it. So I don't want to come down as being like, oh, that's shit. Schaefer and your dad suck. But it did, now you know, right? Things you try. So.
Yeah. Well, and I mean, I think it was just something else to change, because the track has been the same. And that's the hard part with these pro national tracks, Red Bud, High Point. For the most part, they have chain link fence all the way around them, and they're pretty stuck with their layout. It's not like a PulpMX where, they can just completely redesign a track and, do whatever they want. It's really hard with the 3-story tower we have and the announcer's tower and the chain link fence to really make wholesale changes. But yeah, so I was talking to Phil, and I texted him we were going to rip the track Friday night, but there was a chance of rain, and so I had already ripped the first straightaway, and my dad had the boys come on the dozer and basically just flatten everything because they were worried about that rain. So he's like, all right, let's get up at 5 a.m. and we'll throw some water down and rip the track. And I'm like, okay. So I set my alarm for 4:45. I literally turned my radio on at 4:50, and my dad's already on the radio going, John Martin, Shane Schaefer, I got the watering crew on standby. What do you want to do? And I'm like, oh my God, it's not even 5 a.m. yet. And I was hearing you guys talk about the Ripper situation, but we basically have two
what is
Rippers
the story with the Ripper? Because JT got a different story than I got from you, and Phil was upset that it wasn't ripped deep enough, that Phil said that you told him it also couldn't get ripped that deep. We got to figure this out.
Yeah, so we have two Rippers, right? We have one that goes really, really deep called the Red Digger, and the yellow one is more of a finisher Ripper, and it doesn't go as deep. And so I was up before 5 a.m., and we got on the tractor, and we were ripping it with the Red Digger. So I had probably 2 hours into ripping the track before practice started in the morning, and I ripped pretty much everything that I could possibly rip with that thing, with the Red Digger that day. So it's about, other than getting a new tractor set up, which we kind of talked about, its tractor is a little old for sure, and it's probably about as fast as my 1110 mods Honda, horsepower-wise. But, so, we definitely tried. We ripped that thing, and we tried to get it as deep as we could, but at the end of the day, it is what it is.
Right, so you use the big Ripper, but you don't have enough tractor to really pull it all the way around. Is that where we got our wires mixed, JT and I did?
Yeah, exactly. Okay. I was definitely using the Red Digger, but the tractor is a little on the fritz. And I'm talking to my dad about possibly getting a new one for next year, because I think it's something that's been coming up over the years at Millville. Like, a lot of riders, including myself, have been disappointed with the track prep and it being hard. Part of it is that you lose a lot of topsoil year after year. So like back in 2004, 2005, in the Believe the Hype era, my dad had hauled in 500 loads of dirt to really try and restore that topsoil. And it's just the reality is you do lose a little bit every year.
Yep.
We tried our hardest.
I thought the track prep itself was great.
Yeah.
I like it because guys could go inside, outside. They could switch line. You could see Hunter going when he was behind Shibona or behind the other guys at one point. He's pulling
out early and going. Yep.
Yeah, he goes. That's the track prep for me. It's good. It's just those two switch back. When you open it up, you make it the track even more narrow. And then you can't really pass, and it makes it faster. And then the only thing I always thought was sketchy in Millville is the jump before the sand whoops.
Oh, the tabletop?
That jump, you land, it's all off camber. At the end of the day, second moto, if you land too much to the right, you lose the front, or it's super sketch right there. You catch, and I think that's where Jerry.
Is that where Jerry ate shit?
Yeah, because I posted something on the story saying Jerry to me.
Yep, Jerry G.
Yeah, and he responded. He says, "Oh yeah, I ate shit in that
tabletop.
That little tabletop before the sand roller. He landed too much to the right, and then they lost it. I sided.
Let's not forget that's what fucked MC in '96 too. It wasn't a tabletop. It was two singles, but that's.
Yeah, but he wanted to jump both of them, right? And he came up short.
Right, it wasn't a tabletop, but that's same right there.
Yeah.
Good job, Troll Train, ruining Jeremy's career. The title that year. Hey, we do have somebody who was at Millville that wants to talk to you. What's up, Norman? You were at Millville?
Yeah, we showed up there again. We're from Minnesota, so we've seen it in both places.
Okay.
I had two things to say to Alex.
Mm-hmm.
First, he did a great job on the prep. For amateur day, the tracks were mint. And if you think about it, I mean, 3rd through 5th, they fought hard. I don't see what the problem was, you know?
Yeah, I prefer, like DV said, moving around. I didn't like the rut cross tracks we had for a long time where you just literally have 8 ruts in a corner and it just kind of, you just pick a rut and you get in, your feet are up.
One is good.
Right. So I prefer this much better, you know? So, yeah, I think it was great. Norman?
And for as much rain as we got. But the other call was about the amateur day. You know, when do you start giving out trophies again? You know, these kids, I understand. I'm an old guy. I got a room full in a garage full of trophies, so they got a little bit in the way. But
yeah, what we don't give away trophies, Troll Train, at amateur day? What's Norman talking about?
It's actually funny he talks about that because I was on the sign-up shed Friday, and I'm like, looking for the trophies, and they had these like rinky-dink little like sprocket type things, and I was like, "Are these seriously our trophies?" So, yeah, Norman, I agree. I'm gonna have a talk with Mom and Dad. We're gonna have to change the trophy program.
Perfect.
Yeah.
There you go, Norman.
We'll be back next year. We'll try again for a bigger one.
Thank you, man. Thanks for
yes,
calling.
Sir.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Trolltraining.com. Please check it out. Grant Harlan using Troll Training. Alex and John Wessling. You can learn from all of their mistakes over the years, and they have similar passions for health and fitness and created trolltraining.com with the goal providing the resources they need to prepare for your next race. Your star student, Harlan, is really good, Troll Train. The guy's on it.
Yeah, Grant was looking good for us this weekend, man. I got to say, I saw that guy in the pits Friday, washing his bike, changing a clutch, oil and filter.
Yeah.
I'm like, I mean, dude, you don't see that very often nowadays, and especially he's in the top 10 every weekend.
Yeah.
Pretty cool.
No, he's great. So please check out trolltraining.com. Millville Ride Day, PulpMX Ride Day. I talked to your dad a little bit about it. And then, yeah, we're that's your next big event, Troll Train. So get ready for it.
When is that?
October 14th, 15th.
Oh, that's kind of like my birthday.
You're going to come down? You're going to shred?
Come on, DV. Come on up.
I'm October 18th, but that's kind of like my birthday.
We're going to have a private day on Saturday, like 150 people. That's it. And then Sunday's open to anybody.
Wow. And then the track be mint.
Track's going to be mint. Yep.
Oh, nice.
You can relive the glory days when you got second RC in the mud. It was at 2006, 7?
6. Podium, I think I got second or third in 2000 there. I think I podium a couple times there.
I'll pull it up right here.
Good memories at Millville. Okay.
2000. I think I went 3-2 or something.
Second in 2000.
3-2? 3-2?
Hold on. Calm down. 3-2. Good job. Larocco, 5-3.
That was 23 years ago. I still remember
Tim
the score.
Ferry, 2-11. Wow. Timmy beat you in the first moto.
2-11?
2-11 for Tim Ferry. I was not
23 years ago.
Yeah, it's scary when you think about it.
Yeah.
Troll Train. So yeah, my ride day, we're looking good, right? We're looking fantastic. Are we going all the way up Mount Martin? I told your dad we got to go all the way up Mount Martin, and he's like, yeah. But I don't think he really heard what I was saying.
Do you want people to die?
Yeah. I mean, I think that maybe we can on your free ride, like you want to ride the track by yourself for 10 minutes.
Yep.
Maybe we just have you go up there, but then for the rest of the ride day, we just cut it short because it's kind of gnarly, Steve.
Okay. For you want the track for 10 minutes?
The only rule I have is...
How big of a diva you became?
I want to go out there. I don't want anybody to watch me, and I want to have 10 minutes to Millville to myself to relive the glory days. Yeah.
What glory?
When I raced Millville.
What year?
Yeah, many times. I've raced Millville 20 times in my life.
Did you make the show?
Yeah.
Like District 23 local race?
Yeah, District 23.
National?
Yeah.
500 national?
Yeah. But it's I don't know. Like, I don't want anybody to watch me either because I don't want them to, like, make fun of me. So it's going to be really tough to do this, to pull this off.
Who's bringing the bikes?
Kiefer's got a guy to bring the bikes.
Like a semi? Empty, like an Amazon semi?
No, but a big trailer, I guess.
That's right.
Yeah.
Wow.
So yeah, you gonna go?
Yeah.
You can ride my bike if you want.
Yeah, borrow one.
Yeah, borrow my bike. Borrow Kiefer's bike. I don't know.
I don't want a 450. I'll die.
Oh, okay. Well, Troll Train's got a 350, right, Troll?
350 gas.
Yep.
I don't know if I can get on an Austrian bike.
Oh, now he doesn't want to ride an Austrian bike.
I'm a Japanese guy.
I don't know if DD would like my bike setup though. I feel like
That's true. That is a great point. Yeah.
What belt are you using on your bike?
999s.
I'm 966.
966.
Yeah.
But that's what is that?
It's stock Yamaha bend.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I'm a 998 guy.
Okay, well, DV, we can put some bars on for you.
No, I don't care.
Okay.
I don't care. I'll ride whatever bikes.
Okay.
I don't. But that
Can
sounds.
you get into your Fox gear still? You're looking pretty good.
No.
Can you get into your Fox stuff?
No way in hell.
Okay.
Even like if I don't eat until October 15, I don't think I get in.
I would like to see you in the berm at the end of the sand whoops with the handoff, dragging the hand.
Sure, that's gonna happen. Remember, like I raced Millville where after the first sand whoops, it was like not at a 180, but it was going far. It was like a
chicane kind of thing.
A little double.
Yeah.
And then a
right.
90 left and a 90 right and whoops again.
Yes.
I raced that
I don't
combo.
remember that.
Yeah, that was
but
1 year.
I don't think you were born then.
Yeah, I was born in 89. But
It was so like where the turn is right now. Like you go past it.
Yeah.
Maybe like 150 feet.
Yeah, I remember that.
And then you turn, small little hairpin, a small left, a little double, a 90 left, a 90 right, and then whoops
back
again.
in the whoops. Yeah. You don't remember that, Alex?
I don't. No.
That was
before my
early.
time.
My first time was 2000, so it was early 2000.
Okay. Honestly, the Millville National used to be, because they allowed alcohol for a long time, and it was so wild, my parents literally just like shipped the three of us up to our aunts for the week.
Hey, did you ever win a moto at Millville? Jeremy and I were talking about this. Did you win a moto?
No, I think I led in 2016. I led the first one up until the whole moto until like 2 laps to go. I tipped over.
Oh, okay.
And then, I podiumed 5 years in a row.
Right.
But just never, second overall a couple times, but never got the elusive moto win.
I knew you hadn't won an overall there, but Jeremy and I were talking about whether you had won a moto, and I told him I think that you did, and of course J-Mark didn't know.
No, I was close.
Yeah,
I was really close in 16 and 17, and then even 19, I finished behind AC there, 2-2
on the JGR bike.
Yeah, on the JGR Suzuki Army, but. Hey, I wanted to we got to hit on this snowcat, Steve. We got to talk about this thing.
Okay, what about the snowcat? Yeah, did you see this thing? Did they show it on TV? I don't know if they did.
What?
Or on social? Tell them, Alex.
Yeah, so they use this thing on like ski resorts and stuff, and Schaefer's got a buddy, Landon, he's got a connection with Piston Bully, and he was able to get this thing into Millville. And I mean, these things are badass, and I thought it was kind of funny that Brandis was like, wrong sport.
Yeah.
But, dude, actually,
he was angry
like a normal dozer is about 26,000 pounds, and I think this thing's like 18,000 pounds. And the way the tracks are dispersed and stuff, it's actually less pressure per square inch. So it was actually like really good with prepping the track, because obviously in a pro day, the way the schedule structured, you don't have much track maintenance. So you could literally get like 2 or 3 times more track worked on with this thing than a dozer. So it was actually pretty slick, and it wasn't as much pressure. So kind of going back to like the track being hard, it actually made it less hard, right, with this piston bully thing. So, but it was actually just kind of cool the way it would work on the track.
I watched it in action in the first turn, mechanics area straight. Like that's what they were working on the track. It looked really good. It had the DV the blades can go in on the end.
Yeah.
So they were doing that. They were pulling the blades in on the end and pushing the sand and grooming it. And then, and next thing I know, I heard Dylan after the race yelling about this snowcat, and it's not, and I'm just like, what does it matter? It was getting the job done. Like, I don't know what he was mad about. I don't get it.
He's been mad for
He's
a
been
lot
mad.
of things.
He's been mad. I don't get it either. It looked fine to me, and it was at a super wide blade. Like,
but I think they did a good job before that big uphill. Like they fixed that turn, and then they fixed
the face too.
Yeah, but the turn on the bottom, and then they fixed. There was a nasty kicker all the way to the top of the hill.
Yes,
going down. That was a nasty kicker.
Okay, there was
a
kicker on the second jump, up the face of the second jump too. That was kicking dudes, and they fixed that as well.
I almost saw Phil die on that thing.
Yeah.
But coming back, you go all the way to the top, you turn, that little tabletop before the downhill, there was like a nasty kicker, and then they fixed it too, so I thought that was good.
Right.
Yeah. But I think maybe I was, I don't know who I said that to. Seems like it was the least rough track, least rough Millville in a while.
You think? Yeah.
Yeah, it was. It wasn't that rough. Yeah. And it was enjoyable.
I would agree with you. Yeah. I would agree. Like, it wasn't like gnarly rough, but I think, part of it was the fact that we were expecting rain Friday. I feel like that always just kind of screws you because, the track was the goal was to like seal the track, and you just lose out on that opportunity of like 12 hours for the moisture to sink down, right? So, I mean, yeah, you're kind of behind the 8 ball, I guess, when you can't soak it Friday night.
Yeah, but the thing is, there was no dust, right? So if there's no dust, your mission is accomplished. Dust is really like the thing. If it's dusty, it's bad. But when I watch a race, I want to see like, battling and stuff. When I watch Lakewood and there's ruts everywhere, the guys are like so slow they can't race. They cheap over and then they say, oh yeah, that's a like American track, ruts everywhere, options. So there's no freaking options. There's only one rut that's good.
Yeah.
You can't go anywhere.
Well, and I think the other problem with Millville is a lot of people think, oh, Millville's sand, and then the sand whoops. So they run the paddle tire, and I feel like the paddle tire sucks. After you get past the Chatapult, it sucks, right?
Yeah.
So then your bike is kind of sketchy, and it's just not handling as good, and I think that's where that people complain about it being hard, too, because you're not going to go to Washougal and run the paddle tire, right?
Yeah.
But the bike obviously handles better without the paddle tire, I think.
We just had Chase on, and he kind of explained that, it didn't make a huge difference. The start wasn't that deep, and, sand whoops were the small section of sand whoops, 80% of the track is not good on a paddle. So there is that. But no, man, it looked like a successful Millville. It looked, like I said, it's the best track on the circuit.
What about spectators? Crowd.
So it was cool to be a part of it because I definitely paid attention to a lot of different things. Like, so one thing I didn't realize is like they have fiber optic cable all around the track, and if you're driving a tractor with a ripper on the back, you better be careful because you could really fuck some shit up.
Which they've done in Supercross, right? They've ripped the live timing wire, and it's happened.
Yeah, like I had to be careful. I actually grabbed some cable and I had to like back up with the tractor and put it under the tooth.
Yep.
But yeah, so like the crowd was, honestly, I think it was the biggest Millville we've ever had.
Really?
Before that, it was RC when he retired in 07. But like honestly, Steve, from looking at behind the scenes, I think it was the biggest Millville we've ever had.
Oh, I didn't think so, but I mean, I thought it was good, but I seem to remember. I think every national has lost crowds since moving to Saturday, and since the TV package. To me,
I was talking to Kerry about it, and we were kind of both agreeing that I think it's like the merger. I think the merger of Supercross, Motocross, Feld is pushing Motocross now and advertising.
So. Right.
I mean,
sure.
I think because I know Redbud was up, Southwick was up. I mean, a lot of tracks. Like I was talking to Tim Ritchie over the weekend, and it's kind of been the trend along. And I will say, like we were way up at least for online ticket sales.
How many wheelbarrows for the cash to take it out at the end of the day? Like how much do you have a pickup truck?
No. How many bill counters do you guys have?
Yeah. How many of those things? Like Scarface, just. Brrr.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, first on the list is a new tractor and a new ripper for the boys, and then I just want to race.
Your dog.
My dog.
Yeah.
What happened? DV's got what's wrong with the dog?
Oh man, that was my spit bottle. It just went through it.
Don't take the spit bottle from him. He'll bite you. See, he's mad.
And then he's making a mess though. Okay. There's a mess everywhere.
Oh, okay, all right. We got to go to commercial break and clean up the mess.
Oh man, stupid dog. Who has pets?
Alex, thank you, man. Thanks for calling in. TrollTraining.com. Glad it's successful. Appreciate that. Yeah, man. Good job on the weekend. Phil was angry. Phil blamed you after the race, but don't worry about it.
Yeah, well, I went over there and we talked at powwow, and at the end of the day, like he just was bummed on his fitness, honestly, and the fact that he can't hang because, well, kind of like DV said, like we all have to ride the same track, right? So
yeah.
And I think, dude, honestly, I think that a lot of dudes were smoked from Southwick.
They were. I heard that. Yep, I heard that from guys.
But yeah, Phil just needs to be better.
That's it. Just be better, Phil. Absolutely. Thanks for the time, Alex. Appreciate it. Good job. We'll talk soon, man. Thank you.
Thanks, fellas. I appreciate it.
All right. See you later. That's Alex Martin, TrollTraining.com. Call for DV on here, and then DV, I'll go over there and try to clean that up.
No, I'll clean up.
No, I can do it. It's the dog. Here, Andrew wants to talk to you. Go ahead, Andrew. DV's here.
Hey, DV, I just wanted to say, thanks for taking my call. DV, I just wanted to say you are an underrated Osho. What do you think about that?
Underrated Osho. What does that mean?
No, I think you're just as good of a trainer as Osho. I mean,
Why not better?
Pretty much got. Hey, I'm on board with that too.
Yeah. Osho
I just
is.
wanted to bring up the fact that I think you're underrated, Osho.
Yeah, Johnny is a legend as a rider and as a trainer and mountain biker. He's been like insane.
100%. Connecting with the rider, I think you can do that.
I hold my own, and but you need to, when you do this job, you need to have the right fit as a rider. Like mine was good with Dylan because the way he was, and then our relationship. But sometimes you don't find your match, and it doesn't work. So it doesn't mean you're a bad trainer, or it doesn't mean it's a bad rider. But you need to have this relationship between rider and trainer, and it doesnm work, with everybody. I was talking to some people I was talking to some riders in the off season to train and stuff, and then I went at the track and I did a 1-day test kind of and I'm like, I don't know.
I'm out.
I don't think that's gonna work. Like I'd rather be out with my experience now, because I know that with some riders it didn't work.
Right.
I'd rather be out than actually go and just go for the money. Or I'm like, I don't think it's gonna work out. But
all right.
Yep. Yeah. 100%. I agree.
Thanks,
if
Andrew.
anybody's looking for an Osho 2.0,
Stevie's
the guy.
He's done good work with Marvin, with Dylan, with Alex Ray over the years.
Hey, Ray.
Thanks, Andrew. Appreciate it, man. Thank you.
Oh, man.
All right, everybody. Commercial break here.
Finally, dude.
We got some food here.
It's been like 2 hours.
Yeah, 2 hours.
It's only one break now?
Only one break.
What is
we
that?
We got Mcgrath coming up. We got Wil Hahn coming up.
It used to be
Lasergate.
Like every hour break.
No, we only did 2. We've never had every hour break, ever.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Wow, it's only one now?
Yeah. Do you want to talk about Michelin before we go? They're one of our sponsors.
Oh, yeah?
You first ever Supercross win on a Michelin?
Yeah. I thought it was...
Kelly Smith Outdoors.
Yes, I know.
Great mousses. Great tires.
Yeah, great. Underrated tires, for sure. Mm-hmm. There's so much like... Dunlop has such a huge image.
Yeah.
Right. They have everybody, and and back in the day was Bridgestone was maybe like the best ones because they were winning, and and there's Ricky showing up with stock Bridgestone on his bike when he was a Dunlop guy, and but tires is all about the for the regular people, it's marketing. Mm-hmm. Whatever they see,
right.
But it's not because it's everywhere that it's better, right?
Yeah.
So, and I've been, when Michelin came back to Moto, was around 95, and 95, 96, and I was the first guy to sign with them and develop tires. Like when they came out, they came back to Moto. It was 95, 96. And I remember 96 for sure, but they came back maybe the year before with a couple tires. And I won a bunch of races with them. And I had them on my bike. What was it? The 4 before the 5? Starcross 4? What was it?
They had MH2.
Yeah. MH, MS.
Yeah.
For me, I was like MS
right.
and stuff. But very underrated tires. But they don't communicate that much.
Starcross 6, we're going to communicate it here.
Yeah, it's great.
MichelinMan.com/motorcycle to learn more about the complete offering. Michelin bicycle tires. I run them on my mountain bike. It's great.
Tubeless?
Tubeless. Yeah. So please check out Michelin, used by DV to win the first ever AMA Supercross with Michelin. I was the mechanic for the first ever.
Where was that?
High Point.
Me.
Oh, you? Seattle.
What year?
98? 97? Damn it! Sorry.
But I won 98 with Michelin too.
That was it. See, I get my Seattle Supercrosses mixed up. All right, commercial break here. Jeremy Mcgrath, Wil Hahn, Race Tech, Rant, and more. 10 years of Lasergate as well. We're going to revisit that. Thank you for listening. Thank you for watching. For David Vuillemin, I'm Steve Mathis. We'll be right back after this commercial break.
I have a cat. I hate that thing.
At motorsport.com, our ride started in 1999 with a commitment to making your next ride your best ride. We take pride in having a huge selection of gear, accessories, and OEM parts for moto, street, off-road, ATV, and UTV. Riding is what connects us and makes us a family. From the track to the trail, tarmac to open roads, we're all connected because we ride. And that's what motorsport.com is all about. We've got your back. Our unrivaled and dedicated team of gearheads are willing to go that extra mile. No gimmicks, just high quality parts, the best customer service in the industry, and free shipping on all orders over $79. Our passion at motorsport.com is to ensure your next ride is your best ride. This is our invitation to you, from riders for riders. Visit us at motorsport.com.
You likely know Racetech as the suspension and engine tuner of choice for the world's fastest privateers. But what you may not know is behind the scenes, Racetech is the trusted source for many OEMs and factory teams throughout the motorcycle industry. For nearly 40 years, Racetech has been producing high-performance suspension and engine components and services right here in the USA. Racetech doesn't just specialize in motocross. In fact, they have many off-road, hill climb, flat track, road racing, and supermoto championships on the mantle as well. Not a racer but want to smooth out the ride on the street or add some performance to your Harley? Racetech offers a full line of suspension solutions including industry-leading built-to-order G3S custom shocks. All Racetech products are 100% guaranteed to exceed your highest expectations. Don't wait. Experience the Gold Valve advantage today by logging on to racetech.com. Don't forget to mention PulpMX when ordering for a discount.
Love the guys at Works Connection. They continue as a 10-year sponsor of this show because, just like you, they're committed to the sport. For 33 years, they've been designing and distributing leading-edge performance products like the Elite Axle Blocks, Elite Clutch Perch, Pro Launch Start Device for performance, radiator braces and skid plates for protection, along with a shock pump, a tack, hour meter, and more for maintenance. Works Connection, great guys up there in NorCal, and super cool company. We're stoked to be associated with them. When you take a look around the AMA pitch, you'll see Works Connection proving ground for products under the canopies of Team Honda, HRC, Star Racing, and other top teams. And the best part of this whole deal is if you use the code PulpMX20, you get 20% off your order. Visit your local dealer, check out motorsport.com, and ask them to see the Works Connection product line for 2022. Great company, great products. Check it out. Thanks to Works Connection for coming on the show. PulpMX20, the code to save.
With over 80 years' experience manufacturing power sports pistons right here in the USA, Wiseco has evolved into a full range of performance components for dirt bikes and other power sports machines. Whether you ride a two-stroke or a four-stroke, Wiseco has a variety of pistons from reliable forged replacements to the performance-focused Racer Elite series. Wiseco offers race-proven components for the rest of your engine, too. From garage body engine rebuild kits, clutch and valve train components, USA-made Racer Elite connecting rods, and their CB4 thermal protection line. Wiseco is proud to be a technical partner with Factory Honda HRC for the 2023 Supercross and Motocross, driving professional-level product development that gets passed down to you. Visit your favorite online or local dealer or wiseco.com to find products for your machine.
Maxima Racing Oils was created for world-class racers who challenge the limits of possibility. Their demands on equipment drive us to look beyond conventional ideas and to exceed industry standards. It's in our DNA to identify problems, formulate solutions, and execute at the highest levels of competition. Case in point, the championship-winning Factory Kawasaki race team. Longtime Maxima partners who extensively use Maxima throughout the bike. Maxima's USA-made products exceed JSO requirements and can be used in all motorcycle brands: Kawasaki, Honda, Yamaha, Suzuki, KTM, Husqvarna, and more. Maxima Racing Oils. Experience the difference. Visit MaximaUSA.com for more information.
I'm Cooper Webb, and I choose OGO.
I'm Christian Craig.
I'm Dean Wilson.
I'm Aaron Plessinger.
I'm Jerry Martin.
I'm Nate Thrasher.
I'm Shane Mcgrath.
I'm Hunter Lawrence.
My name's Jay Lawrence.
I'm Jordan Smith.
I'm Tal Hawkins. Stargate Hampshire.
I'm Hayden Deegan.
I'm Colt Nichols, and I choose OGO.
And I choose OGO.
And I choose OGO.
I'm Tom Biala. I choose OGO.
And I choose OGO.
And I choose OGO.
I'm Jiren Ferrandis, and I choose OGO.
In 1990, my dad, Jamie Gregg, started Guts Racing. Guts stands for Greg's Ultra Trick Seats, because I was just a little kid that wanted a trick seat. And if you're out there looking for a trick seat, go to gutsracing.com, your local dealer, or Motosport, and place your order. Support the people that support PulpMX. You can use Pulp 2022 for 20% off at gutsracing.com.
FMF Racing is proud to celebrate over 45 years of fun, building every FMF exhaust right here in the USA. Owner and founder Don Emler may have started FMF Racing in his garage 45 years ago, but Don is still hands-on in our 100,000 square foot state-of-the-art manufacturing facility in Southern California. FMF's goal? Design and manufacture the world's best performance exhausts 100% in the USA under one roof. FMF is a proud sponsor of the Lucas Oil Pro Motocross Championship for over 25 years.
Hi, it's Tomax superfan Dylan here. The only thing I love more than seeing Eli win...
Whoa, wait, Dylan. Sorry to cut you off like Steve does his callers and guests, but a lot has changed. Similar to your favorite rider being on a new team, the new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range provides significantly improved performance and durability. Designed to win. The new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range offers up to 16% more traction when new and up to 19% more traction when worn in comparison to the previous generation. This means consumers will not only benefit from improved performance on their first few rides, but that this performance increase will continue throughout the extended life of the tire. Michelin is a legendary innovator in motorcycle tire technology, and thanks to Michelin silica technology, the Michelin Starcross 6 tire range provides up to 11% more durability than the previous generation. This means consumers will enjoy the significantly improved performance throughout the increased life of the tire. Take it from me, as I too have to buy my own tires, this added value is great news. The new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range is available in 6 versions, specifically sand, mud, medium soft, medium hard, and hard versions, with the naming designation corresponding to the type of terrains and conditions where the tires were designed to win. Another innovation is the Michelin adaptive design, with specific positioning of the tread blocks in 3 zones: central, intermediate, and lateral zones, with the single goal to offer exceptional grip for the front tire and exceptional grip, traction, and longevity for the rear. To learn more about the new Michelin Starcross 6 tire line and all the quality products that Michelin offers for motorcycle segments that Steve cares nothing about, visit michelinman.com/motorcycle. And then visit your local dealer or online retailer to choose Michelin product to maximize your riding experiences. Also, too, make sure to follow at Michelin Motorcycle on Instagram and Facebook.
Attention riders! Welcome aboard the all-new Atlas Vision. We hope you enjoy the added mobility, quicker flight time, and additional views. Please follow along as we outline the safety features of this revolutionary device. The first thing you will notice is the added headroom. The fore and aft positions no longer come with annoying restrictions, so feel free to move about the cabin. Quicker flight times can be achieved by unmatched comforts and unencumbered movements. Yes, we're built for speed and comfort. And now available to all customers is a 360 panoramic view. Go ahead and look around the cabin. These new angles are available at no additional charge. Located on the underside of the frame is the gold standard of impact absorption, D3O. In the event we accidentally take a trip to Indonesia, we suggest that you remain with your neck in the underextended position and allow this proven material to do its job by reducing the forces over 50% better than ever before. Although the Atlas Vision will not be noticeable, it will be there when you need it. If you are riding with a child or someone who requires assistance, secure your vision first, and then assist the other person with a Prodigy, Tyke, or Brole. We ask that you keep your brace on until your moto is finished. We remind you that Atlas makes flexible neck protection. Tampering with, disabling, or destroying the product is prohibited by the limited lifetime warranty. You will find this and all other safety information in the user manual located online at atlasbrace.com. At this time, we ask that you remain standing with throttles in the wide open position with your elbows up and hips fully unlocked, whatever that means. On behalf of the captain and entire crew, thank you for flying Atlas Vision. Enjoy the views.
From beginners to seasoned vets, race teams, project builds, and magazine tests, Decal Works' mission is to cater to those who love to ride, upholding the true definition of quality, service, and knowledge. Visit decalmx.com and use promo code PulpMX23 to get 20% off your custom graphics. Decal Works, #1 for many reasons.
At motorsport.com, our ride started in 1999 with a commitment to making your next ride your best ride. We take pride in having a huge selection of gear, accessories, and OEM parts for moto, street, off-road, ATV, and UTV. Riding is what connects us and makes us a family. From the track to the trail, tarmac to open roads, we're all connected because we ride. And that's what motorsport.com is all about. We've got your back. Our unrivaled and dedicated team of gearheads are willing to go that extra mile. No gimmicks, just high quality parts, the best customer service in the industry, and free shipping on all orders over $79. Our passion at motorsport.com is to ensure your next ride is your best ride. This is our invitation to you, from riders for riders. Visit us at motorsport.com.
Maxima Racing Oils was created for world-class racers who challenge the limits of possibility. Their demands on equipment drive us to look beyond conventional ideas and to exceed industry standards. It's in our DNA to identify problems, formulate solutions, and execute at the highest levels of competition. Case in point, the championship-winning factory Kawasaki race team, longtime Maxima partners who extensively use Maxima throughout the bike. Maxima's USA-made products exceed JSO requirements and can be used in all motorcycle brands: Kawasaki, Honda, Yamaha, Suzuki, KTM, Husqvarna, and more. Maxima Racing Oils. Experience the difference. Visit MaximaUSA.com for more information.
Hi, it's Tomax superfan Dylan here. The only thing I love more than seeing Eli win...
Whoa, wait, Dylan. Sorry to cut you off like Steve does his callers and guests, but a lot has changed. Similar to your favorite rider being on a new team, the new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range provides significantly improved performance and durability. Designed to win. The new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range offers up to 16% more traction when new and up to 19% more traction when worn in comparison to the previous generation. This means consumers will not only benefit from improved performance on their first few rides, but that this performance increase will continue throughout the extended life of the tire. Michelin is a legendary innovator in motorcycle tire technology, and thanks to Michelin silica technology, the Michelin Starcross 6 tire range provides up to 11% more durability than the previous generation. This means consumers will enjoy the significantly improved performance throughout the increased life of the tire. Take it from me, as I too have to buy my own tires, this added value is great news. The new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range is available in 6 versions, specifically sand, mud, medium soft, medium hard, and hard versions, with the naming designation corresponding to the type of terrains and conditions where the tires were designed to win. Another innovation is the Michelin adaptive design, with specific positioning of the tread blocks in 3 zones: central, intermediate, and lateral zones, with the single goal to offer exceptional grip for the front tire and exceptional grip, traction, and longevity for the rear. To learn more about the new Michelin Starcross 6 tire line and all the quality products that Michelin offers for motorcycle segments that Steve cares nothing about, visit michelinman.com/motorcycle. and then visit your local dealer or online retailer to choose Michelin product to maximize your riding experiences. Also, too, make sure to follow at Michelin Motorcycle on Instagram and Facebook.
Love the guys at Works Connection. They continue as a 10-year sponsor of this show because, yeah, just like you, they're committed to the sport. For 33 years, they've been designing and distributing leading-edge performance products like Elite Axle Blocks, Elite Clutch Perch, Pro Launch Start Device for performance, radiator braces and skid plates for protection, along with a shock pump, a tack, hour meter, and more for maintenance. Works Connection, great guys up there in NorCal, and super cool company. We're stoked to be associated with them. When you take a look around the AMA pitch, you'll see Works Connection proving ground for products under the canopies of Team Honda, HRC, Star Racing, and other top teams. And the best part of this whole deal is if you use the code PulpMX20, you get 20% off your order. Visit your local dealer, check out motorsport.com, and ask them to see the Works Connection product line for 2022. Great company, great products. Check it out. Thanks to Works Connection for coming on the show. PulpMX20, the code to save.
FMF Racing is proud to celebrate over 45 years of fun, building every FMF exhaust right here in the USA. Owner and founder Don Emler may have started FMF Racing in his garage 45 years ago, but Don is still hands-on in our 100,000 square foot state-of-the-art manufacturing facility in Southern California. FMF's goal? Design and manufacture the world's best performance exhausts 100% in the USA under one roof. FMF is a proud sponsor of the Lucas Oil Pro Motocross Championship for over 25 years.
I'm Cooper Webb, and I choose OGF.
I'm Christian Craig. I'm Dean Wilson.
I'm Aaron Plessinger.
I'm Jerry Martin.
I'm Nate Thrasher. I'm Shane Mcgrath.
I'm Hunter Lawrence.
My name's Jett Lawrence.
I'm Jordan Smith.
I'm Town Hawkins.
Stargate Hampshire.
I'm Hayden Deegan. I'm Cole Nichols, and I choose OGO.
And I choose OGO.
And I choose OGO.
I'm Tom Diallo. I choose OGO.
And I choose OGO.
And I choose OGO.
I'm Jiren Ferranges, and I choose OGO.
You likely know Racetech as the suspension and engine tuner of choice for the world's fastest privateers. But what you may not know is behind the scenes, Racetech is the trusted source for many OEMs and factory teams throughout the motorcycle industry. For nearly 40 years, Racetech has been producing high-performance suspension and engine components and services right here in the USA. Racetech doesn't just specialize in motocross. In fact, they have many off-road, hill climb, flat track, road racing, and supermoto championships on the mantle as well. Not a racer but want to smooth out the ride on the street or add some performance to your Harley? Racetech offers a full line of suspension solutions including industry-leading, built-to-order G3S custom shocks. All Racetech products are 100% guaranteed to exceed your highest expectations. Don't wait. Experience the Gold Valve advantage today by logging on to racetech.com. Don't forget to mention PulpMX when ordering for a discount.
With over 80 years' experience manufacturing power sports pistons right here in the USA, Wiseco has evolved into a full range of performance components for dirt bikes and other power sports machines. Whether you ride a two-stroke or a four-stroke, Wiseco has a variety of pistons from reliable forged replacements to the performance-focused Racer Elite series. Wiseco offers race-proven components for the rest of your engine, too. From garage body engine rebuild kits, clutch and valve train components, USA-made Racer Elite connecting rods, and their CB4 thermal protection line. Wiseco is proud to be a technical partner with Factory Honda HRC for the 2023 Supercross and Motocross, driving professional-level product development that gets passed down to you. Visit your favorite online or local dealer or wiseco.com to find products for your machine.
From beginners to seasoned vets, race teams, project builds, and magazine tests, Decal Works' mission is to cater to those who love to ride, upholding the true definition of quality, service, and knowledge. Visit decalmx.com and use promo code PulpMX23 to get 20% off your custom graphics. Decal Works, #1 for many reasons.
In 1990, my dad, Jamie Gregg, started Guts Racing. Guts stands for Greg's Ultra Trick Seats, because I was just a little kid that wanted a trick seat. And if you're out there looking for a trick seat, go to gutsracing.com, your local dealer, or Motosport and place your order. Support the people that support PulpMX. You can use Pulp 2022 for 20% off at gutsracing.com.
Attention riders! Welcome aboard the all-new Atlas Vision. We hope you enjoy the added mobility, quicker flight time, and additional views. Please follow along as we outline the safety features of this revolutionary device. The first thing you will notice is the added headroom. The fore and aft positions no longer come with annoying restrictions, so feel free to move about the cabin. Quicker flight times can be achieved by unmatched comforts and unencumbered movements. Yes, we're built for speed and comfort. And now available to all customers is a 360 panoramic view. Go ahead and look around the cabin. These new angles are available at no additional charge. Located on the underside of the frame is the gold standard of impact absorption, D3O. In the event we accidentally take a trip to Indonesia, we suggest that you remain with your neck in the underextended position and allow this proven material to do its job by reducing the forces over 50% better than ever before. Although the Atlas Vision will not be noticeable, it will be there when you need it. If you are riding with a child or someone who requires assistance, secure your vision first, and then assist the other person with a Prodigy, Tyke, or Brole. We ask that you keep your brace on until your moto is finished. We remind you that Atlas makes flexible neck protection. Tampering with, disabling, or destroying the product is prohibited by the limited lifetime warranty. You will find this and all other safety information in the user manual located online at atlasbrace.com. At this time, we ask that you remain standing with throttles in the wide open position with your elbows up and hips fully unlocked, whatever that means. On behalf of the captain and entire crew, thank you for flying Atlas Vision. Enjoy the views.
Welcome back, everybody. The PulpMX Show presented by Motorsport.com, Decal Works, and the folks at Fly Racing. David Vuillemin in studio here as a co-host. Thank you to Chase Sexton, James Stewart, Alex Martin for coming on, Jeremy Mcgrath, and Wil Hahn coming up here on the show. Hey, I got the new Intense Taser. Did a review on PulpMX.com. One of the things I did do it almost right away. I put on some MTX braking pads. The red compound is the ones that I want. Inspired by motocross and power sports, MTX brought better braking tech into brake pads for mountain and road bikes. Make your mountain bike brakes better. More power, better modulation while remaining dead silent. 2 compounds, red and gold. I like the red ones, as I said. And mtxbraking.com, code PulpMX for an introductory pulp deal when buying direct from MTX. So check out your local mountain bike shop and check out mtxbraking.com. Use the code PulpMX to save. Love the red compound ones. I believe, Tits, did you have MTX? Didn't I give you a set?
I actually do have them on the mountain bike.
I think I gave you a set, yeah.
And I used them on Saturday.
Oh.
All the way up in Mount Charleston where it wasn't as hot, but they worked like a champ.
Did you go down Showgirl loop?
No, we did Bristlecone like a loop.
Oh, so you went up the gravel road and then down?
The fire road and then down the whole thing, yeah.
Okay.
You go down
I had them and they were great.
Showgirls?
Yeah, I go right down on Showgirls all day long.
No, I caught that.
Maxima, Pulp 20 is the code to save with MaximaUSA.com. What's your favorite Maxima oil?
I don't use Maxima.
What are you talking about? Yes, you do.
I don't.
SC1?
I have leftovers from 2008.
Yeah, so you use SC1 on your project bikes?
I do SC1. I have like chain loop leftovers.
MPPL?
It's like chain wax. I don't really.
Okay.
It's kind of weird.
Yeah,
you know
the wax. Yeah.
MPPL, no. WD-40 for me.
Okay.
Yeah,
I
don't. You know.
Well,
but I bought some. Is that 927?
Yep.
Yeah.
2-stroke oil.
It smells good, right?
#1 selling 2-stroke oil in most markets around the world.
Okay, that's the one that smells
Yes.
like. And I bought it for my new build because I want my bike to smell good.
Okay, there we go.
I never used it.
Maxima 927.
Can I plug? I can plug other oils, right?
Yes, of course.
I'm a Motul guy. 800.
Because it's a French company.
Yeah, but we always put this in our bikes and stuff. So when I build bikes, I just
But do you get Motul for free?
No, I'll buy it.
Well, use the Pulp 20 code to buy Maxima.
Yeah, I buy on Motorsport with their code.
All right.
It's
Pulp20, profilter.com as well.
But yeah, I want to try it. I'll let you know.
Okay. Please let me know.
Yeah.
There's a real alternative for riders to avoid cleaning an air filter ever again. Pulp20 is the code to save at profilter.com and maximausa.com. Thank you to those guys for coming on and on board the show. And also, like I said, Wil Hahn coming up here right away. The 7 o'clock hour brought to you by the folks at Renegade Race Fuels. Speaking of Renegade Race Fuels, Wil Hahn won a championship using Renegade. Justin Brayton, Dean Wilson, Max Anstey, RenegadeRaceFuel.com. They're looking for dealers and distributors, so get your hands on Renegade Race Fuels and check it out, man. We had Tony from Renegade on a little while ago. He explained it all about it. And Renegade, they don't just say they make power, they engineer it. Renegade is your guide and partner to get the whole shot and be the first one to the checkers. They make real octane, not overhyped marketing octane bullcrap. RenegadeRaceFuel.com bringing you the 7 o'clock hour. Thank you to those guys. All right, Wil Hahn's on the line. Wil Hahn, brought to you by Wiseco. Wiseco Pistons. Are you using Wiseco in your builds? No?
Stop it.
What, you're not using Wiseco either?
I'm not going to.
2-stroke, 4-stroke?
No.
Pistons, 8 Honda HRCs using them. There's a code to save with Wiseco. Pulp23 is a code to save with Wiseco. The manufacturing pistons right in the USA for over 80 years. Full range of performance components for dirt bikes, UTVs, ATVs, jet skis, and more. Listen, I got to pay for your flight
I don't ride. I don't use shit.
But you build project bikes.
Yeah.
That's what I'm, you know. Do you do the motor work on your project bikes?
I did a 125.
Uh-huh.
And I don't like it. So
I've done a couple motors, but I give them the Berluti now.
Yeah,
I don't rebuild my cranks. I let Berluti do it.
Yeah,
I don't have a solvent tank.
I don't have the tools, but I did on one of the YZ125. I did a top end, clean the valves and all that.
Okay.
And I did that myself.
Okay.
If not, I was bringing it to a guy which don't do it anymore, which sucks. And I opened up the 1990.
You did?
Yeah.
Split the cases?
No, just top end and everything. Everything was like check the clutch and piston and everything.
Yep.
It was like brand new.
Really?
Yeah.
Huh.
It looked great.
Oh.
So
this bike I got from Darkside.
I put you put the ring in the cylinder to see the gap or whatever. Everything was fine.
Okay.
It was like it was changed not long ago. I don't know how long because the bike was old, obviously.
Right.
But everything was like I put it back on, everything.
Well, if you need a piston,
what is it called? Pulp something.
Pulp 23.
23%? Or
I don't know. I don't know how much. It's a great deal though. It's fantastic. All right. Speaking of pistons, let's welcome Wil Hahn on the show. What's up, Wilbur?
I mean, you might as well throw the logo on the front fork guard while you're at it too, and get a hell of a contingency plan.
100%. Everybody ran that back in the day.
Yeah, upside down mostly. Most dads put it on upside down. Really triggered me.
Yeah, that's true, right? They did put it upside down, and I like
with the Dunlop
or KYB on the side of the fork. You got it.
Yeah, it just pisses me right off.
What are you guys doing? Or what about the crossbar pad backwards too, where it's facing the rider?
It's just disappointing.
It is really disappointing. Welcome to the show, Wilbur.
How's it going, guys?
Oh, it's good, man. Stu, Sexton, Mcgrath. You know.
Yeah, it's. Like I said on Twitter earlier, just like feeling like you just showed up to a restaurant super underdressed and you're not welcome.
That's not true. Stop it, Wilbur.
Feel like I'm one of the guys that not fitting in here. It's a hell of a lineup.
Do you ever yell at Wilbur for anything?
No.
TV? At Glenn Helen or nothing? You never yelled at him? Like, you know? Okay.
No.
Right.
We kind of worked together with Dylan and for a few years.
True that.
No, never. Everything was smooth.
Okay.
Yeah.
Are you good with Dylan now? He was on the show 2 weeks ago.
I haven't talked to him since last September.
Okay, he was on the show 2 weeks ago, and I was going to ask him or make a joke about you, and I wasn't quite sure where it stood.
I'm fine with it.
I know you are, but I don't know if he was.
So
I don't know.
When we decided to split ways in September, I haven't talked to him since.
Okay.
I haven't reached out. He did not reach out.
Okay.
I don't know.
All right. I was just checking. I was wanting to make sure that I didn't say anything to Dylan because I was like, I didn't know. So I was like.
You pussied out?
I pussied out. Yeah.
Yeah.
Speaking of pussied out, what's up, Wilbur?
Yeah, I knew that was coming.
Pierce Brown came back this weekend. Is obviously working with you for a long time. I thought he did pretty well. His seat fell off. Otherwise, he would have probably had 2 motos in the top 10. So a nice comeback for Pierce Brown, I think. A nice job because it's halfway through the series already, and these guys have been racing every week. So I don't know. I think that was pretty good return for him.
Yeah, it's one of those things. I mean, you come in and you have expectations, and these guys have been, the train's been rolling all year. But it's also, I mean, you can kind of look at it as a catch-22 too. I mean, I feel like a lot of guys are pretty smoked after Southwick, and this block of the season's always tough, right? You got 4 pretty challenging races in a row, and Redbud's tough. Southwick's always tough. Millville can be really hard and humid, and then you go to Washougal, which it's not super physically demanding, but mentally it is. And it's just, I feel like this block's always really hard. So I felt like having 2 to come back and then having that break to, tweak on some stuff and what we were missing to have these last 3 and get them into SMX and everything like that. And just happy to have him back. Honestly, he's been itching for a bit, and took a little bit longer than I think all of us expected a little bit with the hand, but finicky like they are, and stoked. I was happy with it.
Yeah, I think it was good. DV, did you ever do a race where you cooked yourself in the race and then it affected you the next week or two?
No, really no.
Nothing that came to mind.
No, I actually passed out, but I got in 03. My daughter was born on a Wednesday night, super late, and it was Millville. And second moto, I went to the it was like 10 minutes to go. I went in the mechanics area and just
really
I'm done.
03?
Yeah. 03.
I don't remember that. I was on the team that year.
Yeah, second moto.
That was it.
But I did not basically sleep for like 2 days straight, and then I was like completely dead.
Right. Anderson did that too. Remember when he had the birth of his kid, and then whatever race he showed up at, he was just.
Yeah, it was Supercross though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He was done though. He was just like.
It was like, and he was like super hot, super humid.
Yeah.
Second moto, I was like, I'm done.
Did you ever have that, Will? Did you have something that just cooked you and then it affected you like for a week or two? Because even remember Freestone with Dino, that was a thing. Tomac, it affected him for a few. Like we've seen it.
Chase in Florida.
Yeah, Chase in Florida. Yeah.
I mean, I don't know either. Being in Texas and being in the heat enough that I was adapted to it, or I just plain and simply wasn't fast enough outdoors to get that hot. I'm not sure.
Okay, all right. Yeah.
No, it doesn't matter how fast you go. It's you get like tired, and I don't miss outdoors.
Yeah,
I miss watching it live.
Yeah,
I love when I was with Dylan. I love going to the outdoors. Like the traveling sucks, obviously.
Right.
Getting to Unadilla sucks. But when you're there, like outdoor, like on the side of the track, is something.
Yeah.
Something like that. I really like it.
I watched practice from the center of the Sand Whoops this weekend, and I loved it. It was great. It was awesome to watch everybody go through the different styles, the different lines. Loved it. Yeah, it was great.
Yeah, it's good.
But
I thought the same thing this weekend, like with the turnout too. Like it's just badass. Like the racing's cool, it's raw, and the fan turnout this weekend was, I thought, really impressive. I mean, I haven't been to that many this year.
Yeah.
So for me, it was cool.
Well, I was gonna say, welcome back. By the way, you haven't been there. Pierce has been hurt. Mosman's got hurt early on, and Nichols isn't doing them. So yeah, for you've been home a lot.
Yeah. I mean, obviously the injuries aren't cool, but I mean, being home's not a bad thing.
You been helping Braswell?
No, actually not. I mean, with whatever is needed at the time. But no, he has his trainer, and originally, it was for limited races, and didn't really see any reason to upset what he had going on, especially at such short notice, So like, kind of more was less at that point. And so, no, but he's been doing a good job as well.
And Ollie told me he's on for the rest of them now, which is great. And yeah, I think the kid's been really good.
Yeah, I think I would say he's been meeting expectations, and I'm sure now he got a top 10, and he wants to keep repeating that. So I think he's done a good job, especially for such short notice. Like I said, preseason even.
Mm-hmm. What did you see him die down the hill?
No, the end of it. No, I think I had looked up and then down, and I was like, oh no,
dude, it was ugly. But hey, he got up. He did the second downhill after Mount Martin. DV Braswell hit a kicker and just went, and he got up. His bike was twisted to shit. He pulled the mechanics area. He was down forever, right? Pulled the mechanics area. They ripped the front fender off, and he went back out.
No front fender?
No front fender.
That's so weird.
Bike was probably jacked. And, like, props to him. He could have quit, Could have quit. He didn't get any points. Yeah. But
yeah, I lost my front fender in Unadilla one year. and that was the weirdest.
Gothic J or Monty?
I don't remember.
Okay. Let's blame Gothic.
It might have been Monty. I'm not sure. That was insane. That was the weirdest thing ever. That was the first time it happened ever.
JT said that on our show too. He's like, I had to ride without a front fender, and I never had that happen. I've never lost a front fender, so I don't.
So take it off and try.
Thing.
Yeah, it's so.
It's happened to you, Will?
No, well, not on purpose, but
No,
bizarre. Like we were at Robert Raynard's house, and he had built me a '65 for say Spring Nationals or something one year, and for whatever reason we couldn't find the front fender. I don't know if it didn't come in the crate or what exactly happened. And I remember he's like, "Yeah, it's the motor's done. Go ride it." And I'm like, "There's no front fender though." So we do it, and I'm going out there, and like the wheels coming at my face, like I'm getting roosted by the front tire, and I'm like, "What is going on?" And it was just super awkward.
Yeah. I don't think I've ever had it happen to me, but
Yeah, try it out one day. Just take it off, go ride. See like how weird it is.
No thanks. Renegade Race Fuel. Wil Hahn, you won a championship with Renegade Race Fuel, by the way.
We did. It was FCR 19.
Yeah, absolutely.
I thought because I was number 19 that year. I thought I had something to do with that. It was just unfortunate coincidence.
Yeah, exactly right. Renegade Race Fuel, bringing you Wil Hahn on the show. And so, hey, also your other student, Colt Nichols, he's racing Washougal. That's cool. I was talking about this on our review show. Like Mcgrath showed up. He wants to get SMX points. This is a big deal. Even if you don't make it in the LCQ, there's some good money to be had. And these guys are coming out. Mcgrath bought his own bike. He's coming out to race. Colt Nichols is the same thing. I like this, Will. I hope he does well.
No, it's cool. I mean, he's investing into himself. He knows there's a payoff at the end as well. And and racing's racing, right? Like I know at some point for him, like it's nice to have this break. And let's be honest. I mean, it is kind of nice not to have to do outdoors at some point in your career. But at this point, he wants to keep racing and he wants to keep moving. And for SMX for the world having this break right now, this is the perfect thing. And also, I mean, there's a lot of money on the line if he's top 20, regardless, even 20th. Is it 25 grand? And it's worthy of investing yourself or buying a bike. That's for damn sure.
Did you think about buying a two-stroke for this two-stroke bounty?
I think we might. The prep is so little. Like you really, I mean, straight up, you take it for granted. I mean, teams do a lot for you, right? So when you're handling all your own shit at this point, like last thing you want to do is now try to figure out how to dial in a 250.
Yeah. You heard about this bounty, DV?
Yeah, I heard that. Yeah. Motorsport and Moto Memes.
Motorsport, Jetson Donuts. They're all putting up money. KTM's putting up $5,000 if you're on a KTM brand. If you win, or if you get the top place in two-stroke. I still like Carson Brown to get this thing, but I think we'll see some guys out of the woodwork.
Yeah, he's maybe the favorite, right?
Right. I would think so.
And there was a rumor like Marvin might do it. Or
I saw that
something.
on social.
This I don't know,
right.
so I'm not really sure.
Have you talked to Marv lately?
Yeah, we send jokes on DMs every day, but we talk pretty much almost every day. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Check out Vial winning Southwick, huh? It's cool.
Yeah, that was unexpected.
Yeah.
Like seeing the how the season was going. Did good. I think the conditions were super close to what he really knows,
Yep. I don't think of the French as being fast in the sand, but he's a GP guy, so.
But
yeah.
The thing is, your head is, your mind is from 20 years ago, right? So now
I still listen to music made late 80s.
Okay.
Yeah.
But what you don't understand now is all the GP guys, they're Florida. It's Belgium.
Yeah.
So everybody is based there. So KTM, even Rinaldi, when they had the team, it was obviously next to Milan, the base.
Yep.
But they had a shop up north by Lomo. So basically everybody lives there. That's why Carodi is great in the sand. He spent most of his career in Belgium.
Yep.
Right? He did not stay in Rome, and all of a sudden became a huge sand rider. And Tom is the same thing. So he went when he signed with KTM, they went and lived in Belgium, and Joel Smets was his trainer. So all the guys from anywhere, all the GP guys, they go in the sand because they live right there.
Yeah.
Lomo, Valkenswald, and everything.
God. Have you ever been to Lomo, Will?
No,
Oh
no,
my
and
God.
probably for good reason. I probably wouldn't survive.
But since you don't race anymore, just if there's a GP or some kind of race, go check it out. It's insane. Or even
worth
go like
going
on a Tuesday or something. Tuesday or Wednesday. It's like worse than Glen Helen as far as like people riding.
Right.
And it's rough as shit because you have to figure out like what days they redo it. They fix the track. I think it's on maybe Friday or something.
Okay.
But it's only Friday. So, and it's all pretty much open every day. Maybe one day is not open. And so at the end of the cycle, the track is
Thursday.
the roughest
By Thursday.
as shit.
Right.
Like crazy. Like bumps like as tall as me, you know? If
Yeah.
you go like the first day, it's like super flat, no fun. But all the GP guys, they go towards the end of the cycle, basically. And it's crazy. Like I never raced Lomo. And I rode the first time in '94 on the Case 125. I think I was the first day I did not go for the whole day without crashing in one lap. I crashed every lap I did, and then towards so I was like 16. And towards the end of the week, we stayed in between two European Championship races. So we raced like rode a few days there. And by day 3, I was doing maybe like 3 or 4 laps without crashing and without being dead.
Yeah.
And then you had Jackie Martens with the Husqvarna.
Yep.
I'm thinking 94.
Okay.
So the bike was a piece of crap.
Right.
It was a tractor.
You're right.
The guy was fastest than anyone there. There
he
was
was old by then too.
Talon Volan was there
Yeah.
with the Honda Pepsi,
Yeah.
the Maya, a bunch of GP guys were there. And I've seen like Jackie Martens on that with his stash and it's ugly as gear. And that Husqvarna, the 5 something, he was going like 5-6 seconds a lap faster than anyone. It was like the craziest thing.
I did not expect a Jackie Martin story today, but that's good. Good stuff.
Yeah, because he's from there.
Right.
He might live on the track. He's like, and then him, is one of the best guys to ride that track for sure.
Wil Hahn on the show. Wilbur, what do you make of? Let's talk 250s for a second because we didn't touch on that in the beginning with DV. Hunter, I think this was quite a statement for him. We thought he was kind of banged up. You know, he'd had some bad motos. Ribs were hurting again. Southwick issue with the bike. And I think this weekend that was quite a like, hey, Hayden and RJ and Justin Cooper, I'm still the guy. Big statement.
Yeah, I mean, I think earlier in the year we were kind of seeing like a trend with the Ribs. Like it was almost like using the first moto for another practice session because you could see almost he wasn't riding during the week.
Mm-hmm.
And then I feel like since Redbud and then the engine and stuff like that, I'm like, I don't know if that's just sheer grit or he is riding a little bit more than maybe he thought he was going to be able to. But regardless, I mean, I think that was a big, come and try and get it back.
Yeah,
you know?
Exactly.
Did they his bike?
And like him and Joe were just gone that first moto.
Yeah, I think if you're Joe, you got to beat him. You can't, like, you're trying to win this championship. Like,
I mean, letting that happen, I think it was kind of like, what are we gonna do?
Right.
You might have a little Lawrence Brothers complex. Shimoda also.
Shimoda, yeah, maybe.
He needs to overcome
yeah,
that.
fair.
Right. What were you gonna say about Hunter's bike?
It was slow as shit this weekend. Did they tune him down after the?
I heard it was a heat-related issue, from Southwick. So heat,
his
compression,
bike,
right?
I know he also did the second moto or something. His bike was sad this weekend. When he landed from Chatterpult with Shimoda or any Yamaha, you understand, right? They have the biggest engine. They jumped the triple up the hill.
Yep.
Dude, he landed next to Shimoda. Like, his bike looks sorry this weekend.
Mm-hmm.
So his performance is,
even more impressive.
Even more impressive. Yes.
Will, were you surprised to see the Star guys bust out that triple in the first moto?
What's that?
Were you surprised to see all the Star guys busting out that triple in the first moto?
No, just because the turn, actually, Pierce actually got it clean a few times. Unfortunately, the only time on TV they showed him, he was ice picking it. But he was actually getting it. He's fairly big, so, I mean, not really.
Yeah.
I was more surprised they built that triple. I mean, if you think to years past, I mean, for the most part, Star was the only one jumping the triple with a roller before it. So I was like, I'm not really sure the plan here. Because, I mean, that uphill, you guys all know, it's slow enough. It's not like we need to slow that down.
Yeah.
But, yeah, it was interesting for sure.
They told me in practice that some 450 guys were going 3 and then 4 to that roller.
Oh, yeah. You for sure could. I mean, I could see that if you got that downside for sure. The kicker at the end, you would do like 3 front flips if you tried that.
Yeah, good point. I didn't see it all day in the motos, but I didn't notice in practice.
I felt like they tuned the bike down.
Which it's very possible. Yeah.
Yep. But that was a impressive ride. You know, did you really thought he's gonna get beat in this championship?
Well, I had heard he hurt his ribs again. In the fall. He hasn't been practicing during the week, hurt his ribs again. You know, I thought maybe the other guys had got some motivation from making up these points. You know, guys were going to try harder or whatever. He was hurt. And I was like...
What, broke ribs or...
probably not broke, no.
Or in between...
Something, cartilage.
In between, yeah.
Right.
But
something.
This is like a 3-4 weeks. You don't ride during the week. You only ride races because it hurts too much. And then... 3-4 weeks, you're done.
Yeah.
And then you're fine.
But yeah, but I heard he hurt him again at Southwick.
Ah, okay.
So I was like, okay, like these guys all.
Was it Redbud?
No, and then he hurt him again. Like he hurt him at Redbud, and then he did it again at Southwick.
Oh wow.
Yeah. So I'm like, okay, these guys they're gonna have something for him now. Like it's like when Stu went out in 08 or 09 or 07, whatever year Langston won, and everybody got faster, right?
09, right?
09? I don't know. Anyways, so, but I think so I thought those guys would like RJ, Justin, they're all going to be ready, right? Hayden and Hunter, like he should have went 1-1. He was fastest qualifier. Like it was a statement for Hunter.
Yeah,
yeah.
And I think it's good to see.
I kind of thought it'd be like that the year that Stu went out with the knee or whatever, and then it was like GL and Ferry and all these guys were like all of a sudden like really rose up.
Yeah, that's what I meant. Yeah. You know, that's what I thought, right? I think the world of RJ, like, he's fast, right? And he sends it. But, like, you know.
Yeah, but it's, you know, we hear on TV, too. And I like watching him ride and stuff. But RJ's been the same guy for 10 years.
He has been. You're right.
At one point, and I don't want to, bash on him. It's just an example. When do you change? When do you make changes where you're not the same RJ 10 years ago, where super fast, or you're gonna, endo and DNF or do a bad moto, and when is the time where you're not the same guy? Oh, it's like, oh yeah, he sends it, everybody loves him, the way he rides, and I like he never gives up.
Yep.
But at one point, just figure it out. Why are you doing that?
Yeah.
Just like I asked Chase, like, you've been losing the front. Like, what is it? Are we gonna fix it, or and I think that's important if you want to evolve, right?
Yeah.
So since the guys they never change, they're always the same guys,
right?
How can you think they're gonna win if they never did before?
Well,
that's the thing.
Yeah, I mean, RJ had come into the year with.
I'm taking
just in
this,
general,
but
right.
I can tell you 10 guys like this,
right?
The same guys like we've known, they never change.
Yeah, I did think RJ was going to do a bit like Zach once he got to Husky in the Baker's program. Zach really rose up and won multiple championships, and I thought that would help RJ. But yeah, we're into year 4 or 5 already of the Baker's factory thing, and he's still the same guy. So it's exciting to watch, though, Wilbur.
Oh, there's no doubt about that. There's no doubt about the heart and what RJ will lay on the line. He's definitely willing to risk it all.
Hey, Will, something I was going to ask you in my notes here. How are you with the Star guys? Like, I don't think I've ever asked you that, even off air. Like, you left on good terms. You didn't want to move to Tallahassee. I get all that. Everything was pretty good. You left on good terms, but, you're trying to beat them for a number of years now with a number of different riders. Like, is everything good at the Star guys? You talk to Coker and Brad and these guys, or is it
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I mean, like Coker walked up to the truck this weekend and we chatted for a minute. Just some,
Okay. Yeah.
normally memories or stuff like that. And no, I still talk to a lot of the guys that are there that, at least some of the guys that are still there that when I left, a lot of the mechanics have had turnover since then and obviously moving and stuff. But, there's a lot of still the same familiar faces. You got Brad and Bobby and Coker and you got Trevor and, there's a lot of guys and Jelly and Peanut, like a lot of those guys I worked with.
Okay. So you're good.
Yeah. Luckily, yeah, that's all still, healthy. It's nice. It's nice. I can still walk up there and say hi to the guys and everyone's
Right.
cool. So it's awesome.
I didn't know just because, those guys are pretty ruthless. They are. They want to win really badly, and they protest people. They're very competitive, and I didn't know if some of that had leaked over where you're just like, sorry guys, I'm competing.
And absolutely. And I think they knew also that I understood that, and I think, I don't think they were stoked how I left and mid-season or anything like that, but everyone's still, like I said, still obviously in touch and talk, and I still talk to Bobby. I still call him once in a while, and he's a good guy. So it's all good.
All right.
Plus, that's not really what you wanted to do, right? To be team manager, you'd rather be a trainer, right, or a coach.
I mean, it's weird. So, to be honest with you, I I thought that's what I wanted, and then I never really stopped training and do enjoy it, and I like that side of it, and I felt like I still was able to kind of mentor and coach, especially a lot of those young kids early on that were coming in. A lot of those kids were living with me, like Romano and Jay Coop and even LeBlanc and stuff like that, Levi, and that's was kind of my wheelhouse anyway, I felt. And long story short, it ended up getting offered to me, and then obviously wanting to stay in California, and it just made sense.
Yeah, but they already had Swanee, right?
Yeah, correct. So there was no future for me if I wanted to do that, and not that I was, I didn't want Swanee's position. He obviously does a good job at what he does. I didn't want to come in between that.
Yeah,
but
from the outside, it seems like you would rather be like training with your guys, coaching at the track, rather than booking flights and hotels and sending a parts holder, right?
Yeah, I would say so. I mean, there was plenty of perks to the job, but then there was plenty of that where I was just like, I'm better off outside right now, and doing something productive rather than parts or a hotel or airline.
Yeah.
Weisco Pistons bringing you Wil Hahn on the show. We got Wesley as a miniature race tech rant. What's up, Wesley?
Hey, buddy. How y'all doing?
Good. What's your rant?
Man, I heard last week that guy called in wondering why the Lawrence brothers don't do shows or whatever.
Yep.
I remember the last time Hunter called into the show, Kiefer was an absolute dick to him. So, maybe that's got something to do with it.
You think Kiefer was a dick to him?
Absolutely, man. He was always calling, hey, Jet, this. And, Hunter's dealing with, his baby brother is always in the spotlight. He's second best on the team.
Kiefer wasn't calling him Jet. Kiefer wasn't calling him Jet. What are you talking about?
You can get fucked.
He disagreed. Him and Hunter disagreed on speed or Hunter's speed at the track or something at the race.
No, I remember that, but there was a couple of times he had an exchange with Kiefer, and Kiefer was like, okay, Jet, and he did do it.
I don't remember that, but maybe I'm wrong. Yeah. Okay.
Oh, it happened.
So.
All right, I'll keep on.
Oh, is that your race tech rant?
Yeah, I think that might have something to do with why they come on.
All right, I'll ask him. All right, thanks, buddy. Thank you, man.
Later.
Appreciate it. Hey, Will, we got DV on the show. It's been almost 1 year to the day that he was last in here.
To one day off.
1 day off.
Are we calling him or no?
No, DV.
No. I'm asking where this is going. 1 year.
Oh, and 10 years, Wilbur, since Lasergate show.
Oh my God!
Lasergate, yes. See?
Well, fantastic.
Oh man.
DV doesn't want.
I've gone back and listened to that twice just because.
No, it makes me sad to listen.
No, we're going to talk about it here shortly.
It was so out of this world that I feel sorry for the stuff. I'm like, I can't. And I was in studio too, and I was like, the guys and
10 years.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's better now.
He is better now.
He's better now.
Yeah. So we're gonna reminisce here, Wilbur, coming down the road here.
Oh, it's exciting. Those are good times. There's some good one-liners in there too.
Oh yeah.
Why don't you? You should have texted Tony to come back.
You know what? I should have, actually. I never thought of that. I would have. He's better now, like you said.
I'm sure he was going to call in.
Yeah.
Call in.
I never thought of that. I should have. Maybe he doesn't. I don't know. It's like,
What the hell?
Yeah.
I do have a good DE story, though, that's not like, I don't know, it's not really anything. It just made my day, well, for one, easier.
Yeah.
But I know one day it was Stockholm Western Road New Year's Day, and I never did anything on New Year's, and so I'm managing Star. He's working with Dylan, and I always was in charge of basically water on the track. And the one night I don't go was New Year's Eve, and it was really early on in my now wife and I's relationship, and I wanted to hang out and do a New Year's thing. Like, I've been racing for my whole life and never been quote-unquote normal, and go out and go have some drinks. So I do, and, show up, fairly hungover, and the water didn't go off, so the track's completely dry. And we're supposed to be doing, a nice race day scrimmage type scenario, and the track's not good, and I get my ass chewed pretty good for, not doing my job, essentially.
Yep.
And, which, rightfully so, and I remember going over to DV, and I think maybe I said sorry or just said something, he's like, it's fine. He goes, there's no water here when I fucking rode. He's like, these guys are pussies. He's like, they need to ride it dry. And I was like, well, it made me feel better. I'm like, cool. Yeah, you know what? You're right.
Yeah, fuck those guys.
Yeah, they need to ride it dry. But that made my day for sure.
Okay.
It's funny because when you tell story, all those guys, they're going to say, oh, yeah, you went to school uphill both ways, all this stupid shit. But, yes, right now, that's why you get guys that are they're fucking soft, because they arrive, they push a button, they water this. You get a Monday, the track, all Supercross track on Monday are brand new, and then you tell those stories. You can ask MC. MC's gonna call up, and dude, if me or any rider did not go to water the track
the night
at
before,
night, I had something put a light on my forehead,
Did you really? Yeah.
I swear to you.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm not joking. I'm not making this shit up.
Right.
In my truck, I had gas for the pump and oil because when the oil was low, wouldn't start.
Right.
So I always had a bottle.
Shut off.
Yeah.
I always had a bottle in my truck of engine oil and a gas can for the water pumps because there's nobody, riders are.
Yeah.
They don't bring gas or anything. Right. It runs out, they leave, they never replace it.
Yeah.
So I have this in my truck. I go at night, 9:30 at night. Usually we watch a movie with Erica, and I would take my truck on my own, go to the track, and then it was fire hoses.
Yeah, no, I remember that. Yeah.
And there's two pumps.
I used to do it, as a mechanic, yeah.
So you get in, it's 9:30 in December, it's fucking freezing. You get there, and then you water by hand the night before, so the next day the thing is fine.
Right.
And what we would do, and then you can call my ex-wife on the show if you want. She spends Sundays on the Yamaha track. We would go Sunday morning. We would water, flood the track by hand. She would help, flood the track. We would take a break. We would go to Seven Oaks Deli to get sandwiches.
Oh, good sandwiches.
Best sandwiches in the world.
Great sandwich.
They are great.
Yeah. We go to Seven Oaks Deli. We come back. The track was the water would go in a little bit.
Yeah.
We had the golf cart. We would fill up the bed of the golf cart with dirt to fill up the up the ruts around the thing, and then use the golf cart to fix the turns and stuff. That was a Sunday afternoon. I swear to you. You tell this story now, they say, "Oh, there's no way this is true."
You don't think Dylan's doing this?
No.
No, Barsha? Is Barsha doing this?
Nobody takes a fucking pickaxe to the whoops are sometimes the whoops are dangerous.
Yeah.
There's nobody they wait until somebody eats shit rather than take a pickaxe and fix it a little bit. I do this also all the time.
Okay.
At the KTM track, I'm like, dude, this is sketch. We need to cut a few edges because somebody's going to eat shit.
Right.
But that wasn't our Sunday if we wanted to have a decent track on Monday morning.
You're right.
Now you get on Monday morning, there's a track crew that came. It's a brand new. It's water. There's the computer.
Yeah.
And
I can vouch for this as a mechanic. You guys did it.
Yeah.
Yep.
And if the track now is not enough, there's too much water or not enough, everybody bitches, right? But the thing is, nobody says anything. You know?
Right.
Nobody says, "Oh, shut the fuck up and go ride." Nobody says that anymore.
Will,
right?
try that, Will.
Just try to. Back then,
No, he's right.
You go and then you go to Keith McCarty 25 years ago. He said, and tell him, "Hey, you suck. The track is too dry." See what he tells you, right? See what he tells you.
I know, I'm with you. I hear you. That might be Davey's race tech rant of the night.
I'm like, no, I hate that. And they came only twice a year to fix it.
Yep.
Around Thanksgiving,
Mhm.
they would make a new track,
Yep.
and then maybe like after maybe halfway through the season, they reshaped it.
Mhm.
If not, it was everything but by hand. It was shovels, pickaxe, and everybody had to chip in.
Yeah.
All the riders at the end of the day, they fixed the rust. If not, they were not living.
Mechanics too. We were out there too.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. All right.
I got my rant in.
Yeah, that's
Thank you.
You know what? Let's bring in our next guest here. He's king of Supercross, 72 Supercross wins, national titles. What's up, Jeremy Mcgrath? How are you?
What's up, guys? I was cracking up at that rant. Nice one, DV. I remember those days.
Okay, so Jeremy,
we all had to do that.
Okay, so Jeremy, you were out there with dragon hoses?
I was out there. I was pickaxing.
Everybody.
In fact, I had a John Deere 450 dozer that I left at the Yamaha track so we could work on it. So we could prep once a week or something with the dozer.
Right,
but,
right.
Yeah, it was like all the riders, all the mechanics, anyone who was capable had to grab a pickaxe and get out there and get after it. Yeah, and that was the only way we had a decent track to ride the next day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Will, when's the last time your riders worked on the track, Will?
I've seen some minimal shovel effort and pickaxe effort, but it's gonna be pretty minimal.
Okay, all right.
But you know, it was every time we saw Jeremy leave with the shovel, like in the middle of a day.
Yeah.
He was gonna make some kind of a kicker to jump something that we didn't want to jump. You know, so always, you know, we used to put like dirt on top. You know, the jumps in our era was very round, you know, and then we would put a little bit of a dirt on the top to get a kicker, to get a 3 in or a 4 or something. And you know, when Jeremy was taking, he took his jersey off, take a shovel. I'm like, fuck, he's gonna make a jump. I don't want to jump somewhere that I'm gonna have to jump. And sure enough, he would put like it would be like a foot wide kicker somewhere to triple, you know, something kind of sketchy.
Yeah.
And then he would do it, obviously, and we had to go for it, right? So, yeah, that was a good old times.
How about Brooks?
Those were the days.
How about Brooks walking the track and then like on offs?
I always
kicking a little lip.
New Orleans 2000.
Yeah, and you're like, Brooks, what are you doing? He's like kicking the lip, and he's like, yeah, Jeremy, right here, right in this 6-inch spot or 4-inch spot. Here's where you hit. It's crazy.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah.
Yeah, Brooks would do that.
I mean, you know, the short legs and on-offs don't really work that good if you don't have a little like dirt clod or a little LB kicker kicked up with the foot.
Plus, your shock was so dead too. You know, like you rode with, and then you have much lift. Yes.
That's why it would go through the whoops fast, though.
Yeah, exactly. Right. Wil Hahn, thanks for calling in. We're going to let you go. But just wanted to bring on MC here to hear this story about working on the track. But thanks, Will. Thanks for calling in.
No, thanks for having me, boys. Hope you guys have a good rest of the show. And I still owe MC a few beers for getting my start style back in like 2010. So.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I was going to say hi, Will, and bye, Will. I'm sorry that they're shutting you down, but yeah, let's go have a beer sometime.
I mean, we can keep on the line if Will wants to stay.
No big deal. You guys do your show. It's all good.
Thanks, Will.
Yeah.
Thanks, boys. Have a good night.
All right, see you later.
All right, keep up the good work. See ya.
Thanks, MC. Thanks for coming on. Brought to you by EVS Sports, evs-sports.com. Pulp 30's the code to save. RJ Hampshire, Kyle Chisholm, Axel Hodges, that Pastrana guy, all use EVS Sports. Welcome to the show, Jeremy. Yeah, that's DV's rant of the night, track prep, and all the things that you guys had to do. And I can vouch for it. You guys did it. I remember that. Yep, absolutely. Like turning the hoses on, dragging hoses. There was no water truck. There was just drag hoses.
Yeah.
Well, the funny thing about that is like we didn't have to do that, right? But we as riders wanted to have a decent track the next day. We had to do that.
Mm-hmm.
And I was also listening to, you know, the current state of where the riders, you know, they'll either probably just skip the section or wait for the tractor to show up to fix it. So it is a little bit different these days.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a whole deal. So, hey, thanks for calling in. Thanks for the time. I guess let's go back in the day a little bit. I'm not going to talk about Phoenix, Stevie. I won't talk about Phoenix anymore. Okay, but let me ask you, how was your guys' relationship? DV starts winning in 2000, right? 2001, 2000. He's winning. How was your guys' relationship during the week? Like, we've seen this, right? Like, Sexton's got his own motorhome now for outdoors, right? We've seen so many riders that are teammates. Kind of when they become the 1A and the 1B, things go sideways. It's always good when you're in the up and coming and you're friends, but now DV was beating you sometimes. How was it during the week? Was it all good?
I don't think we ever had any issues. Yeah, it was fine. I mean, look, he was on Yamaha and I was on Chaparral, really, right? So we were still two different trucks, but I mean, I'm sure, we didn't have any issues. Nah, never.
Yeah,
issues.
there was, we were testing in the same time.
Yep.
Always.
Yeah.
And then, but we were different trucks on the weekend.
Sure.
Yeah.
But like
we were always at the track together. His style and his setup was way different than mine, so it wasn't like, hey, he's knocking off my style and I'm knocking off his. It's just, look, we had two different things going on, and deep down when the Saturday nights races happened, I mean, he was an enemy and I was his enemy. So, at the same time, we didn't go out there to take each other out or anything, but yeah, we always got along.
Yeah, I could just I remember even being at Yamaha and Yogi joined the team, and Yogi was fast before the Supercross season.
Yeah, crazy.
He was really good, and then Chad was there, and then Yogi was filming Chad. Chad was filming Yogi. One guy would stop riding when the other guy stopped because they didn't want to film, and it got into this whole thing. I think Jimmy Perry had to step in at one point. Like, guys, can you just ride? Like, it was just weird, right? Like, I don't know. You see that over and over, but I'm glad you guys are all right. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if you remember, Jeremy. I think we had an issue which was a big misunderstanding and a translation from a French magazine.
Oh, okay.
And basically, somebody, that's the story I've heard. So Jeremy can chip in and. So somebody translated an interview to Jeremy, and I called Jeremy a leech. But in French, it's actually a very positive thing. It means like you never give up, is a very tough opponent and everything. So the meaning in
that
French
doesn't sound like a leech though, DP.
No, but yeah, there's something that hang on to something and don't let it go.
Okay, sure.
You understand?
Got it, yeah.
So that's what we, in French, is very positive.
Okay.
Very, very positive.
Yeah.
And
Not here.
It's a good quality to have when you're an athlete, and then you never give up. Mm-hmm. And then I was saying, like, he's a very tough, very good, And I heard somebody translated this interview, and then we had a talk with Steve Butler at the track, and we had to,
with Jeremy there.
Yeah, with Jeremy and
stuff.
stuff.
Do you remember this, MC?
Yeah, look, I mean, I vaguely remember it, right? Because we got over it pretty fast, right?
Yeah, but I was thinking about something, and I don't remember who translated. That had to be a French-speaking guy, right?
Yeah, maybe.
But that wasn't like. That was actually very positive. And it turned out to be like a very negative. And then I guess Jamie wasn't happy about it. And we had to have some kind of a sit down with Steve Butler. Steve Butler, that was the
manager,
the team manager. And I had to explain myself. My English is still not very good, but back then, think about it, 23 years ago, it wasn't good at all. So for me to talk to King of Supercross and all this stuff in English, I'm like, sorry, like I didn't mean it. And so that was like super tough.
Came across on, and as you know, Dave, it's like, I mean, the media is trying to drive wedges between everybody all the time. Believe it or not, even there was plenty of this, even in English, not with you, but just with everyone. Everyone always says something they don't mean, or it just comes across wrong, or whatever, and then you're always kind of trying to explain yourself, and then all of a sudden, there's just some wedged between two riders, and you're like, it's not even like that. I mean, it happened the same with Carmichael when the end of my career was happening, and he was beating me too, and it was like, oh, you guys, rivals and all this stuff. I'm like, we're not really rivals. I mean, he's 10, 11 years younger than me. I've known him since he was 5 years old, and we've been friends ever since. Our parents are friends. They hang out when they're on the West. We hang out when we're on the East. It's like, and it's sort of the same story. It just gets circled around over and over and over. And yeah, there are some true rivalry or negative things that happened back in the day, but I think nobody was really trying to say anything bad with the intent.
Right.
It's kind of.
DV, for you, when you started beating Jeremy, right? Winning 250
I wasn't
Supercrosses?
winning. I beat Jeremy a couple of times. One time I won a race because he bent his front rotor at San Diego. That was my first win. And then a few more time.
Right.
But I wasn't winning.
I'm trying to give you a compliment here.
He was winning.
Okay.
He was.
When you were able to beat Jeremy.
Yeah, he was winning.
0-2? You beat him a lot? 0-2?
Yeah, but he had problem with his arm and stuff.
Well, okay, but I'm trying to give you some compliment here, DV. All right.
Yeah, but 0-2, he had his arm pump problems, so those don't count either.
Okay, none of those count. Okay.
Yeah, you got to be, you can say that. Yes.
What I'm trying to say to you is you're such a fan of the sport. You were just telling James how much of a fan you were when you had him on earlier. You're a great historian of the sport. You really know it well. Were you so excited to beat Jeremy Mcgrath in the 250 Supercross?
No, it was almost surreal, really, because obviously, to put back in context, my first ever Supercross was Anaheim 96.
Right.
So Jeremy is on top of the world with $200 bills on his helmet. And I have a clapped out KX125 out of
wearing first gear.
Wearing first gear out of with the FMF box van.
Right.
And I finished fourth. Like I'm nobody. Nobody knows who I am. I have number 125. I finished fourth because Ping and Dobb crashed in the whoops, and then I was sixth. I finished fourth. It was great. And then 4 years later, I'm basically Jeremy's teammate.
Yeah.
It was really surreal. And, I've watched Jeremy, I've seen the first Knack That I saw live was at Bercy 94. That was Jeremy.
Right.
And, we always get very excited when Americans came to Europe to race Supercross, and we're fans. And I'm sure at that time, I asked him for a jersey. He doesn't remember it.
Right.
But when I was like 13, 14.
I do remember watching you ride like at 95 season at Bercy.
Yeah, 95.
In the off season. Yeah, you were there on your KX.
Yeah. So, and indirectly, watching Jeremy basically at the Yamaha track was great.
Yeah, I would think so.
Yeah, he was, and sometimes there's riders that are great at practice, not very good at race, or not very good at race, good at practice.
Yep.
But Jeremy was insane in practice. Like I didn't like when he was there.
Yeah.
Because he was going to jump something. Crazy.
Yeah.
And then he was.
I was always. I remember that we had so much fun. Like we were always cross jumping when we weren't doing laps.
Yeah.
Like trying to find big stuff, but it was like a BMX track up there.
I feel like Jeremy, you were the first guy. I was there in 02 with Nick at the end of 01 with Nick Way, and a lot when Yamaha Troy days and stuff. And I feel like I saw you do that a lot. Like you were just like the transitions. You were just playing around and just jumping lane to lane. And I don't know. I don't remember ever seeing people do that before you. I don't know. I guess it did, but I don't know. I feel like you brought that into it.
I don't know. Maybe. I mean, I was always like trying to find something different to do than do laps. You know what I mean?
Right.
I always liked the laps, but after that, I think one of my advantages is I really had a lot of seat time. So I rode a lot. I knew exactly what my bike was going to do and when it was going to do it. And if you guys remember back in the 90s, like I had my own Supercross track at my parents' place.
Yep.
And I built that track myself every year, every winter. I'd get out there and build it all. but every single jump there was so steep. It was like Excite Bike, you know? And I would have like crazy steep right out of corners, and then I'd have a crazy steep lander like right into a corner, and I had all these wild jumps, and everyone that always came over, they'd always crash out. And like, I don't know how many concussions Phil Lawrence got in my practice track. I'm not sure how many. Him and Rhino would come over, and boy, it was on for who could crash the hardest. So I don't know. I think I was always, during that time in my career, I was always looking for a challenge, something that was going to really test me. And I think that's where kind of that riding, jumping lane to lane, and just always like putting a kicker on something or trying to do something that really wasn't supposed to be done. But I don't know. It's just I was always trying to entertain myself, whether it was scary or not. And I think that just came from, I don't know. I don't know where that came from. Maybe just from my BMX days, you know. You know, on the bicycle, you couldn't screw it up, right? You couldn't come up short, or you're losing time, or you're going to get bucked over the bars or something like that. So it was just kind of one of those things that I was just, I don't know, just being a boy, I guess.
Right. I used to yell at Red Dog at the test track because he would ride the same 4-inch groove around the outside of the track, you know, the whole time, right? He just do lap after lap after lap. I'm pretty sure he could ride that track with his eyes closed. And one time I said to him, look at DV, watch DV. And DV, at that day at the track, you were taking every inside. You were doing a moto, rolling the inside, and, you know, putting together whatever combo you could. Like, I think you were single, doubling the triple. I don't even remember. You know, things like that. And I'm like, go do that. Like, you've got this track dialed. Like, it's got a groove, 4-inch groove around the whole thing of it. Just go learn,
and,
you know?
And I used to do that. And even with Dylan, when I was coaching him, we used to try to go at the track when there was no other riders. And we would go like a figure 8. Like maybe not take the triple backwards because it's not very interesting. But and then take like a 3 or 4 lanes backwards and make a track like a hybrid track, and just to change it up. But because it doesn't get you anywhere to do that for like 3 months. Right?
Yeah, just something different, right? I agree.
I mean, we can all get used to one track and just ride it over and over, and then your suspension, you can get used to that. I mean, then all of a sudden you're really not making any gains, you know. So I think DV was one of those guys that definitely saw the track differently, like I did, you know, and there was other lines out there, and which is something I think we've gone through in the last 10, 12 years of our sport. Really, nobody's really looking for anything different other than a lap time. So it's not quite as interesting as it used to be. I think we used to have a lot more fun with the tracks and whatever. Like that. It seems gotten better lately, but for a while there it was pretty, you know, just kind of, as we say, one line, just kind of thing.
Yeah, lap time wars at the facilities every day. You know?
Yeah, but it's more like motos.
Yeah.
You know, I think it's like everybody wants to do like what Aldon was doing in early 2000, like motos, like sprints, like 3/6s and you know, this and that, and then they start and they have the mechanic has a pit board. And it's laps. So when you have the pit board, you have to take the fastest line all the time. It's I think it's the riding and training program that changed over the years, and I think everybody wants to do the same thing because they think there's only one recipe.
Ricky did it or whatever.
Yeah, there's only one recipe to win, and there is different one. This sometimes I coach. I'm like, I don't even get the stopwatch out.
Right.
You know, we don't need that. We do something else.
I think for a long time the stopwatch kind of ruined a lot of the creativity. You know what I mean?
Yeah, obviously, because you have to do the fast stuff all the time.
Yeah, and if you don't do it that way, then you feel like you're getting left behind, or you know, you get an extra boost of confidence by having fast laps, or if you're not having fast laps, then that can affect some riders too, or whatever. But I think for a long time, the stopwatch kind of took away some of the creativity of our sport.
Yeah, I think I'd agree with you for sure. 702-586-PULP. You got a question for the King of Supercross, Jeremy Mcgrath, or David Vuillemin, the King of Bercy? Let's just say, right? King of Bercy, DV?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, you were good there, dude.
A couple of times.
No, a couple times. God, I remember in that winter that Chad and MC got into it. You swept. That was quite a weekend for you.
Chad took me out.
I know.
That wasn't a takeout. That was like attempted murder. That was crazy.
I was there back in the pits, and we were all in those corrals, and you walked Jeremy all the way to Chad's pit after the race, and we all watched. We're like, oh my God. Like
he almost got you like head on. He was almost back walls on the track.
Yeah.
Yeah. That was like an Ezra Left pass, or stuff or whatever you want to call it.
We were like we're like, oh, here it's on now.
Nasty.
Like here comes the king, dude. Whoever this idiot Australian guy is.
That was 01. 2001.
Yeah.
That was so bad.
Good times for sure. Hey Jeremy, so what's been going on with you? What have you been doing lately? King of Hammers getting ready for that, or that's coming up?
No.
Okay.
I haven't really. I mean, it's summertime. The kids are out of school. I have 2 high schoolers, so we've been. One of them is playing, club lacrosse, so we've been traveling a little bit for that. Been to Lake Havasu on the 4th weekend, so that was pretty fun. It was crazy hot. Trying to ride my dirt bike actually a little and get some training in. I'm going to try to ride Mammoth end of August.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, they rescheduled it, right? Yeah.
For the vet weekend. So I'm gonna race that weekend. It's my one little race a year. It kind of gives me a little carrot to go out and train a little bit instead of eat so much. So, I'm just really doing that.
Nice.
Just not trying hard. It's too hot. Too hot to do anything.
I've never been to Mammoth. I was supposed to go in '98. I had a ticket, and my rider Danny Smith tore every ligament in his knee at Budds Creek the Sunday before we were supposed to leave. So I've never been to Mammoth, but I hear great stories. Yeah.
I've been once.
Yeah.
Yeah, I raced once.
I think it's it's changed quite a lot over the years. And back in the day, I raced there when I was a kid. Like I was 125C class there actually. It's changed over the years. It's a little more hard packed now than it used to be. It used to be pretty loamy and some great soil on it, but it is being in the mountains like that and. I mean, you're riding on a track that you're like, are we really riding on a track that's in this spot? That part's pretty cool. So Mammoth is always a really, really neat spot to go visit. So just do some of that. And
I was going to say, when I read old cycle newses and I go through them for stories, or I just go through them because I'm a loser or whatever, your name in Mammoth pops up. Yeah, like you said, 125 intermediate. This kid Jeremy Mcgrath took off with the pros, or there was some article about you started with the pros and got third or something like. I don't remember, but you're all over the Mammoth race reports, always, yeah.
In '87, I raced there.
Okay.
And if you guys remember, Ricky Johnson was kind of the man in '87, right? He was the man.
Yep.
And he was doing a commercial at Mammoth. He was up there. It must have been an off week for those guys.
Okay.
And I was 125C class, but I rode for NCY at the time, Rick is a San Diego guy. So anyway, I was one of the extras in his little commercial thing.
Oh, okay.
So funny.
So you were
he was like
stoked,
the star, and I was in the background with all the other squid kids. It was pretty fun.
You were like stoked.
So pumped.
That's awesome. Good to hear. We're trying to work it out to get down to ride the SR, the new SR 450 from Cowie. We're trying to work it out. JT and I, Wygant, we want to do this with you. We're trying to find some time to do this, but we've been talking about the new bike. It's pretty cool. Comes with some coated suspension and X-Trig. PC exhaust, and Kiefer rode. They got the Works Edition Honda. They got the same thing for the KTM, and Kiefer said the Cowie's the best one, so he's stoked on it.
It's funny. I saw Kiefer We did a media day on the SR at Kahia Creek MX track, which is one of the tracks around here.
Yep.
We did a fun media day there about 2 weeks ago. Had a blast. Yeah, it was super fun. Axel came out. All the magazine guys, there's probably 10 SRs there, and it was a really fun day. We had a blast. So you guys, let's organize something.
Yeah, we're trying to figure it out.
The new SR is really bitchin' bike.
Yeah, it's cool Cowie can do that, because I think if you add up all the additions, it's like $4K extra, and the bike only retails for $2K more. So Cowie's saving you some money if you want to.
Yeah, definitely. And it comes with the cool suspension, and it has polished head and ports in it and stuff. So it runs really good. It's got much more mid-range, fills in the hole in the power, super good off the corners. And you really notice that somewhere like Kahia, right? Because it's at altitude. So
yeah, good point.
Nice bottom, and it comes with a nice Pro Circuit pipe. Big pipe. It's pretty sweet.
Yeah, it seems cool. We got to try to make it work at some point. You been watching the outdoors at all? What do you think of this Jet character?
Yeah, I actually have been watching. I was watching even a replay today of Millville this weekend. So, everyone's sort of seeing the same thing. He's looking really incredible. He hasn't really been pushed yet, which is really good for him because it's gaining some confidence. he seems to sort of really blast out of the gate and try to blast the first 2-3 laps. And if he's not in the lead, he tries to get to the lead really quick.
Mm-hmm.
And then he puts some space on these guys, and then he kind of just starts to get in his own rhythm. And it reminds me a lot of when I was doing that stuff back then. Not outdoors so much, but it took me a while to get there after that. But
yeah.
Anyway, he looks pretty incredible. This weekend, at least the first moto, it looked like Chase was going to caught him and going to give him a little bit of a run there, and he made a little tip over a couple times. But yeah, man, I don't know. He's 19 years old. I keep thinking about this. I'm like, me and my nephew were going over it today, and it was pretty funny that you asked this because I'm sitting here going, okay, 72 Supercross wins. If he wins 7 races a year or 8 races a year, he'll be there in 8 years, 8 seasons. He's only 19. He'll be 27. I'm like, yeah, I think maybe he can do it. We'll see.
Yeah.
I mean, of course, you got to be lucky to.
Yeah.
You got to get there. Yeah, it takes some luck.
He has to win half of the races for the next 8 years to beat you or something. Oh.
Yeah. And we all know how gnarly it is. It's dangerous sometimes, and let's just say because of his age, because of his speed, it's doable. Whether it can happen or not is a whole different story. But he's looking really good, and it's a funny thing, really, to say that when he hasn't even raced a 450 Supercross yet.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. No, absolutely.
So,
but you look at
so that's interesting.
You look at the future. Sexton's changing teams, and it's hard to see him coming out of the bat swinging on a new bike. Right. It might take him a little bit of time. The new KTM has been mixed reviews in Supercross. Tomac, we don't know if he's coming back. Even if he does, he's going to be maybe not 100% and going to take a little time to get going. And Anderson is a question mark. He's not as good as he was this year as he was the year before. Like you start looking at stuff and you're like, wait a minute. Like Jet.
It reminds me of 93. Right?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Kind of like the end of an era and the beginning of the other.
Maybe.
JMB, like a road racing.
Yeah.
And then Stanton, Bradshaw, like this, like end of era and starting another one.
But coming into 93, you're like Bradshaw won 9 races, and there's no reason why, he's not going to win 9 again. And he did win the opener, or maybe round 2, and. Everyone just thought Bradshaw was just going to crush it again in 93. Like, why not, right? There was no reason why not.
Yeah. There was no,
right.
Like, I wasn't doing what Jet's doing in 92. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's going, okay, maybe he's going to be able to do that stuff.
Yeah.
I think, like what you were just talking about, if you put all this stuff on paper and you think about it like that, you're like, okay, Eli's coming back. We can hope that he's going to ride good. Who knows what Cooper Webb's going to be capable of.
Mm-hmm.
Anderson's a question mark. Cincerello is a question mark. Sexton, of course, is a question mark on a new bike. So realistically, you sit here and look at that. You're like, okay, all this confidence he's gaining right now, he's going to go right into Anaheim 1 believing that he can just win by 20 seconds.
Kinda, right?
Pretty much.
But today, you can see only Chase of Eli. Who else?
Yeah, no, you're right.
There's nobody that gives you any indication they're going to be better next year.
Nope. No, you're right.
Jeremy,
our phone lines are full for questions for you. You want to take some calls here?
Sure, take some.
All right, David's first up. What's up, David? What do you want to talk to Jeremy Mcgrath about?
Yeah, hey, I was late night in some rerun TV. Did I see Mcgrath on Friends?
No, you did. You did, actually. Yeah. I was in the coffee shop with... Actually, Colin Edwards and me were both on the same episode. We went down there together. It was pretty funny. If you guys remember the Texas Tornado, MotoGP guy.
Yeah, he's got a great track in Texas now, moto facility down there. Yeah.
Does he? Yeah. So, anyway,
Cox, Jennifer Aniston, Phoebe.
How did it come together, MC? Like, how did that come? Cheryl did that? Your publicist or what?
Yeah, I had a publicist back then. How it came together was Matt LeBlanc.
Oh,
so
sure.
Remember,
right.
he was a big moto friend. He loved all of us moto guys and rides moto himself. We did some fun stuff together just for little interviews and whatnot. So that's really how that came together. And he's like, "Oh, you guys ought to come down," and we went down and did it. Yeah.
And then what? Fun. Just stand here for
Well, no.
Okay.
So if you ever saw the episode, like
Okay.
Dave here, Dave, did you see in the background? You see me like talking and stuff? It looks like I'm talking, have a conversation, all that.
Yeah.
So when we're doing all that, you're like not making any noise. You're like fake talking because everyone in there is fake talking. So it's completely silent except for the actual actors that are saying stuff that are having parts. So it's interesting. You got to fake like like we're sitting there having a conversation, but we're not making any noise. So that's interesting little tidbit about that.
I promise, Jeremy, the only time I'm going to bring up Summercross was right now. I promise. But
what about
I met Matt LeBlanc at Summercross. He was there, and dude, the guy, I was just a greaseball mechanic, and I don't know how I got introduced to him or whatever. I was not working for Chaparral, obviously. Then the guy couldn't have been any cooler. He was awesome. He's a really nice guy.
Yeah, he's such a normal guy.
Right.
Hey, wasn't he a partner with you on your race in Carson also?
No, he wasn't. No, he wasn't he wasn't a partner of the Jeremy Mcgrath Invitational. No.
Okay, because I took a photo with him there.
At there?
He was there.
Yeah, he was there.
Yeah,
he was there.
Yeah,
But he was wearing like an official polo or something.
Okay.
Yeah, that's why I'm asking.
Thanks for the call, David.
Does it lead to Jennifer Aniston and date night before Brad Pitt? Does she get
any dates?
Hey, I couldn't be that lucky. Come on.
Thanks, David. Thanks for the call.
I think I'd rather have Courtney Cox anyway.
All right. Tyler's on 4. Tyler, you got a question for MC?
Yeah, I was just wondering, I was at the 2006 Phoenix Supercross, and what was going through your mind when you pulled that knack after you ripped the whole shot right away on the opening lap?
The funny thing about the funny thing about that race is, when I mean in the pits, I go, okay, look, before the race, I go, if I'm getting the whole shot, if I get the whole shot, I'm gonna do the knack on the first lap, because I knew there's no way that I was gonna win the race. The big three were in there at that time, right? It was RC, Chad, and Ricky or whatever, James. And I was like, okay, if I'm leading, I'm going to do it on the first lap. And so then I got the whole shot, and I was like, oh, shit, I actually got to do it. I said I was going to do it. I got to do it. And so if you remember seeing it, there's not too many photos of it because people were like, what were you thinking doing that? Well, anyways, on the first lap, Fonseca was behind me, I think, in second. And I pulled over to the left side of the track and did it on the left side of the triple. So I didn't take the race line. I tried to move out of the way just to do the knack. I don't know what I was thinking. I was just thinking I got the whole shot, and I was like, if I can't win, I guess I better put on a good show. So that's what I did.
It was really cool to see because, you ripped it. That was a CR250 too, so it was like one of the last whole shots for a two-stroke. And I just remember the place erupting when you did that, and it was just really cool to see live. So it's always been embedded in my memory.
That was really cool. Do you remember that night was a split start? Remember they had that wild split start thing? That was cool.
Yeah, because Villapoto and Short had a little scuffle on that split start too, because they were battling for the 250 West Championship, and Ramsey got the win for KTM.
Oh, right. Yeah, I remember that.
Also,
I remember I finished fourth that night on that two-stroke. So
that was good.
Those three guys, RC, Reed, and Stewart, all passed me, but I finished fourth. I have a really cool photo in my little trophy museum thing here of all of us spraying champagne because if you remember, they took the whole shot guy up to the podium too.
Yeah.
So it's a really cool photo of James, Ricky, Chad, and myself, and we're all spraying champagne and stuff, so it's pretty sweet.
Tyler, check out the Re-Raceables podcast that I do with Wygant. We had Jeremy on talking kind of about his second comeback. He gets into more detail about coming back, why he came back, what he was thinking, all of that stuff, including more about that race as well. So check out that podcast as well. So.
Yeah, just getting me excited, too, for Washougal this week, and I'm excited to see the smoke show. So.
All right, thanks, man. Appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, thanks.
Yeah, MC, I don't know if it's too late, but it's $25K for the top place in two-stroke at Washougal, so I don't know if you've been practicing much. But,
yeah. There's it's too late. Yeah, it's
too late. Okay.
It's not too late, a warning for the race, but it's too late because there's a lot faster kids than me these days.
It's only $25,000 for the first placing 250?
Yeah, the first placing two-stroke. I think it's up to $25K.
What about the second one? And the second
what?
Second guy gets something?
At the National, yeah. Yep, this weekend. So, Motorsport, Jets and Donuts, and a few other people have put some
Moto
bunch of money-
memes.
Moto memes.
So you got to qualify for the race.
Yep.
Then it's top placing two-stroke. So
Yeah.
I would assume you're going to see a fair amount of dudes out there, right, going for that.
Yeah, Carson Brown's showing up. I think he's the favorite right now. He's good at Washougal,
Yeah.
obviously, and he's a great rider anyways. Then
Yeah.
I think Jerry Robbins going to race one. Matt Burkeen, of course, has been racing one all summer. So, yeah, there'll be a few guys.
Dude, how cool would it be? How cool would it be if some of the top guys go, you know what? I'm not leading points. I'm
Yeah.
getting smoked by 60 seconds every weekend. Give me a two-stroke.
I know,
Let's
right?
But
go make
you
some
can
money.
give one of your 252 strokes to Anderson or Adam.
Yeah.
They
Yeah,
can
there you
race
go.
that.
I know, right? Yeah.
Jake's on 3 for Jeremy. What's up, Jake? What's your-
Hey, you know what? I have some Hondas too. I could give a couple, 3 or 4 guys.
A whole bunch of guys.
Bike.
No, you can you send a trailer and then you rent the bike out.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
Yeah.
Jake, what's your question for Jeremy McGrath?
Hey, MC, how's it going? I was just
What's
wondering,
up?
so 99 to 01, top 3 personal favorite No Fear setups from 99 to 01.
My favorite one of all time was winning Daytona in the all-white with the no-hander
Yeah.
over the finish line.
Oh,
Yeah, that's good.
The sky blue
all-white,
one?
I mean,
Sky blue
all
one.
time ever.
Yeah, the first set of gear that came out we had was No Fear, the black set, right? And then I think it was the following season we came out like sort of around March, April, or whenever the Daytona race was, and I wore white at that race for the first time. And it was cool. I just liked all the whole white thing, and then of course it was hot, so white really helped, and then that like blue combo with it. That was a pretty cool kit. Really dug it.
Yeah.
Oh, top 3
Yeah.
you said.
Yeah, if you got it.
Well, the blue and orange on the Yamaha was pretty sweet.
Yep, that was good.
Yep.
And then I had you guys remember like the little bit darker blue with the canary yellow? That was pretty cool.
Oh yeah, that was on the cover of Racer X. That was near the end, I think. One of the last years you wore it that year. That was really good.
Yeah.
Um,
I don't know. I think they did it. No Fear did a good job with that stuff. It's crazy how that whole story went away. But anyway, yeah. I think Jerome was helping us at the time. DV, you know Jerome, right?
Yeah.
Jerome Moss, yeah. Anyways, I think he was helping Jeff at No Fear and some guys. So we had some fun with it. It's cool.
Yeah, he sounded like quite an eccentric kind of guy.
Did you see
Jerome.
like he does sunglasses now?
Oh, he does.
Oh yeah, no, he has
Very high end, like $800 a pair of
Very
sunglasses.
high-end,
Yeah, like Rihanna's wearing it.
Oh, okay.
Like
is it his company or is he a designer?
it's his company.
His company, yeah.
Oh wow.
Jacques and Marie Mage.
Okay.
Jacques Marie Mage, yeah.
Yeah, Jacques Marie
Oh,
Mage.
He just did a Johnny Cash collaboration.
Oh, cool.
Came out with one called the Quentin and something else. It's pretty sick. Yeah.
Yeah, he does
awesome.
limited edition, very limited, very small batches,
Yeah.
and then super high end, expensive.
I did a story on No Fear for Racer X, and Jeremy, I talked to you for it as well. And then, like, he came up with the bad boy image, the whole bad boy, the guy.
Jerome did?
Yeah, with the flexed arm and everything. That was him.
No way! I didn't know
Yep,
that he
way
was
back
around
then.
that long. Because back then Jerome must have been a kid.
Yeah,
He was, and they said that he was drawing it on walls or something. He was drawing this character on a wall. and
Was
they
it Jerome or Mark?
No, it was Jerome.
Oh, yeah?
not Mark. No.
Yeah.
And
Wow.
Sirwall or Simo, one of the guys, told me that they were like, they found this kid. He was a kid, and he was like kind of super talented, but all over the place, and he was graffitiing everything. And they
He
saw.
must have just gotten here from France.
Yeah,
then, right? 'Cause
probably right. And they saw the bad boy thing, and they were like, "Was it the bad boy thing, or was it just No Fear logo?" Maybe I got No Fear.
The eyes, No Fear eyes, maybe.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I got the logos mixed up because it does seem
Yeah.
like the.
Well, I know Jerome was
Yeah.
certainly heavily involved in a lot of No Fear stuff.
Because
You know,
Jerome is my age.
certainly a lot of spy stuff. He did a lot. He did like my
Did he?
MC glasses and all the stuff back in the day. So he was very instrumental in the beginnings of Spy.
Thanks,
So-
Jake. Thanks for the call. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you. MC, before we let you go here, guys at Maxxis are a sponsorship for a couple of us on other shows. New tires from those guys. There was a press day at Paris. You've been heavily involved in R&Ding these things and developing them. So, I know Chris at Maxxis is super stoked about these things.
Oh yeah, that was another fun ride day we had. The new Paris track is.
I haven't been.
Pretty.
Is it
it's
good?
pretty awesome.
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
Yeah, it's really nice. Really nice. That was the track that I had my very first race on ever in my life, 86. It was pretty cool.
Yeah.
But now it's like deja vu when I go there. It's the same setup, but really nice setup now. Anyway, yeah, the Maxxis day we did was amazing. They have a couple new rad tires, like the new scoop tire they just came out with is awesome. Of course, you guys know I love the MXST. I've been running that thing for a long time. We came up with it. Lately, they have the intermediate hard, and then they have the the SI soft intermediate. So there's some variations out there. Maxxis is doing a great job, and I'm just about one of the fun things I'm doing. I'm taking off this Saturday, which is Washougal Saturday, and I'm going to Whistler. I'll be fairly close, and Crankworks big mountain bike event is all week, and so I'm going to go be shredding some mountain bikes all week up in Whistler. So
nice,
excited to do that. We're going to go test some new Maxxis mountain bike tires too. And
sweet!
These guys are dialing it in. It's awesome.
You still riding the SL when you ride e-bike? Is that what your bike of choice is mostly?
I have all the bikes.
Yeah.
The SL.
Yep.
I don't ride my SL. When I go to ride e-bikes, I ride with the regular Levo with my buddies.
Oh, okay.
But I haven't ridden my e-bike, honestly, in a long time because I've been trying to get back on the regular bike. So last week I did 120 on my road bike.
Wow.
And then the week before I did like 2 or 3 mountain bike rides.
Look at you. Mammoth is coming. Yeah.
Yeah. Dude, I signed up for the 40 class. I gotta get with it. The whippersnappers coming after me, dude. They want a shot at the title.
All right, man. Awesome. Yeah, good to hear. That's cool. Thank you for the time. Always appreciative. We kept you on the line for a long time, so really, really cool of you to call in.
Stoked to talk to you guys. Yeah. DV, you're in studio tonight, right?
What's that?
Did you go to?
Yeah, he's
studio
here
tonight.
He's in Vegas.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah.
Cool.
I just came in, flew in, and sleep and go back.
He charges me outrageous rates, but he's worth it, MC. He's worth it to get here.
Oh, man. I will not retire with the money he gives me. I'm telling you right now.
You are retired. You don't even work.
Yeah, I'm already retired.
Hey, at least he's gonna give it to you straight. That's all you need.
Jeremy, he's the richest poor man you've ever seen in your life. Like, he doesn't work, right? He hasn't worked for a decade. He hasn't worked. But he'll tell you every time how poor he is, how he's got no money.
No.
Hey, that's a smart man, if you ask me.
You're making fun of me. I was working the last 5 years. I worked with Dylan, so I was making some money.
Part-time training. I mean,
is that a part-time?
Well, like part-time wages. Like, you told me what you were making.
He wasn't making.
Right.
Yeah, I wasn't making.
Right.
I was working, right? But yes, I didn't make Ricky's money. So
I'm not saying you did.
And I don't know how to do anything else. So if I run out, what am I going to do?
Hey, just don't go to the casino and spend too much.
Oh, that is a problem.
I know.
I play poker with one of.
Carl tells me when you're there.
Yeah, I play poker with one of Jeremy's friends. Yeah,
I've never seen a guy more rich than DV talk about how he's got no money.
He talks.
Absolutely.
Hey.
So, cool.
He's smart.
Thanks, man. Thank you for the time, MC. Always great. Thanks for calling.
All right, guys. Always fun. Yeah, you guys call anytime. Nice to talk with you, DV, and take care. And I'll see you, Steve, later.
Great. Thanks, Jeremy.
Bye.
All right, that's Jeremy Mcgrath, everybody. Brought to you by EVS Sports, evs-sports.com. Pulp30 is the code to save. Whether it's knee protection, neck protection, elbow protection, EVS Sports has got you covered. evs-sports.com. Pulp30 is the code to save. Good stuff. What?
Yeah, it's 2 and MC on your show.
I know. This is what I do.
Yeah, that's that's very impressive.
You made this happen because I didn't want you yelling at the guests.
I did not. Even if you bring regular people that never won a race, but they're kind of like interesting and halfway smart, I'm fine.
Okay. All right.
If you
well, I had to make sure.
Okay.
So
that's you don't have to go overboard.
Well, I did for you.
Yeah, for your listeners, that was great.
Listen, sometimes on the show, like I'll admit too, it's a challenge for me to book guests every week, right? Like I
bet.
I have to think of somebody I haven't had for a while, somebody who's doing something interesting. So I once in a while, I like to show people, hey, watch what I can do. I can get these guests.
Yeah.
It's something that I do once in a while.
Yeah, you don't have to do it every 100 episode.
No.
You can do it on a regular basis.
Right.
You have connection.
I know. I appreciate these guys.
Your reach is like more than Wembanyama.
I will say, James, I've been texting James for a little bit to come on. He hasn't really responded. And then I saw him at Salt Lake. And I said, hey, man, are we good? And he's like, what are you talking about? And I said, well, you haven't responded to any texts lately. Not like every day, but say 3 or 4. Maybe 2 or 3 about coming on. And he never responded. And I'm like, did you change your number?
He leave you on red?
No, he doesn't have that. I said, did you change your number? He's like, nope. I go, well, dude, I feel like there's some tension here. And he's laughing. And I'm like, I said, because if you can't come on, it's totally fine. You just have to be like, I can't do it, and I move on, right? But while I have you waiting, I have. So he goes, no, I'm coming on. I'll do it. So I waited until you, and then I said, DV is here, and he got right back to me. So I think you were the reason why he decided to reply. So
it's funny because we never really hang out with Stu.
Right.
Never.
No one does. Stu floats above all of us.
Yeah, it's like, but obviously I raced on the same track as him. But yeah, that was cool.
I'm glad you wore your hat tonight. All right, Kevin's got a Race Tech rant, and then that's going to lead us into our actual Race Tech rant. Kevin, what's your Race Tech rant?
Hey, Steve. Not sure if you've gotten any complaints about the pulp curse from those weekend warriors.
What happened?
So I got a nice set of Decal Works graphics using the code.
Okay, thank you.
Got it on there with the PulpMX logo on there, and I got 2 rides out of it before the bike shit the bed on me.
Okay. Yeah, that happens. I mean, I went to dinner with A-Ray. He broke his thumb. I went to dinner with Phil. He broke his arm. I went to dinner with there was someone else that got hurt. Yeah.
I had dinner with you tonight.
Yeah.
Should I just walk home?
Drive back, yeah.
Stevie's going to want to wrap himself in some bubble wrap before he leaves.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Yeah. Well, listen, I'm sorry to hear that. So your graphics are fucked too now?
No, graphics are good.
Okay.
Just engine problems.
Just engine
not
problems.
working.
All right. Well, the good news is you can use the code from Wiseco and et cetera to buy yourself new engine parts.
This guy.
Yeah, I should definitely look into that. I got a dealership right now.
Hey,
try to fuck you over again. Then.
What? What's wrong, DB?
Giving my gift card.
Okay. Yeah, you don't want a Pulp Fantasy?
I wanted to, but this guy is kind of feel bad for him.
Do you want a $100 motorsport.com gift card?
Hell yeah, I'd take that.
All right. DV's giving it to you.
Stay online or in line.
Yeah, we'll get the information.
Good thing we didn't tweet out that DV was going to give his gift card to 934th place already.
Yeah, no, it's Kevin. Kevin on his Race Tech rant.
Congrats on 934th place.
Okay, if you know what, I can hold my word. It's the same thing. I'm giving it away. I wanted to find a way.
You could do whatever you want.
This guy just needs it.
Do you want to put up another 100 for the 934th finisher this weekend?
I could shoot for it.
No, I mean DV. Do you want to put up? Like,
I can put out my money. It's fine.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. Yeah, why not?
Okay, there we go. We got $100 out of DV for 934th this weekend. So,
dude, I don't make money come here, and then it costs me money to come to this stupid show. How did I end up here?
I don't know.
Can you put a price on Goodwill, DV?
You can. Kevin, so stay on the line, all right? DV will get your information, email. I'll send you that gift card from motorsport.com.
Cool. Thanks, guys.
All right. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, feel bad for the guy. Broke his engine. Like, give him $100.
Sure.
Get him some parts or whatever. I don't need it.
Race Tech rant of the night. Racetech.com. For nearly 40 years, Race Tech has been supplying the motorcycle industry with high-quality suspension components made right in the U.S. of A. Building a reliable world-class engine requires a combination of state-of-the-art equipment and experienced, knowledgeable technicians. They can do motor work. They can do suspension work. Did you ever use Race Tech? Did you ever?
Yeah. They built a couple sets of for my builds.
Oh, for your project bike? Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
You hooked me up with them.
Did
don't
I
remember?
I don't remember that part. This is one of the things I do for you. Racetech.com. DV, your Racetech rant of the night is PulpMX Fantasy, or is it riders not fixing the track? Which?
No. My rant was gonna be like
Fantasy.
no. It could be fantasy, but it's not. I think it's the same thing basically. You pick up a guy, I won't say names because he's 4th place. Everybody say, "Oh, we need a star. Okay, 4th place, first couple laps, whatever. Ends up 15th. It's a factory rider.
Mm-hmm.
You know, what the hell are you doing? It's your job. You're supposed to last 2 motos.
Okay.
You know, so basically, the fantasy, the PulpMX fantasy, made me realize that sometimes you bet on a horse, and the horse is like he has nothing to show for. You know, you think it's gonna be good, right? They got a stall stuff, but the most simple thing is to be fit.
Yeah, it's the one thing you can control.
It's easy.
Right? Yeah.
It's easy. There's nothing. There's Baker's Factory and all those big names. The Johnny O'Mara, they did not invent the wheel.
Right.
You know.
Yeah.
They not reinvent this. It's the same thing. You got to do your work, right? Anybody can do it.
Right.
What's tough is to ride like Jet Lawrence,
right,
or to James Stewart, Jeremy Mcgrath, all those guys. Very, very, very tough to get to that level on a bike. To last motos, anybody can do it.
Yeah.
Anybody can do it.
Yep. I agree. It's one thing you can control.
And when I play this stupid game, you know, and I get somebody and I think I pick a good guy that's fast and gets the start, because nowadays it's all about the start. I want to get a good start. Right? They get the start. They have the good bike, a factory bike, factory supported bike. They get a good start. You pick them. They have a good handicap. You want to do max point. The guy doesn't even fucking double point. He was 4th in the first couple laps. What are you doing? Don't even go there. You know? So your game made me realize something, right? And that's what it is. Just fucking last the motos. Damn, that's the easy part.
You're on Threads now. Why Threads and not Twitter?
I don't know.
Okay. All right, moving on.
I drive a Tesla, but I don't like Elon.
Okay.
And it was a few years ago, I got in a feud with because McAdoo kept fucking taking out Dylan at Salt Lake City.
Yeah.
And I said something. What is he doing? Like, more like kind of as a joke. I'm like, oh, is McAdoo like taking out Dylan just because Faulkner or whatever? Because Dylan was fighting with Faulkner. And there's a bunch of guys that were like, you know, stop crying. I'm like, you guys, I'm kind of joking.
Yeah.
You know, like, you guys take everything serious. I'm like, screw it. So I got off Twitter.
Fuck my ass.
And now Twitter, I only have a burner that I don't use. I use only to read
stuff,
read stuff.
Soccer stuff, probably.
Yeah, and moto stuff.
Okay.
You know, I follow you, Vital, stuff like that, just to get up to date.
So you're on Threads. Here's a thread from you. And just like that, I got jerried by Jerry in PulpMX Fantasy. Add to that, I have Hammaker who crashed in the first turn, Varese who blew up. I'm going to have my worst fantasy race of the year. I used to enjoy watching the races on Saturday, but I got pushed to play this fucking game. Now I want to break my phone, my TV, and beat someone up. That is a race tech rant right there. That was.
But it has nothing to do with the game. We're not talking, like Iverson would say, we're not talking about the game.
Right. We're talking about the riders.
We're talking about the
Don't
riders.
hate the game. Hate the riders.
Yeah, don't hate the game. Hate the riders.
Oh, there you go, Marks.
Oh, man.
Yeah, sorry.
I can't beat it. It has nothing to do with you either.
Yeah.
You know?
Steve likes to blame me. Everyone likes to blame me.
Well, you know, when you see, it's so good because you have the points, the live points at the beginning.
Marks has done a great job with the dashboard.
Yeah,
it's got rider points overall, fantasy points.
Yeah, but then there's the ranking. You don't know. There's the championship ranking is for the guy who pay, right?
Yeah.
And then the overall is like for the cheap asses.
Yeah.
Everybody.
All right. Okay. Yep. So I was a cheap ass for Supercross. I'm like, hey, I'm not gonna pay $40 or $50 if I don't like this stupid game.
What if you win a YZ 450?
I don't give a shit. I won't ride it.
But you can sell it.
So I'm gonna try it out. And then a friend invited me, a couple of friends invited me to their leagues, you know, and I won one.
Yeah.
And I got maybe top 5 or something in the other, top 3 or top 5, and I coped.
Yeah.
For
$40.
No, I paid for 20 just for the nationals.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and
you were doing well.
And I won. I got the 12th place or
whatever,
6th,
See,
9th
you already
place.
got your money back.
Yeah. No, I gave it
No, you
away.
gave it away. Well, that's
I'm still down.
Right.
So, but yeah, it's been good. It's been fun.
Seems like it.
I was watching with my mom. Like my mom was home for a couple of weeks, and my mom is so I'm 40, almost 46, so she's 65, right? And obviously she's in France, right?
Yeah.
And do you remember my mom?
Yeah.
Taking lap times at the track
Yes,
and stuff
absolutely.
with the little computer back 23 years ago. Okay, and she doesn't really watch images. She looks at the live timing.
Okay.
She likes that better than the regular race on TV. And she wakes up at like 3 o'clock in the morning.
Really, huh?
And then she follows lap timing. She's crazy.
Yeah.
And so she was home and we watched one race together. I think it was Southwick. And that was so cool. And I had my computer. I always have my computer. I have PulpMX. I have live timing. I look, and I want to see who's doing what lap time wise. My mom, same thing. She's on her phone doing it. And I'm like, Mom, right now. So the most you can do is 50-50, 175, right? If you don't have per moto is 175.
Yeah.
And I was like, at one point I was 168. I'm like, Mom, I'm like 7-8 points from max point. I'm like,
meatloaf.
And then all of a sudden, somebody
right.
somebody did a double point. And then I got this the goal guy.
Anton Goal.
Goal.
Swedish.
And then he didn't even start second moto. I'm like, what are we doing?
I was 14th for a little while in one of the early outdoors. I was 14. I think it was one of the ones I missed. So I was sitting on the couch. I had my laptop open, live timing, race on, and then tweeting for RacerX on the other laptop, and then going back and forth. And I was 14th, and everything was great. And then literally 30 seconds later, I was 400th. And then I was 600, and I was just like, oh, my God.
Yeah.
I don't remember exactly what happened. But
that's fun. I don't
DV 934 PulpMX Fantasy Race Tech Round of the Night. My Race Tech Round of the Night is simple. Like, I just want internet at the track. I just want cell service at the track. Millville is great, but there's if you're Verizon, there's nothing. If you're AT&T, there's nothing until 200 people get there, then there's nothing, right? And these tracks got to figure it out, man. Like, we are in the day and age where everyone needs cell service. Like, there's just so many things that go on, and keeping in touch with family, all the things that having a phone and a personal computer in your pocket counts for. Like, you can get Elon has internet you can rent.
Starlink,
right?
right?
So can't you get Elon's? Like, no matter what, it's internet anywhere.
Yeah.
So there is possibility even at Millville to get internet or cell service or something. Just got to spend some money. And I think if you get a pro national, and again, I love Troll Train, I love Millville. If you get a pro national though, you should be required to have X number of megabytes, gigabytes, gigabytes.
Tetrabytes.
No, I'm not going to tell you. I just want to hear how many more things you can.
Techabytes.
Yeah, keep going.
You need to have minimum
bytes. A lot of bytes.
A lot of bytes. And otherwise, sorry, you can't do it. Like,
they can always bring a cell tower too.
I don't know. I think that's a little more involved, but I don't know.
Yeah, but you can call AT&T, say, put it up. We have an event.
Oh, okay. Can you?
Yeah, they do it.
Marks, can you do that?
I don't know.
How do they do like big festival, Coachella and all this stuff?
I don't know.
They bring stuff or they bring shit. You have like Wi-Fi for everyone.
It should be a requirement for a national. Never mind media. Like, the media Wi-Fi was garbage all day. It only worked in the media tent, and it was up and down, and it didn't really work. So never mind the media can't do their job.
But it's fun. You always make fun of Phil on Twitter anyway. So
I do. You're right.
Remember, it's funny you say that. But when I first maybe the second or third year I went to Unadilla, no cell service back then, and I would call Erica, collect from
the payphone.
From the payphone.
Yeah, at the pits, by the pits.
Yeah, by the pit was the payphone.
Yeah.
I would call 1-800 collect. Hey champ, want to make a call?
Yeah.
Yes, 1-800 collect. I was calling myself collect.
Yeah.
My house.
Right.
And then to say, hey, I'm fine.
Yeah.
Park's good. Sometimes you couldn't follow back then. Like you had to give some kind of updates, right?
It's amazing how we got to the races with no cell phones and no maps or anything else. How we found these racetracks.
The first year, what was the name of the secretary at? I don't remember her name. A blonde lady that was super nice.
Yamaha.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't remember.
She was married to a guy that used to work at FMF and drove the FMF.
Oh, Stephanie.
Stephanie.
She was a secretary at Yamaha?
Yeah, she was at
Mike
Yamaha.
Mike Hodges' wife.
Here we go.
But she was at Yamaha?
Yeah.
Not when I was there. She was gone by then. Okay.
Before you, maybe.
Okay.
Yeah, sure.
Oh.
And so the first year I was here, so there was no internet, there was internet, but it was dial-up.
Hodgie was cool, by the way.
Yeah.
Hodgie's a nice guy.
I met him at FMF like a few years before that, and then his wife started working at Yamaha,
Right.
and she would print out all the MapQuest direction before the races.
Yeah.
Would give me my tickets. Remember, you have printed
paper
tickets,
tickets,
the paper tickets in an envelope with the hotel reservation, with the direction, the MapQuest directions and stuff. Dude, for me that was so tough.
Yeah.
First year,
Yeah.
Now you have ways this and that, but if you think about it,
Right.
it's the same thing as watering the track we're talking about.
Yeah.
Everything was a freaking struggle.
It was.
Yes.
All right. So one of the things we wanted to bring DV in here for tonight was 10-year anniversary of Lasergate. It was a show 139 in the PulpMX show. And we had just gotten going. Kenny Watson was my regular co-host. We invited you up. It was my old house. It was the first house that we ever lived in Vegas at. So,
Summerlin over there.
Yeah, over by Summerlin out there. And the studio was pretty modest, right? We didn't have any video cameras. We had a GoPro that we set up on the screen, and we just matched the Swisscore, matched the audio to the GoPro, and they're up on PulpMX YouTube channel. And so it was really interesting. So that weekend at Washougal, Jeff Alessi decides to shine a laser in Ryan Villapoto's eyes on the starting line. Why? I don't know, because it's Jeff Alessi. I don't know. Mike's racing. Tony's there. It's Moto Concepts. And Jeff gets caught by Davey Coombs, or gets caught by spectators. Davey finds out. Davey throws him out of the race. And Davey tells me this. He's like, hey, we caught Jeff Alessi shining a laser in Villapoto's eyes, and I threw him out of the race. So I tweet that. And I was like, you're not going to believe what I just heard. But Jeff Alessi's been evicted from the race. So I don't think anything of it. Like, I'm like, what an idiot. And I just go on with my life. And afterwards, like, shining a laser in somebody's eyes is serious business. Like, it can jack it up, right? Never mind trying to distract them. You can see it on the starting line on the video.
Yeah.
So I tweet that. Big thing happens. Jeff gets banned from the races. Mike gets fined $25,000. Moto Concepts goes on probation. I think Tony has suspension. It's a whole thing. Tony, I tweet that out, and I just go at the end of the day to go up to Tony to talk to him about what happened. Like, I know it happened. And Tony loses his mind at me on the races, right? At the races. Mike Genova gets in my face. Tony gets in my face. I'm like, what is going on here? Like, your kid got caught with the laser. You should be mad at him. Like, why are you mad at me? Like, he's an idiot. But so it got intense. It got heated. People broke us up. I thought Tony was going to swing at me. Like, I was kind of getting ready. Like, here it comes. So it gets broken up. We're fine. Tony gets assessed these fines. Moto Concepts gets assessed these fines. We have our show on Monday. That's obviously what we're talking about on Monday. DV, you come in. You're just like, I can't believe what happened. Genova texts me and says, hey, I want to call and talk about what happened. And I'm figuring they're going to be pretty contrite, right? So we bump Kyle Cunningham. We bump somebody else because it was kind of late in the show or late in the day when they called me. And I'm like, okay, like, I'll give you the forum to talk about it. And Genova gets on. Right? Genova was on, right? I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, Genova called first. He doesn't really help the situation at all. And then we hang up from Genova. You were buddies with Mike at that point, I think.
Yeah, I worked with him a couple of years before. Like, I was managing the
Was that
team.
years before? Okay, so
Yeah.
you were
Because that's 13. I was managing in 11.
So you and Mike had a good rapport, I remember. Like, you were telling him your honest thoughts.
I left when he signed Alessi. I'm
Right.
like, I give him the keys. I'm out. You know?
I thought Porcel and Tommy Hahn were going to drive you crazy, but you thought Alessi were. So
No, it was rough. I had a rough managing career.
Yeah.
For 1 year.
Right. So then Genova hangs up, and he says Tony's going to call in, and that's when things went sideways. And so I thought Tony was going to call in and be like, "We're so sorry. I yelled at Jeff. You know, we apologize," because they got busted, right? And instead, it went completely sideways.
That's the drug ring.
I mean,
drug
everything.
ring.
So we pulled a couple of clips. Here's the first clip from show 139, Lasergate. Here's a clip from it.
Here's the situation. Your kid is flashing a laser on the starting gate. And I said, Jeff Alessi, what the fuck are you doing? I may have probably overreacted. This guy is suspended. I'm taking him off the property. And I said, dude, what are you doing? Like, you are the promoter of the event. You're the number one guy. Why are you doing this? Like, you're out of your mind, dude. You're way over the line.
You freaked out like a paranoid wacko.
You would have known a father. Any father would have handled it. Davey, listen to me.
Jeff is not a kid. Jeff is 23 years old.
What would you do? I want to know. What would you do?
You know what?
What would you do, David?
I don't know. I don't know what I would have done.
But man mishandling your kid. What would you do?
Can I talk? Let me talk for a second. I don't know what I would have done. It's not me. But if I would have done that, and my dad was manager, he would have beat my fucking ass.
Is that the clip?
Yeah,
that's the first clip.
Yeah.
I mean, you kept saying he's 23. Like, your perfect point. Like, he's not a kid, man. Like, he's a grown adult who made a stupid decision.
If you can drink and smoke pot, you're an adult.
Right.
Yeah.
So your dad. So I liked your answer there. So, I mean, Tony, and again, Tony and I are fine now. I remember thinking, like, I cannot believe that, like, what he's going. I can't believe this is going the way it was going. I thought he was going to, like, apologize. And it just got worse. It just went worse and worse. Here's another clip.
He did not drag it by the neck. He took his
bullshit.
Your
When you
credential.
there, I was there. James, the truck driver, was there. We all saw the same thing. He has it on video. I need to send you the video. He was dragging him by the neck. Do you understand that? Do you understand that Jeff Alessi has an assault charge now on Davey Coombs with video? That guy's going down. You understand that? He's going down. MX Sports is done in the next 2 years. They're already on their way down. Are you kidding me? I was in the meeting, the manager's meeting, and I'm hearing Factory Connection Honda saying there's a drug ring inside of the MX Sports paddock going on. Do you understand what that is?
Come on,
That's
Tony.
serious.
Come on, Tony.
They're reciting Article
Stop it.
23.
You're embarrassing
and they're saying
yourself.
that they're going to bring in federal marshals because it's not getting handled right. Those guys have got big problems right now going on, way bigger than Jeff Alessi and a little light. Do you understand that? There's serious shit going on with those guys.
It's funny to hear the drops in the conversation.
Like, I thought someone played a drop, but
I haven't heard that show for 10 years, and to hear the drop,
yeah, it's great.
It's just so we go through the show. DV, you're at some point you're like, this guy's fucking lost. He's irate. So that show, I mean, Watson was great in it, and those guys did not handle that well, and that show exploded. Like, our servers crashed 2 or 3 times just from word of mouth and getting a hold of it. And I went to the race the next weekend. It's all anybody could talk about. Mitch Payton called me at like 8 a.m. on Tuesday morning. He was like, that was the greatest thing I've ever heard. Like, everybody was calling. Like, it helped our show. Like, I hate to say it because it's controversy and it doesn't make them look good, but that sells, right? That put our show to a new level in ratings. It really did. I remember talking to Swisscore about it, and it was like the next week we were like, boom. People were like, gotta listen because
something's going to happen.
Who knows what's going to happen? It was remarkable. It was incredible radio. I still can't believe that Tony and Mike Genova, who I like and I am friends with to this day. I can't believe they handled it that wrong.
Yeah. Tony is one of the first guy I saw the first time I came to the U.S. in '96, but he came a long way.
Yeah,
he's way better now. Way more
when
mellow.
it comes to his kids, he
gets very defensive.
Yes. I mean, like you said, the only reaction should have been like, "What the fuck are you doing, Jeff? You're an idiot. Now we got to clean this up." Like that's the only thing to do, And instead, they went into MX Sports in a drug ring, and assault charges.
What happened to those charges?
I don't know. I don't know what happened to those charges. I have to ask Coombs about that. But here we are, and MX Sports is stronger than ever with the alliance with Feld and SMX and everything else. And God, that show Lasergate was. Marks, you weren't around, right? And Tits,
Nope,
you were
that was
not.
before
You
my
were
day.
done by then.
To be
Tits?
determined.
Okay.
I feel like
I may have been there.
I feel like Tits
Maybe
was
not.
there.
If it was Kenny, then there was only a couple years
If
that,
that-
with Gibbs.
If that was 13, you had Gibbs for 2 years. I started.
I
in 16.
started in 2010.
Yeah, no, Tits was
So
there.
was this 3 years into
3 years. So 2010, I was not around. 11, 12, and 13, I was.
Well, then you were there for that show.
He was there.
I was here. I remember it.
Thanks,
just
Tits.
like yesterday.
He for sure remembers.
Thanks. Yeah, for sure. 139. If anybody wants to go back and listen to it, DV in studio. Also, can't really believe what's happening.
Why I always get the crazies, right?
Nothing wrong with Ronnie Stewart, Lucas Myrtle, or Rutledge Wood. They're not crazy. You just didn't particularly like what they did.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, but they don't know shit.
Yeah, and that.
Lasergate show. Please check it out. 10 years. Good times. Gail's on one. What's up, Gail?
Hey, hi. Good evening.
Hi.
I have two questions for DV.
Okay.
One, I just saw a comment from Eric Sorby. Eric Sorby made a comment about the track in Lockett, that the track was terrible and has been a terrible track for like 20 years. I was wondering if what DV would think about that, about the track in Lockett. And the second question is about what comes through a rider's mind when the rider leaves the race, the entire race, and then crashes at the last minute, similar to what happened to Romain Febvre last weekend. So what comes through your mind, and what are the kind of words that came out of your mouth?
Are you French?
Yes, I am.
From where?
From Lorraine.
Lorraine, Metz.
Yes, Lorraine. Yeah, Metz, Nancy. Yeah.
Okay.
Does she like your team, your soccer team, or not?
No. She's where my grandma was.
Oh, okay.
My grandma lived in the same region.
So not Marseille fans.
Yeah, no.
Is it Les Vosges? Are you a Vosgien?
No, my dad was born in Les Vosges, and my
Les Vosges, yes.
my grandma lived in Metz for the longest time.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, we like Romain Febvre for that reason, because he comes from.
Yeah,
Les
he's
Vosges.
from there. Yes, I know
Yes.
that. So for Lockett, I think Lockett this year was maybe the best I've seen
Really?
the track. Yes,
I
because
watched highlights. It didn't look good, DV.
no, but did you see how bad it looks usually?
No, I don't remember. No. but-
Usually
okay.
it's even worse.
Okay.
Because they had Friday night, they had huge rain and whatever, and the track was, way better than I've seen it before. It's a GP track. GP tracks are supposed to be natural, not man-made, with natural terrain. They don't bring sand. They use the dirt that's there, and Lockett it's Lockett. It's small rocks. It's outpack, square edges. It's that style of track. And I thought with the rain and the prep they did, actually the track didn't look that bad, compared to some years. But it's an iconic stop on the circuit. Lomo is not that good, for some people. It's iconic. I think it's good if you keep iconic stuff in sports, right?
Sure.
You have the French Open, the Roland Garros, you have Wimbledon, you have U.S. Open, Australian Open. You know, those, you have Queens
Plate,
Monaco.
Yeah.
You know, you have all those.
Truly, Monaco shouldn't be on an F1 circuit anymore, right?
But Monaco. There's Monaco also as a tennis tournament.
Oh, okay.
I was doing tennis because I was watching tennis yesterday, whatever. So those are iconic places. You know, you still have to go there. And but actually, the track was actually best I've seen in years. I don't know what he was talking about, but as far as crashing when you're leading, it sucks because it's funny when you crash. As far as for me, when I was in good position, I always thought I was dreaming. You know, like maybe like a second or two, where you crash, and in our dreams, especially like flying the next day, you always dream about crashing or huge crashes and stuff, but you think, oh, it's not happening, it's not real, and then it takes you a couple seconds to figure it out that you fucked up, you know. You crashed, so you have to get going. It's one of the worst feelings because you work so hard for that and then you throw it away.
Februar's on a roll right now.
3 in a row, right?
Yeah, 3 in a row. Yeah, he's really...
Actually, when Tits picked me up, I was listening to an interview from your boy
Lewis,
the captain.
He is not the captain, sir. He is not the captain.
I don't know the guy.
Okay.
And I talk
trust
shit.
me.
I talk shit to him on Threads for
good.
something.
Yeah, he's a fraud.
Yeah, I told him, what do you know about moto anyway?
Well, that's all he knows because he doesn't know anything about music or anything else.
No, I was joking, but
no.
I was listening to his interview with Romain Febvre, and he was talking about next year that he doesn't know what he's doing.
Oh, he doesn't have a contract?
I think he's end of a contract. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, Gail. Anything else?
No, thank you so much.
All right.
Hold on. What time is it?
Sure.
9. It's 6 o'clock in the morning in France.
Well, but we are in Zion. I'm with my sister. We are touring the canyon.
Okay.
And lots of French people, German, Italian, European.
Yeah, Zion is right there. You're very close.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Oh, shoot. We should have come to Las Vegas.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, I'll send you the address of the mansion.
Easy on that. Yeah. Easy on that.
Yeah.
Thanks, Gail. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Merci. Thank you.
I'm like, who's in his right mind waking up at 6 a.m. to listen to this show?
I don't know, Davey. It's a great point. Josh has a Tony Alessi story. What's up, Josh?
Hey, how you guys doing? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
All right. So to set the scene for you real quick, this is September in 2014, and my cousin and I go to Waldo MX in Central Florida just to line up for like a little money race they're having. And we're like practicing all day. And then, like, out of nowhere, it was like Zach Freeberg, I think, and then Mike Alessi and his whole crew just showed up. And we were like, oh, man, that was a waste. Not that, I mean, we were just local idiots. We weren't going to win anything anyways. But then to pick how we were going to pick our starting gates, they decided that they were just going to do numbers in a hat.
Mm-hmm.
And so I had, like, number 3, and everybody was laughing because Mike Alessi, he got, like, number 17 or something. And I kind of did like RJ did the Cooper because I saw Tony and Jeff, they were like packing this gate like so perfectly.
Right.
And I'm like, you know what, I'm just going to slide him there. And so I pull my bike up, and Mike didn't seem to care, but Tony came at me like from like 10 yards away. He's just like running up, and he's in my face. He's like, you want that gate? You want this fucking gate? And I'm just like, Jesus, dude, like, oh my! I really thought he was gonna start swinging. So I know what it's like to be on that end of it.
Well,
and
that's
then,
the thing, though. Like, why are you packing the gate? You got 17. You got gate 17. Stop it. Why are you doing that?
Exactly.
Right.
Well, and then Mike, you know, he was so cool about it the whole time. He's like, Dad, it's okay, Dad.
Yeah.
It's okay. So then the revs are all like,
we're at a Waldo race, local race. I think I'll be okay. I'm the greatest starter in motocross history. And I'm at a Waldo local race. I think I'll be good,
exactly.
Dad. Right.
Exactly. Well, so now the revs are, or not the revs are, but our bikes are all starting, and we're getting ready. and all of a sudden Jeff steps between me and my cousin. He's like packing the gate right next to me real quick, and I'm like, oh my God, this dude's gonna like take out my tire or something. You know, like, oh, he's pissed. But no, in fact, if you just YouTube Whole Shot with Mike Alessi, you can see it. By the end of the starting line, he was, 15 bike lengths ahead of everybody anyways.
Right.
So
yeah, from gate
it didn't really
17.
matter.
It was not a problem. Right. Yeah. No.
Yeah, I thought you guys would like that, especially on the reunion show. So
it's good. No, thank
Here
you.
I
I
come.
believe it. I 100% believe it, and that sounds like Tony. Yep. Thanks.
Oh
man.
yeah, I feel bad for Mike and the whole thing, because I think Mike was a great guy the whole time. He was just
Yeah, Tony was
the curse of Tony.
Yeah, listen, he there's so many stories of Tony going over the top when Mike was racing, and I mean it's just unbelievable. Some of the stories that I've heard are just unbelievable. So
that guy's going down.
But thanks for the call, man. Thank you.
Absolutely. Have a great show.
All right, thanks, man. Appreciate it. MotorcycleIndustryJobs.com. If you're looking for a job like DV, go to MotorcycleIndustryJobs.com. Dealer.
I need a job. Don't you have a job? Anybody?
Yeah, you can work So, Jagger Craig was in here with Christian maybe a month ago, and we taught Jagger how to work the cameras over there.
Oh, yeah.
So Mark's just...
We taught Jagger.
Well, Mark's taught Jagger.
There's an inclusive
And Mark's just stood off to the side while Jagger worked all the cameras, So you could do that.
That was great.
Do you want to do that?
No.
Okay. Do you want to teach me how to ride my dirt bike better?
I don't think that's possible.
It's not possible?
At least it didn't laugh.
That's a lost cause right there.
My job,
I don't think they get
Are you any good? Do you have a footage of yourself riding?
I
see photos.
No, there's no footage of. There's such. The video cameras were in separate. They were this big back then, and they were.
No. I'm talking about 2023.
We have a
with
real
your
great
blue
video
crew.
of one of his recent starts. He got the whole shot. Promise.
Let's not show that start.
Did you loop out baguette style?
No, I had a start at the World Vets. I don't know what I was thinking. It was my first time starting in about 7 or 8 years. I never practiced one start for whatever reason. Biggest mistake of my life. I never practiced one start until I rolled up for the first moto of my first race back after 7 years off of a dirt bike. And I was like, fuck. Like, I didn't do one start? What an idiot. And the start that I did do was absolutely terrible.
What, you stole?
No. Someone will probably attach you on social media. It's out there.
All right, send it to me. DV934 on Instagram.
Threads, or on Instagram.
On Threads, too.
Okay, on
yeah,
Threads.
tag me.
Tag DV. It's out there. My buddy, Mr. Side. Have you heard of this guy?
Yeah,
Yeah, that guy.
You going to the dark side?
He filmed it.
Oh, yeah?
And so
He has
he
it?
likes to share it with people.
Oh, he has my number. Oh, come on, dark
Everyone
side.
talks about me being a dick to dark side, but no one talks about Mr. Side blowing me out with this start video.
Is he
over
doing
and over and
the
over.
wrap-up show?
The what?
The wrap-up show.
No, we canceled the wrap-up show. We canceled the wrap-up show.
Dark side, I'm sure you're listening. Just send it to me. You have my number. Come on. I want to see this. I want to see if you're coachable first.
Oh. Well, okay, so I've learned...
Come on, Marks. You don't have, when he goes and ride Glen Helen with Kiefer and stuff, nobody film?
He's a diva about people filming
Who's going to film me?
Oh, yeah, you don't want...
Who's going to film the tubby guy?
He has
vet B rider riding around Glen Helen. Like, no one's filming me.
Do you have a stealth gear so nobody can see you and film you?
I am not putting my name and number on the back, no.
You don't?
No,
762?
No. But, yeah, anyways,
if I knew it was you out riding, I'll take you out so bad.
I tried to take KC out one time at GH, and he was going so goddamn fast. I couldn't even get ready to fuck with him because he just went by me so fast.
It's very hard
I know.
to take somebody out.
I know, especially when they're that much faster.
Yeah.
Okay, job of the week. Alpine Stars, dealer developer, Southeastern United States, full-time job. They're seeking enthusiastic, energetic, sports-minded people to fill a dealer development position in the motorcycle division. Great job, great company. MotorcycleIndustryJobs.com, job of the week. Thank you to those guys for coming aboard. Upload your resume for free today. DV, we got the tweets at Tits segment. You're yawning. I'm losing you.
And Gabba Gibbs too or no?
No Gabba Gibbs. What about Marvin? I think is he done? Is he gonna retire? What do you think?
Do you want his number?
No, I have his number, but
just ask him.
Okay.
I don't know.
Okay.
I know he's riding some two-stroke stuff just for
Yeah,
fun.
just for fun. Yeah.
I don't know if his wrist is like 100% to come back.
He's back riding.
He's coaching. He's coaching on the weekend, like rider, consultant.
Does he like going to the races? Does he enjoy it?
He'll never go. They love the races.
Okay.
That's all they know.
Okay.
They don't know any better.
So I told him
you know.
this. I told him this in Salt Lake. He was really nice at Salt Lake. We talked for a while. I said, dude, you can't go out on this way. Like, you just can't go out racing 2 races.
Why not?
Hurting your wrist.
Why
like,
not? He
had a
raced
great-
only one.
One
actually.
race. He had a great career.
Doesn't matter. He has money in the bank. He crashed. Dark side, baby. I have it. When you were the next subject, I'll check it out.
Fuck you, Dark Side.
So, thank you, Dark Side. You're the best.
Yeah, so like
he's not gonna win.
No, he's not.
He's gonna turn 34.
Okay.
Right? It's 34 in December.
It's older than I
29th.
thought he was. Okay.
Same age as December 89. That's Dungey and him. Same age. He's gonna be 34. He's not gonna win. He's gonna have to.
Would KTM hire him back? I feel like they would. Don't you feel like they would give him a Supercross only deal?
They're already done twice.
I know, but
yeah, but at one point, like if they sign Sexton and they have Plessinger, are they gonna make a third guy? Do they really need him? No, they have Malcolm. They have other guys on the other brand. I don't know. He's not gonna win. He's not gonna do better than he's ever done. Can he podium once in a while with like favorable
conditions?
Condition. Yes, I would think so. But to do this, you have to train super hard. He hasn't. I'm sure he did not train and ride hard since January.
Mm-hmm.
So that's 7 months, 6-7 months, and then you have basically you need 3 months every day. Not every day, you have to rest, but 6 days a week for 3 months to get ready. For me, I would, for a guy like that.
Okay.
You really think he's gonna want to do that? If he doesn't do that, he'll not gonna podium. He's not gonna get ready, and so what's the fun? If you want to be at the races, just go to the races. You can fly.
Yeah,
would fly there.
You think Vial would keep him on and help him out and all that? Like,
he doesn't need anybody to go to the races.
Okay.
He doesn't need to have a job. The guy has millions at the bank. You know, you can fly if you want to.
Yeah, he had a great career.
I think, him and his wife met really young. They were 16. Since that's 18 years. I think that they've been together for 18 years.
Mm-hmm.
All they know, all their friends, everybody else, they are the races, right? So obviously they like to be there, I would think, So that's why they fly. They're always at the races now,
He's a dad now, too.
Yeah, he's a dad. You see them at the races, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So they like to be involved, and they're close. They have friends and stuff.
Okay.
So going to the races, racing, you guys have to let it go. It's just with the Reed stuff. When Reed had to, spend his own money to go race, just forget it. You have millions. Who cares? You're not going to do better than champion.
Right.
There's nothing better than being a champion. You're
right.
already a 2-time champ, right? You have money at the bank. You don't have a team. Nobody wants you. Why you want to spend $2 million to go race? I know you like racing. Just go ride in your buddies. Same thing.
Mm-hmm.
You won't win.
Right.
Right? You won't win.
No, yeah.
Marvin won't win. Right?
Yeah.
So, and he's got hurt. Knees. Yes, knees not so good.
Mm-hmm.
He broke his wrist. That's it. That's it. Just, I'm not the guy saying, I quit. I was 31. So, or retired. I'm like, I'm done. I was tired of more the training.
Yeah.
I was training hard and I was sucking. Right? So, and I had money.
Yeah.
And when you get to that comfort, when you have that money comfort, the house comfort,
yeah,
you can see with all the riders,
What about anal bleaching?
Most of the riders, when they get the money, a nice house, and they're comfortable, comfort is a cancer to an athlete.
Yeah.
Right? only a few, the top 1%, don't
going.
care
Yeah.
about that, and the Tomacs of the world,
Yeah.
the Rickies of the world, those guys. After the second, third tier guys, they start making six figures, money a little bit out of the bank. It's fine. I don't need to win to eat this month. Then they don't get it.
Sure.
Right? So, yeah, I don't just. You guys need to stop wanting
Okay,
to
all
see
right,
like
all
people race forever.
Well, I don't want to race team forever, but I just wish. I
It
think-
happens.
Yeah,
Who gives a shit?
Okay.
You know, in 5 years from now, somebody's going to tell you, do you remember Marvin's last race? Yeah, he got 12 at A1 and then he broke his wrist. Nobody's going to remember.
No.
But are they going to remember his wins and all that? Yes. Letting Dungey go by and all this stuff when he was leading?
Yeah, yeah.
Yes, people will remember that. Then, the guy is still in good shape. He's a parent. He has a little daughter.
Yeah. Okay.
Just
So
let it go. Let it go.
So that's talking about Marvin Muscat and for Dylan. You guys haven't talked. So
Yeah.
what do you see from him when you watch him this year? He's not happy with the bike. He says he was on the show talking about, his concussion was really bad. He had to take a long time off the bike. He has not been able to build the base, so he can't go as fast as he wants because he's not as fit as he wants. And he said that he's still not comfortable with the bike, so he can go fast, but not for as long as he wants. Do you see that? Do you agree?
Yeah. Actually, I lied when I say I haven't heard. I texted his girlfriend, wife. I don't know if they're married, but
You don't know if they're married?
I'm not really sure.
This is the guy you worked with forever.
I know,
Okay.
but I don't know.
Okay.
It's not very important.
Right.
When after he crashed in Houston.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yep.
I texted him. I'm like, hey, I hope everything's good, and just let me know.
Right.
I didn't talk to him, but I
Right,
talked to her just after his crash.
Yeah, it was scary.
For this year, I thought he looked okay at Supercross at the beginning of the season. And I thought the bike was a little better, and then I really don't like Thomas' setup. I've said it so many times. I don't know how people like bikes like that.
Well,
right?
he's responsible for a setup, right? So
No, really, yeah, he wants that, but if that's maybe that's the best of the worst that he has, right? You
Right.
mean?
Yep. I know
Yeah.
what you mean.
And then didn't change a bunch of stuff. He changed his balls. He's changed suspension. Anam 1, you can see like the front end a little softer on his bike in Supercross. And then obviously he get hurt. We see Tomac still wins with the setup. And I'm not saying Tomac's going to be good, whatever you give him.
Yeah.
He's a beast, right? He's going to be fit. He's going to try hard. So it's not because he wins that this bike is automatically good, right?
Mhm.
Some other guys, the second tier guys that win because of the bike, let's say in a 250 class, yes, if you put them on the other bike, they will not get the same results. But Tomac's different. And I think as chassis and setup for MX is, you see his bike on TV?
Yeah, it looks busy. It looks busy.
I mean, it looks like it's the shock is broken.
You think? Yeah.
It looks really low, like Plessinger too.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, why are they like chopping out the bike so much? I'm okay with the 104 sag, right? But you look on TV, you feel like there's something wrong. Like, stop! I need to put some.
Really? I didn't know. I didn't notice that. AP, yes. AP likes his bikes like that. That's common.
Crazy.
His
And
his Yamaha sag was, I forget what the number was, but it was nuts.
Yeah, and then I think it was even worse. Like, I saw Plessinger, like Lakewood second moto. The first few laps, I'm like, dude, there's something wrong with this bike. I don't know. That's the setup.
I think James was onto something when he said Masterpool's bike, being a privateer bike and being softer. He was onto something there, I think.
He's onto something.
Yeah.
Like, okay, but it's softer. You need something more comfortable, more traction, and more like forgiving because it's a little choppy and
Yep.
stuff, right? Guys, You pay how many guys to come up with settings in a factory team?
Yeah.
There's three suspension guy. There's the Showa guy. There's the Kayaba guy. There's the guy coming from over there. They're not in the team, but they come from Kayaba straight.
Right.
They come to the race. They have like 5 computers. They're on the computers in all day. Okay?
Yeah.
Computers on all day in the semi. You look at the bikes, they look like shit.
But aren't the
At one
riders-
point,
Yeah.
the thing is, everybody is scared of shit in this industry to make a fucking change. I work with guys. Star, not really when I was there on the 250 side. But you work with somebody else, like you want 2 mil sag on the rear.
Yeah.
It's like you ask for their retirement account.
I know they're in a
All
box
the cricket.
sometimes, right? Yeah, they're in a
No,
box.
because
and
why?
That is it.
No, it's not a fucking box. It's because everybody is scared shitless to make a fucking mistake, to lose his job, or to ride or to crash. Right?
No, but I think
they don't want to
they're-
push the envelope.
They're told the bike works with these settings. That's it. That's what the computer tells them. And don't go any more outside of this settings.
It
you
doesn't
know?
matter the
Yeah.
fucking it's
Well,
not
I
a
know,
fucking
I
computer
know that,
thing.
but I'm telling you what the guys are thinking. Like the engineers have told them, listen, the bike.
Which fucking engineer?
The engineers in Japan or Austria. Listen, the bike works with 104 to 107 because of the pitch of the frame and the way that the offset is, and that's it. I'm not saying don't do it. I'm not defending those
Yeah,
guys, but I'm telling you what
how
they're
do we
thinking.
do it?
I know.
Back in the day.
I know. Try it out. That's
How do we
why
do?
when Star took over the Yamaha program, they started doing better because Yamaha was stuck in their ways of doing things, and Star was like, "Fuck it, let's try that. Let's try this. Let's try this," and the bikes
Yeah.
got better.
Seriously, you want, like for the guys that don't really know, but factory suspension, they have like 8 clicks a lap. So they have half clicks,
Mhm.
right? And on this regular suspension that you can buy is 4 clicks a turn. So now we're counting half a clip. It's half
Yeah.
clips, right? So the guys, they make a change, between like a practice, they go 1-2 clicks. 1-2 clicks. It's half a click.
Yeah.
It's like you putting half a millimeter of sag of set height on Red Dog's fork. There's no way you can see the difference. There's no fucking way. It's the same thing with the half a click on the rear. I'm like, you guys, the bike looks like shit. Half a click won't do it. You got to come up with other clicks.
What else you got? Right.
Bring some more clicks or some other things, you
Right,
know?
Yeah.
And it's a big machine to make, changes.
yeah.
Remember 20 years ago, bike sucks, you go to this journal, like a crazy like scientist guy, like Yamaha, do suspension. Kind of crazy guy, right?
Yeah.
On his own.
Use Windex to clean his face.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was great. Blue towels, Windex.
Yeah.
I've seen that.
Oh,
My
yeah.
dad saw that the first time. He's like, this guy is a problem.
Yeah.
His face wash is Windex. It's crazy. So, but they used to build shocks and suspension and forks and, change springs and more like 2-3 mil sag.
Yeah.
This way, that way.
Right.
Click it in, click it out. Try.
Yeah.
Now, you have to have
Well,
like
the Austrian guys are the worst, right? They are crazy about that.
to go 2 clicks.
Yeah.
It's like, man, I'm
Yeah.
like, how can we do it?
I know. Yeah, they're very, very strict.
But
Cooper Webb
it's
was.
everywhere.
They told Webb they bring his own suspension to the races. He did. He brought his own suspension to the races, stock stuff, revalved by somebody. I assume it was probably done by Mark Johnson.
REO?
AEO? No, AEO?
REP.
REP.
Yeah.
AEO or REP? I don't know.
It's AEO, the dealership.
Yeah. AEO, but it's got
research.
Okay, so I assume it was done by him.
Engineering.
And he showed up
yeah.
and brought his own stuff. He was so
Yeah.
frustrated. They were frustrated with him, and it worked great. And then
Mark Johnson used to work
right,
at
used to work at
WP.
Right.
Yeah.
So that kind of went sideways on it. But you're right. Yeah, it's a big deal to change bikes. So, change anything. Yeah, it is crazy. I agree with you on that. And we've had stories from riders over the years that are like, yeah, man, like, I want to do this, and they're like, nope, No.
Even one tooth or sprocket.
Yeah.
It's like a big deal.
Yeah.
Like.
Yeah.
We used to change like engine position in between practices.
Yeah.
Engine position and then a sprocket and both sprocket going big or small and change the in between like each race and the main or whatever.
Yeah.
No big deal.
Yeah. No, I hate it when I have to change the motor position. It's a pain in the ass.
Oh, yeah, I know. I bet.
Yeah. David Vuillemin on the show. By the way, Off-Road Warehouse bringing you the 9 o'clock hour. ORWs on the butt patch of J-Mart, Phil, Garrett Marchbanks, and others. Enzo Lopes. They have stores throughout the West Coast, including Temecula, San Diego, and now in Corona, Vegas, Georgia as well. PulpMX code to save at offroadwarehouse.com. Get your bike to the track with style and performance. When it comes to truck, Jeep, Overland, UTV, racing products from the industry's leading brands, Off-Road Warehouse stores are staffed by a knowledgeable, experienced team. Plus, they install everything they sell, from suspension kits and wheels to steps, bed accessories, and more. PulpMX, the code to save with offroadwarehouse.com. All right, everybody, motorsport.com, tweet at Tits segment.
We interrupt this broadcast to bring you this important bulletin from motorsport.com.
It's the Tweets at Tits Q&A segment where your twatted questions find answers.
Tits.
Thanks, Darkside.
That's great.
Do you know why didn't I practice one start? Do
you
know why?
sent me one? You sent me one?
So that was the next year. I sent you the next year's start. This is year 2.
Hey, I don't like 2 feet down.
You don't? Oh, there we go. Bang. Yep, thanks. Great.
I don't think you're coachable right there.
What?
I don't think you're coachable.
No.
It's with the video.
Well,
for you, as a novice, you're a novice rider?
No, I'm not a novice. I'm a B rider.
That looks more novice than B.
I understand that, but trust me.
Okay.
So I was like a mid-pack B rider in World Vets,
So that's a C rider, right?
No.
Like a regular, like if you were not vet.
Like out of like 35 guys, I was like 10th or 12th.
Yeah, but if the other guys...
But the other guys don't move up.
They're missing arms and limbs.
Okay, all right,
you never know.
Can we just do the tweets?
Okay.
Let's just do the tweets.
What, no, I'm going to give you...
Okay. I'm ready.
So you're not a great rider.
Right.
You're not James Stewart, Jim Mcgrath. Nope. Okay. You have a 450 that's powerful, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you kind of you're a beginner level. Novice.
I do not agree with that.
Intermediate.
There's no fucking way that's an intermediate.
I wish I could call Kiefer right now. What time is it what time is it in
California?
No.
So same as here.
What time is it in Europe?
Where's he at?
Just what time is it in Europe?
Like 6.
But you had 9 hours. So it's almost 6:45 in the morning. If he's in England, is 5:45.
I love
Portugal.
He's calling you a beginner rider.
You look.
Awesome.
Okay. My point.
Someone call in who's seen me ride. 702-586-PULP. Someone with a good reputation. Please call in and access.
That looks like.
I know what that looks like. I know.
Hey.
But that's not it.
What's his name?
Brandon's first race.
I had the first race in my head.
Yeah,
I didn't have Brandon.
Right.
So Brandon, let's go, Brandon. Come on.
Okay.
Start one foot up.
Okay, that's not what everybody told me.
It doesn't matter. You're not Jeremy Mcgrath. You don't have the
know.
control.
Right.
Here, 450, it's powerful. The bike is going to pull away from you.
Yep.
You really, I don't know.
Get up on front. I get it.
Put one foot up.
All right.
And then try starting like this. For you,
I normally start with 1 foot. I normally did 1 foot my whole life.
I'm coaching you, asking me to coach you,
but I'm telling you.
And now you're telling me I'm wrong.
No, I'm not.
How does that work?
No, I'm not telling you you're wrong. I start with 1 foot up my whole life, and then Kiefer and other people tell me to start with 2 feet.
Fuck off.
Okay, I will. All right, fuck off, Kiefer.
Okay, what did he do, Kiefer?
Nothing.
Other than being a cheater and ride a big ball.
Right.
No. You can get fucked.
You have more control. I don't like when beginner or people that don't really ride or whatever. They do feel that they go like.
Listen,
put your foot up.
I have very little ego about my riding, but I am not a beginner rider. Okay, I don't.
Okay.
I don't. Like I said,
I'm going to put the stories on my Instagram, and then we're going to do a
no,
poll.
No.
We're going to do a poll, and then we're going to see, is he an intermediate or is he a beginner?
That start is 7 years with no starts.
I don't give a shit. You think? Look, I haven't started since 2000.
You won Supercrosses.
Doesn't
okay?
matter.
You're
You
a
think I
great
can
racer.
start? It's
Yes,
7 years.
Yes, you would be able to start perfectly. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what's the? It doesn't matter how many years. It means like you were not good 7 years ago. If I'm still good now, to start.
Motorsport.com, tweet at Tits segment. Just send us the questions at PulpMX
We're
show.
gonna do a poll. This
and
we're gonna do a poll.
Wait, you played this already, didn't you?
Just trying to restart it. We're
Dark
gotta
side.
reset
It's
here.
a
5 minutes
Tits
ago.
Q&A
Yeah.
segment.
Hey,
Your
you
twatted
see?
questions, find answers.
What about Dark? Dark's just gonna bury me.
No, actually, you're wrong.
Oh.
You're very wrong. See, Dark Side says he actually has good corner speed. He's a B rider.
Just don't ask him to jump.
That's Dark Side saying that.
Okay, all right, okay, good.
See?
All right, my buddy Dark Side, my
It-
friend,
Your friend.
my friend.
Yes.
What's up, buddy?
Your bro.
Right, my bro.
Yeah, yes.
Mr. Side, always been there for me. I've always been there for him.
There you go. You
All
sound
right.
like a old couple.
These questions are submitted at PulpMX Show, motorsport.com. Take all your Be Like DV and shop at motorsport.com.
You're a C rider.
All right, first one is from Charlie Worthy. Has there been another year where a manufacturer won every 450 and 250 title like Honda is going to this year?
Every race. No, they didn't win every
Title.
race. Every title? Yes,
Yeah.
of course. Factory Honda back in the day. Oh, look at this. Hey, Ray.
Go.
Oh no, you're not credible, bro.
Oh, I know. That's what I was.
Are you? Do you describe yourself as an A rider? Do you describe yourself as an A rider?
This man has made 70 main events.
I'm
70.
washed up.
There's no way.
Yeah,
Yes.
I got lucky.
You got 70 main events.
Something like that.
Yeah, something like that. I don't know if it's that many.
No. We need a fact check on that.
How many main events does A-Ray have? He's got a lot.
I think it's like I think it's like 50. It's around 50.
No. If I have 129, he doesn't have 70.
He said 50 something.
You said 70.
I thought it was 70.
Wow.
Yeah, it's around there. It's
Okay.
around. Anyway.
Okay, so
Anyways,
A-Ray, am I a beginner?
I've seen Steve ride. No.
Yeah.
No. I've seen you ride before. You're a little iffy on the jumps, but for the most part, like your technique is great. Like you know your way around the motorcycle track. Like,
Thank you.
You're a great rider.
Okay, maybe not say great rider because that might take it too far, A-Ray. But just
you know, what I mean? You're decent. You're decent.
I'm
Honestly,
decent.
You are. I think you have.
That's
better,
the world that we live in. That's the world we live in. You know, that's the world we live in. 2023. You know, we don't get top 10s in the pro nationals. They say, "Oh, good job, man. Yeah, that was a great ride and stuff."
Okay,
you know,
I'm just not a beginner.
And
that's all Alex is saying.
No,
you're not a beginner.
Definitely not a beginner. Honestly, you have better technique than me, and I was supposedly a professional for fucking 12 years.
Okay, I need to come and ride with you then.
All right. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then
not ride with you, but come. I'll coach
me.
you.
Coach me.
Yeah, I'll coach you for a day. We meet up somewhere.
Hey, TV, since you are a dirt bike builder now, like you're doing all these like old builds and stuff. How do you feel about the dark side bike that Steve has in his garage?
I don't know
I haven't
anything
I
about
was
it.
going to show him before he leaves.
I don't know.
Oh,
What
yeah.
kind of bike
it
is
still in
that?
boxes?
No, it's almost together. 90 125 YZ. I'll show you.
Oh, that's a piece of shit.
Yeah. Well, Dark Side set me up with a piece of shit bike.
The early 90s
Yeah,
Yamaha.
they were
Late
slow.
80s,
Yeah.
early
No, I
90s
know.
Yamaha is horrible.
I know, but it's going to
Yeah.
look good.
I bet. Yeah.
All right, you guys enjoy y'all tonight.
Hey, Ray, thanks for having my back,
Yeah.
buddy. Thank you.
Yeah, of course. Hey, we're enjoying our retirement over here.
Hey,
You know?
did he bribe you? Did he send you a Zelle or a Venmo
No.
saying, "Oh, tell DV I'm a great rider"?
No, I did not.
You did it.
I
Don't
did.
lie.
Hey, Ray, I did not.
No, definitely didn't. I'm just
All right,
I'm here
okay.
with Bell having a couple of retirement beers, and you
Yeah.
know, we're just listening. And I'm like, you know what? No, like I got Steve's back here.
All right,
My friend.
we're gonna do, and then we're gonna do a day, just like I did days with you. We're gonna do a day with.
Oh
With
man,
Marcus.
that was gnarly. I remember that. I
He
remember.
was
every bit
very
of that
mad at
day.
you for seat bouncing everything. He was very angry with you.
Oh yeah. He says stand up everywhere. Stand up. You sit way too much. You sit.
All right. Thanks, Ray.
Yeah. All right. Thanks, man.
See you, buddy. Great rider, he said. Great rider. All right, Tits.
Impressive.
All right, from Fresno Smoothest, how much can we credit Hunter's unforced crashes on him ringing out that 250? In your opinion, would he be crashing less on a 450?
I don't know if you can really say that. Yeah. What do you think, DV?
We did not even see his crash, right? It was hidden beyond the hill.
Kind of washed out his front, I think, from what you told me.
But no, he's still in control. Obviously, those two guys, they have more of a 450, riding style, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it could be. I think Hunter was a little frustrated after a couple of weeks where like it was rough for him, and you could see like in the first moto he wanted it. He was trying.
Oh yeah.
He was throwing everything at Shimoda, the kitchen sink, everything, and you could see he wanted to, make a point. And maybe, but he was. I think this weekend he just made a mistake. He was kind of by himself. There was.
Did you tweet out a photo of my ceilings? What the
You like that?
No.
At least 30 feet tall.
It's 30 feet
30
plus.
30
yeah,
plus.
30 plus. That's great.
Hey, Mark.
I'm shocked it took you this long
I don't
to realize that
I
was
don't.
out
I was
there.
looking for the tweets for good questions because I know Tits is going to miss some.
Oh man,
And
that's not a tweet. That's a story.
Oh, it was on Twitter. Mark, send me a link.
Somebody took a screen.
Fucking people, dude. Mark, send me a link to your Dune Goon crash.
Okay.
A-Ray wants me to show DV your Dune Goon crash.
He's probably.
Have you seen it?
No.
Oh, okay.
From the voice of the drunken people, DV, how much would it take for you to come wrench for a privateer for one race, or A-Ray or Phil?
Well, that actually would be fun, but only Supercross. With the on the stadium that has a roof. What does that sound?
Okay.
From Jimmy G, DV, Steve says Millville is the best track on the schedule. Do you agree? And what is your favorite? Or do you have a favorite?
I like High Point, the old High Point. Now it's very fast, and it's a little different.
Yeah, it is different.
It's different. It's not what do you say, like Bradshaw Alley, Boulevard.
Yep.
Yeah, it's all different from where we raced. But I really liked High Point back in the day. It was really like countryside French track, on the hill like that. And I always liked Hangtown. Always liked it. Always did good.
You did good there. Nobody really liked it, but you did.
Yeah, I know. It's crazy. And also back in my days where it was not as out pack, it was maybe a little bit of Butts Creek. Butts Creek, I really like Butts Creek too.
Check that Instagram. That's Travis Marks.
Steve from I Give Shite Advice.
Oh boy.
Has anyone noticed that the gate drop every week is the moment the guy with the monster chick holding the 30-second board steps off the track? Every time.
I've not noticed that. It's interesting. It's supposed to drop between 5 and 10 seconds, right?
Who's that?
That's Marks.
What? What did you break?
My ego.
That's it?
That's it.
You ran out of
I ran out of
talent.
It's even better if you turn the noise, turn the sound up. It's even better.
Yeah, you gotta hear the rev.
You can hear the panic rev.
Dude, that thing is insane. Hey, that's a Seth Enslow in Krusty Demon.
Yeah, Marks.
Wow.
Yeah. But you're all right, Marks? You're fine.
Yeah, it was fine.
Yeah.
You didn't bring anything?
Nah, just I had a little limp for a few days, but other than that, we're good.
I lost a hip, but I'm fine.
Yeah.
No biggie.
Wow.
All right.
From Tanner, DV, are there any current riders that you would like to train?
Doesn't sound like it.
No. I like to get a top 8 guy that doesn't say anything, that does what I tell him to do, just like Dylan was doing. That's basically what it was. And that who is obsessed about being the best he can. So, and give me any names. I'll take whatever top 8, because you can, seriously, I'm not David Copperfield. I'm not a musician. I cannot take.
You're not David Copperfield. You're a magician.
I'm not magic.
I'm not a magician. So I cannot make somebody that goes 28, 32,
right,
and podium. It's something you have to be realistic. But somebody that's kind of like something top 8, right there, like, and take him like I need 90 days.
Okay.
And then see what we can do.
90-day fiance.
90 days. Minimum is 90 days. But it's tough to find. I was telling earlier, it's tough to find your match where, sometimes, I work with Christian Craig, like doing some on the writing side.
Yep.
And it didn't work because we did not, like, he did not get it.
Right.
He didn't get my stuff. Some guys.
I don't think they get a blowjob.
Some get it, and actually, Dylan was the best for what I demand.
Mhm.
Dylan was the best I could ask for. That was good because he was like, screw it, I'll do whatever you tell me. And that was good because I was doing the training and the writing. Because if you you let somebody else do the training and you do the writing, and then you can't really, you have to do everything to have the best result.
All right, next question.
All right, from the lacrosse defense coach, DV, are riders complaining more about track prep now compared to when you were riding? Seems to be a weekly conversation among the top 10.
Oh yeah, it's now. Like,
yeah, we covered this part.
Yeah, the back then, like you could complain, but there was nothing to do about it. It's just like you cannot complain because there was no equipment, no potential to make it better.
All right, from McG194, future headlines from Washougal. Kiefer rides factory Honda and puts down lap times that would have made the Fast 40, or Steve's best lap on a factory Honda over 1 minute slower than Phil's slowest race lap.
No, I can keep within a minute of Phil's slowest lap.
Dude, no.
From Daniel.
Yeah, I think so.
Remember when you bet Jimmy Perry? You guys bet Jimmy Perry at Comp Edge.
I bet him $500.
$500 that he
to be a minute, right?
Was it a minute?
It was a minute.
He beat it easily.
No,
he didn't beat it.
I told him it was the first lap only.
Oh,
first lap did not beat it. Second lap beat it.
Oh, so there was controversy.
There was no pre-lap. It's
okay.
It was all day on the track. He saw everything in one day. You don't need a pre-lap.
Okay.
Just fucking go right.
So did you end up paying him or no?
I paid him.
You did pay him.
I paid him.
Okay.
I had the money with me at the track. I gave him 500, and then 3 days later I gave him back.
Okay.
At the race or something, I saw him like a few days later. He gave me back the money.
Okay.
But I paid him on the spot.
From Daniel, did Sexton take Stu's advice and tuck the front end in the second moto?
Oh boy.
You remember what he's talking about?
No.
Oh, on the TV show when Stu kept saying, "Oh, you just tucked the front end that way." He's like, "Oh, I was gonna get you, but then I crashed. Like you didn't run away from me," type thing. You didn't catch that?
No, he wasn't gonna tuck the front end in this part of the track though. That's super fast.
I'm lost because it was Ricky in the booth in Millville. I didn't watch the race yet.
No, it wasn't from Millville. It was from the race before that.
Oh, Southwick.
Yes, is when you talk about.
Okay.
Kept talking about tucking the front end to give him confidence, or not let the other guy get the confidence. Okay, great, cool. From Ray Atwood, would Sexton benefit or be hindered by a program like KTM's has? They seem to be pretty strict on bike setup.
They do, like we talked about. They do seem that way. He's going to do his own trainer, from what I heard. So he's keeping his own program. That'll be interesting.
It's funny because he was on. We could have asked him.
Yeah, we could have tried. Yeah.
and the thing I think with KTM is they get every evolution of bike setup or new settings, engine, everything comes from Austria. It's crazy because I've worked with Japanese company. It was done in-house in the U.S. importer.
Yeah.
Yamaha US,
Right.
Suzuki US. Like, Japan had very minimal, just a few parts, like hard parts, but set up.
Or they're there to answer any questions, like, hey, we're thinking about this or whatever.
Hard parts, but all the tuning and then setting up the bike is all in-house here. But it seems like, and that's something and I talked about it a year ago when I was on the show, is something that I think maybe hurt KTM at one point in their setup and development is Webb winning the Supercross Championship with the 4th best bike.
Yeah.
His bike was horrible.
Yeah.
He couldn't go through the whoops to save his life.
Yeah.
He figured out a way to manage his loss in the whoops by jumping, blisting, not jumping in the beginning, at the end, and then his race IQ was amazing.
Yeah.
He was always
in great shape.
Whatever. But that hurt them for the development of the bike on the new bike, that's for sure, because he won the championship twice. The 3 main Japanese, I'm not counting Suzuki, and because they were not really, they didn't have anybody. They had the 4th best bike. And that I think hurt him too.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yep.
And the company, because obviously he wins, says, "Oh, the bike is good," but no, it's like Tomac. He won Supercross. It's not the bike. It's him. I would take in a Kawi and a Honda over Eli's bike this year in Supercross.
All right. Well,
all right. From the Ginge, what do kids these days do better than your generation of riders, and what do they do worse when it comes to just riding or anything, training?
When you kids, you mean like?
Well, you're talking about pros. Something you have an idea on.
Pros, what they do better? What do you
Yeah.
think, man? I don't really know.
Josh Coppins wants to know, what do you think Dylan should do for his next contract?
He should beg Honda to ride for free and giving another shot 1 year.
All right.
But I thought Hunter was staying at 250 again.
No,
But
he's 450.
He's
Yep.
moving up,
Yep.
right?
Yep.
So
They don't have
I
really a spot.
was saying that when Hunter was supposed to stay to 50, I'm like, for me, just say go to Honda, says, you know what, pay for my mechanic, my expenses, and give me 0 money, bonus only. I keep my gear money, my monster money, and I'll give it a shot to have Supercross. Obviously, motocross is a great rider. He was champion, so he scratched that off, right?
Right.
The only thing he needs is to perform and get in there in the Supercross. Obviously, it's going to be difficult. The 2 Lawrences are going up. The usual suspects are back. The Sexton and all those guys, the Tomac, the Webb. So there's going to be a lot of guys next year. But yes, I would go and be, get the best bike. And I think Honda might be and it wasn't the case before, might be the most open-minded these days.
Right. Yeah, they are. Yeah.
They've
changed clamps for Sexton and Kenny, and
they've
done some stuff.
They used to be like,
the
early 2000, like
right.
End of 90s, early 2000, they were like very strict. Everybody, like, they couldn't ask for anything. And now it seems like they way more open-minded about setup and stuff.
Yeah.
And I think they have the best the best bike.
I agree.
Yeah.
All right.
That's old news, right?
A couple more from me, DV here. Moto J Mag. What?
That's old news, right?
What were some of the best mods to an 04 YZ250? V-Force, PC pipe and silencer.
No, FMF pipe.
Oh, here we go.
FMF factory pipe, PC silencer. V-Force, you have to go for it. You know, why not? I would. I did something on that engine, which came out in 1999, I think. We used to put like two thick base gasket, and then change the. Some people
the squish.
Some people would work the what do you say, the head, and some people would cut the top of the cylinder, which was weird.
Yep.
To compensate, just to bring it up to the ports up.
Yep.
Something to play like that, but yeah, pipe silencer.
V-Force.
V-Force.
V-Force works good.
Yeah, and a good jetting.
Yep.
And it's so you got to work on the needle on those things because it's very, very lean with the stock setup.
All right, a couple more here. We got to hurry up.
Yeah.
Ready? Jared Hoff, do you still own a Lincoln Ford Town Car?
Oh, dude, I was looking at one this week. I sold it
Okay.
not many years ago, but like 4 or 5 years ago. I love that car.
Okay.
I want one again.
MX Gerald, DV, what's the best wine pairing with French Carbonara?
Yeah, French Carbonara, you need to drink white, not red.
White?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a cream sauce, so
okay.
Egg creamy sauce, so it's more like a white. White, if you want a white, Sancerre.
Okay.
Sancerre, Sancerre, or Chablis. Chablis white, Chablis.
Your IG is just full of food. You are just loving it.
No, because I cook.
I know.
I
see that.
I cook from scratch, yes.
Okay, that's the motorsport.com tweet at Tits segment. That's the end of it.
That's old news, right?
Are we done?
Yeah, hold on a second. Couple things.
Have a good night.
Wait, hold on. No, not yet, sir. Not done yet.
Dude, I haven't chewed since like 4:30
Okay,
or
you're
something.
fine. You're fine. All right, sit down.
It's like playing fantasy.
Okay, just
MX
sit.
fantasy. I want to beat someone up.
Motorsport.com, Fly Racing, Race Tech, Decal Works.
Can you give me some gear and stuff?
Sure.
All right.
Are you gonna start riding again? You want to? You're getting an itch?
Yeah, it's too hot now.
I know, but are you getting an itch to start riding?
Yes and no.
We can get you some fly stuff.
I need a truck. Do you have can I borrow a truck?
Yeah, Ridgeline, Truck of the Year. Michelin, Cherubies, Firepower Batteries and Chains, Maxima USA, OGO Power Sports, Renegade Race Fuels, Pro Filter, Guts Racing, FMF, DV's longtime sponsor, FMF. Atlas Neck Brace, PulpMX is the code to save, motorcycleindustryjobs.com. Works Connection, thank you to Works Connection. Also, DV endorsed, Works Connection. Get Data, ECUs for 4 strokes and 2 strokes. WUSA, they've done wheels for you, for your builds.
Who?
W.
Yeah, he's great.
John
I call John.
A friend of the
I
show.
ship him my hubs.
You don't even drive down to Orange?
I pick it up.
Okay.
I pick it up most of the time.
Okay.
But it's cheaper. It's cheap to ship hubs.
Okay.
It's expensive to ship wheels.
Sure.
So I ship the hubs. I pick up the wheels. You understand?
Intense Cycles, Wiseco Piston, EVS, Manscaped on board of this. PulpMX code to save at Manscaped.
Yes.
You use that?
I used Manscaped before they were on
the show?
Yeah.
Well, then now they got a beard trimmer. So we're going to talk about that next week.
Do I
trimmer.
Do I need to trim?
No, you're fine now.
All
But do you want me to get you a beard trimmer?
No.
Yeah. PulpMX is the code to save with Manscaped. Thank you to those guys as well. Thank you to everybody on the show for sponsoring DV's builds as well as helping us out. PulpMXShow.com sponsor deals. James Stewart, Chase Sexton, Jeremy McGrath, Wil Hahn, Alex Martin. Best interview tonight.
Oh, you put it on the spot.
Yeah.
No, great,
that's what I gotta
but
say.
obviously I'm biased. Bubba, maybe.
Oh, I like the MC one.
MC was
James
good
was pretty
too.
good too, though.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Mark's best interview tonight?
You know,
MC, I think.
MC.
Yeah. I mean,
yeah.
they were
Do you
both
are
good,
you
but-
buddies with MC? Like, are you guys like? Do you talk?
I was behind him, security in Anaheim when we
Okay,
get in,
yeah,
you know,
yeah.
and we talked for a minute, and I get news from him through his friend that I play poker with.
Okay,
you know,
yeah.
all the call,
Right.
You know, call
But
from.
but like you guys talk much or no? I
No,
mean, you're friendly.
no.
I know that. I'm not
No,
saying
we
you're-
don't
yeah.
text.
Right,
You know,
right,
we
right,
don't.
right, right.
We don't.
So this was
sit-
good tonight then.
Yeah, and I waited 23 years to settle this misunderstanding.
The leech.
Yeah, and it was like a good thing.
Okay.
You
All right.
know,
So
like-
before we go, I have another call for you, DV. It's my buddy Chris Kiefer. He's on the line.
Yes.
Kiefer, how are you?
My favorite co-host is on tonight.
He is. So we got to go. We're wrapping up. Tits is mad. Show's going late. But, Kiefer, I've not prompted you with what to call in for. DV called me a beginner rider.
Oh yeah, no, he's not a beginner.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Kiefer,
so
I
my
saw a
friend,
video of him eating shit on the start at Glen Helen.
and Mr. Side, Mr.
And
Side
then-
buried me with the World Vet Start.
And then
Yeah.
so I see those two videos. With those two videos, I cannot say that's an intermediate rider. I'm sorry.
Right. No, he's okay. So he has beginner moments. Let's say he has, like, senior
Those were
moments.
two of them. Yes, I got it.
Yes. Yeah. So that one was. His legs are so far out, DV. Like he's dog paddling through a huge rut, and he hasn't even started yet. Like that was embarrassing.
Okay,
I
DV
will
says
give
do
you
not start with both feet down. So he says your advice is garbage.
Well, that's a Euro thing. Euros start with 1 foot up or something.
Yeah, but when you're not that good, you know, it's way easier to be consistent, and it's an easy, quick, short-term fix for you to start better. It's way
Right,
better
yeah.
because you can shift third way easier. Your foot is already on the peg. It's fine, and all the great Euros, Prado, Erlings, all 1 foot up. Whoever
Hey,
came
you can't
up.
argue with Prado's technique.
I'm just here to say that Kiefer says I'm not a beginner because you've been calling me a beginner rider. I have no ego about my riding, but I'm a B rider.
He's a vet B rider.
Vet B rider.
DV.
Yeah,
Vet
yeah,
B.
sorry, vet B.
Yeah.
Yes, not a B rider. Aiden Kiefer is a B rider.
Correct.
I
The
am
B
not.
rider was Deegan last year,
Yeah,
right?
no. I am a vet B rider. Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah. So
It's fine.
okay. Well, DV's coming up to coach me. He said so.
We got
Oh, good. This
We gotta do
can
one.
we film this?
But I don't do Glen Helen. It's too far.
What do you do then?
It's traffic. I do
Lake Elsinore, probably.
Elsinore is the closest.
Cahilla's far too.
Kia sucks. Too far. Paula, you
You
should
do
ride
Paula?
do you do the vet track at Paula?
You know what? I've never ridden Paula.
It's great.
Okay.
Oh,
Yeah. For you, be great.
Stay away from the vet track, Steve. It's like the 91 freeway at 5 o'clock. It's not good.
It's not good. No.
No, it's not that bad.
Okay.
Dude, have you been out there on a Friday and looked over there?
No, but go on a Tuesday. This guy doesn't work. Right?
Oh, I don't
You
work.
can't-
Okay.
You can go on Tuesday.
Tuesdays is not his good day, DV. He has certain days he can ride,
Yeah.
and Tuesdays not.
Wednesday is my real prime day to ride.
Only Elsinore's open on Wednesday.
And then it'll be Elsinore. That's where.
It's fine. It's even closer to me.
That's where the lesson will take place.
And we do the vet track there.
Yeah. Okay. Fair
And then afterward, you guys gonna go to the Lake Elsinore Casino and hang out a little bit?
Yeah, it was strip club, everything.
Yep. Seven Oaks. I just want to go to Seven Oaks one more time.
Seven Oaks, did he?
Yeah.
I went there no longer.
Yeah.
During COVID, I went.
You went. Oh.
During COVID, I stopped and I was in the area. I don't know why I was there. And maybe I was driving on the
Pachanga.
freeway.
You're coming back from Pachanga.
Man, no, Pachanga is on the other side,
Okay,
idiot.
okay.
I was coming from somewhere, Corona Riverside, doing something. It's lunchtime, and I'm hungry, and I went to Seven Oaks.
Oh.
I'm like, dude.
Kiefer loves Seven Oaks. So.
Oh, you know
Yeah, it's
Kiefer on
only-
Seven Oaks?
Yeah, oh yeah, and it's the only place I've ever got hit on. I actually got a phone number from the girl that works there. not
Yeah,
too
she
long
was
ago.
73 years old. Is that her?
No, it's one of the daughters that's there.
Oh,
She was very passive.
I hope it was the
aggressive.
granddaughter for you. The daughter is still
Oh.
old.
No, she's had to been like in her 30s.
Wow. Kiefer, look at
Yeah.
that. Pulling chicks.
Yeah.
All right, Kiefer. Well, listen, we got to get going, but I needed you to vouch for me. A-Ray called in and vouched for me, but DV was not willing to take his endorsement.
We're gonna do a
that's
poll online.
understandable.
Yeah. So,
Understandable.
thanks, buddy. We'll see you at Washougal, right?
Yep, we'll see you there.
All right, sounds good. Thank you, man.
See you guys. Bye.
All right, there we go. Thank you, Chris Kiefer. Thank you,
You're a
Alex
B
Rose,
rider.
for calling in.
Yeah.
Thank you, Vet B.
I'm still going to do my own investigation
Okay,
and do a poll online
fair
and
enough.
see.
Fair enough. Thank you for coming up. Appreciate it, DV.
No worries.
Really nice to have you in. It's almost 1 year to the day of your last appearance. So let's try to not make it so long.
Yeah, it's 364 days.
Yeah, let's try to make it like beginning of Soupy or something, or like
maybe
or
this,
before Soupy or
yeah, this one. I don't mind coming. I'm not that far.
You're not doing anything.
Yeah, I can get a job. I'm
Right.
unhireable.
Unhireable. So thank you, buddy. Appreciate it. David Vuillemin,
No
everybody.
worries.
DV934 on Threads. Check it out.
And on Instagram.
And
then 934th guy, Washougal,
gets a $100 motorsport.com gift card.
Oh, gets $100. I don't know.
No, I'll give him a gift card. It's easier.
Wow.
Thanks, DV. Thanks for that. That's really nice.
All right.
Marks, thank you.
Thank you.
Tits?
Yep.
The best voice in radio.
That's right, yeah.
Wow.
That's a callback.
Oh, yeah. I love his voice, son.
Thank you.
Drop that, please.
Sounds gay.
Tits, great job working overtime tonight.
Yeah, freaking A, I did 20 whole minutes.
So angry.
Triple time.
All right. Thank you to Swisscore and Moser and Pookie, Roto as well. Everybody involved. Thanks for the listeners. Thanks for watching. Thanks for listening. Appreciate it. Next week, Michael Lindsay in studio as well. And we'll have lots more to talk about. Breakdown, Washougal, and more. For David Vuillemin, I'm Steve Mathis. See you next week.
Love this guy right here.
There's something I want to get off my chest. And it's about that summer when you went away to community college. I got an offer to do Playgirl magazine, and I did it. I did a full spread for Playgirl magazine. I mean spread, man. I pulled my butt apart and stuff, and I was totally nude, and it was weird. I mean, you probably didn't hear about it because I went under the name of Mike Honcho, but I just wanted you to know that. If you could hear me, if it got into your brain somehow, that I spread my butt cheeks as Mike Honcho.
I am the sword inside your flame. How it burns to play your games. Destroy me, defeat me, and melt me down. You cast me a complete